Stop building the same boring websites over and over again because they will never stand out. Today you're going to learn how to build stunning sites like Linear, Reflect, and Raycast. They all follow this gorgeous, dark, modern style. I studied dozens of these trendy new sites and distilled the style down to its essential elements. I created a Next.js course and the community showed it a ton of love. So I remade it, making it even better, adding new details, new animations, and a whole bunch else with a whole new brand. This site has hero animations like Raycast, scroll effects like Linear, glassy borders and gradients like WAP, slick line animations like Particle, gradient text and flashy buttons like AuthKit, and bento box cards like, well, pretty much everyone. This site will turn heads and be a real highlight in your portfolio. Not only will you build a flashy new site, but you'll learn several popular technologies with our modern stack. SvelteKit for our framework, Prismic for our CMS and page builder, Tailwind for our CSS styling, GSAP for performant animations, TypeScript for safe, reliable code, and we'll host it all for free on Vercel. Other tutorials teach you how to build the UI, but instead of integrating a CMS, they hard code all the content. So it's not a realistic marketing site. We're going to easily wire up our CMS and get a headless page builder that updates with live editing. You can hand our site to content teams and marketers, and they'll build pages independently with ease. We'll build 6 of these gorgeous page components that can be reused and rearranged to make a ton of different pages. So let's take a closer look at the final site and each component we'll create in this course. Here's our hero component, and when the site loads in, each element in the hero animates in smoothly. We have the heading that jumps in, this comes after. We also have our download now button that comes in, and in the background, because the Repeat AI brand has this triangle, you see this background grid has these little triangles that scale up and they ripple out. So if we reload the page, you see they ripple out and they shrink back down into a nice little grid. You saw the image come in and these glow elements come in from behind, and they kind of hang in opposite corners for a little bit. And after a few seconds, they will circle around again just to kind of highlight this, this image here in the center. I'll show you how to style all of this with Tailwind and how to animate this with GSAP. When we hover over the button here, and we also have the same button up there, we get a little glowing pulsing effect. And it's once again in the brand color. So the brand uses a purple and an orange for its 2 colors. And so we've got like purple triangles in the background and a nice little bright orange there for the button. Our next one is the bento box grid. This is a little bit simpler, and this just kind of copies a lot of the bento box style that Apple and Clerk and many other companies have been using. And up here, we're using a subtle gradient where it punches up the text where it makes sense. This is, gold standard, so we make it some gold text. And the cool thing about the bento box itself is we're using CSS grid, but also subgrid in order to align the images here. And if you haven't used subgrid yet, I'm excited to teach it to you and show you not only how to use it, but why it's so great, as well as in which use cases you would use it. And each of these bento items has our glassy border to keep it on brand. We also saw that glassy border up here, and we'll use it kind of throughout the site. Next, we have a nice little scroll animation on what we call the showcase element. So as it comes into view, this text, first it's behind the glassy glass and it's a little bit blurry, and then it slides out when we get low enough, and the glow in the background kind of springs to life and just makes it a nice little bit of a highlight for this little code block and our text here. We have text aligned on the side, and we have a button and an image that hangs off of the side on the right there. For this slice, we're gonna have a variation where the image actually goes on the left and the text goes on the right. So your content team will be able to choose which one they wanna feature. Here I just switched over to the variation. You can see it looks real nice with the image on the left and the text on the right. You have this little grid pattern in the background to add a little bit more interest to the whole thing. Our next component highlights and links to case studies on companies using and loving Repeat AI. When you hover over, we get a cool, subtle little effect where you can see there's a glow that comes from behind and kind of extends the image style out of the image. So it kind of feels like it's, actually casting a glow onto the website. So you see the orange down there and the purple up there where it makes sense on the image. And we get the same thing down here. The links automatically alternate which side the image goes on. And with this component, we're going to focus on learning how to create and fetch content from other data types within Prismic. If we click into this case study, we see that we're reusing that grid. The image animates in like that. And it's just a nice default case study with really pretty typography that we're going to get for free from a Tailwind plugin that I'll show you how to set up. But yeah, this is a case study where, like, if Nike was using Repeat, they would be able to write all about like how much they love it and all that stuff. So if we go back, let's go to our next component. And this one has our most complex animation. You saw how the logo here pulsed and like the signal shoots out on either side, and each of the logos light up one after another before fading out again. So that lights up, that lights up, that lights up. And each of these logos are selectable in our CMS, so the team can change them out as needed. And overall, this is going to be our most complex animation for this project, but it's still just a couple of timelines that I will walk you through. And the whole thing is set up to show that Repeat is the center of a network of rich integrations. So it kind of, sends a message to people visiting this site. And in the background, we have the Repeat logo as an SVG, just kind of subtly back there. And we also have a JPEG where there's like a gradient background back there to add a little bit of a moody vibe. So the whole thing, there's a lot going on here, and there's even a subtle little gradient in the text. I'm not sure if you can tell, but it adds just a little bit more to this very stylish component. You're going to learn a few cool techniques on this one. Last but not least, we've got an essential component. This is our call to action. Got a little glow in the background, our company logo with a glassy border, a heading, and our stylish button. Of course, we've got a header and a footer. We got a footer down here and a header up here. And yes, the whole site is responsive and mobile friendly. So now that we've seen the site, let's check out what it looks like in Prismic itself. So here's that same homepage document within our Prismic repository, and we can see each of the slices here on the side that make up our page. Up top, you can see the hero and the fields that make up that hero, and below you'll see all the other slices, our bento, our showcase, case studies, integrations, and our call to action. Content teams are able to add, rearrange, and edit these slices as needed. The cool thing is, as they edit the content of the slice, I'll go here. If you see, I'm going to change the heading. Watch right there. I'm going to say, hello world. Just like that, you see that the heading updates in real time. So content teams know what they are changing and how it's going to look in the final product. Not only that, but if we keep that change, hello world, and click save and preview this page, they will be able to see this preview just like that on the actual site, but we have this preview that we can enter into. And as soon as they close it, it goes right back to the live site, no problem. So that's a really nice feature that content teams need to have, in my opinion, in order to do their work and to get anything done for real. If they can't preview what they're doing, they're not going to feel comfortable working with your site. So in building a site with Prismic, we are focusing on building individual page components like the hero, like the bento, not entire pages that are stiff and rigid and can't be changed around. We're just focusing on creating these slices one at a time. These slices then get shipped along to Prismic for this easy editing. And the best part is they're just regular Svelte components. So as I mentioned, we are using Prismic for our CMS, and it gives us the great editor we just saw, as well as some local development tools we'll use in a minute. We're using SvelteKit for our framework. It handles things like routing and server rendering, and seems just a great all-around experience. We're also using Tailwind CSS for our styling, which is a utility for our CSS framework. So instead of assigning properties to classes, we just use all of these classes and add them directly to our elements, just as you see in the example. If you've never used it, great, let's dig into it. And for our animation framework, we are using the fantastic GSAP animation library, and everyone in the last course loved working with GSAP, and they said more GSAP please, and I'm excited to bring a little bit more to this one. And we're going to be hosting all of that on Vercel, the front-end cloud. This is our platform that we're going to be deploying to, and it will be all completely free. Vercel is going to be free, Prismic free, all of the stuff that you are using today will be free. Now, I've put together something as a resource for you throughout this course. You'll be getting different things from it. First, we have our assets right here. We also have components that are just long to copy and paste, like this SVG, rather than me telling you how to type this out or anything like that. There are a couple things here where it's just not worth the time in the course for you to type these out. So we're going to be copying from here. Don't worry, I'll still explain how I created them. I've also added any documentation that we might be needing in this course, or anything that I mention, all of the different plugins and all of this stuff that we'll be touching on. I popped it here in case you want to dig into it deeper. Troubleshooting, if you hit any errors, or if there's anything special that we come across in this course, check here first if you're hitting a problem, because as people talk about problems that they're hitting, I will try to put a solution here in the troubleshooting spot. So please, please, please check this out if you are hitting a wall in the course. I'll put the final code in the live site in here once we're done. And for extras, I have an article here that has many, many, many more sites that I got inspiration from for designing this course, or for designing the site for this course. So the link to this doc is in the description. Please open it up. Yeah, it's going to be tough to get through the course without it because of things like the assets. Oh, also, I put the zip file here. This is going to be the best way for you to get all the images. But if for whatever reason you don't trust a zip from me, a guy on the internet that you don't know, all the images are here as well. But this is going to be the easiest way to get those. I promise it's just images. So now that we've seen the site and what we are using to build it, it is time to get started. We are starting from Prismic. If you don't have a Prismic account, go ahead and sign up for one for free. Once you are logged in, you can go to the dashboard, and it should look like this. Take you to a list of repositories. You probably won't have any repositories yet if you just created your account, but go ahead and we're going to create a new repository, and the framework we are choosing is SvelteKit. Here we're given three options. The minimal starter is great for new projects. The full website demo is good if you want to explore how Prismic works or customize it for your own needs. And the third option is if you have an existing SvelteKit project that you want to connect to Prismic. We're starting a new project, so we'll go with the minimal starter. Hover over the image and click select. And now you'll name your repository, which becomes the URL for the repo. This doesn't really matter that much. This is just, don't worry if you don't have like the coolest URL here. I'm gonna call mine repeat AI, just like that. This one will be taken now. See how it says it's available? So you can name yours like whatever you want. It does not matter. And I'm just gonna say repeat AI. For the display name. Everything else should be fine. SvelteKit, minimal starter, and we are on the free plan, which gives us 1 user, 2 locales, and way more API calls and everything else than you will need, I promise. This is going to be plenty for what we need. Go ahead and click Create Repository, and that will spin up a brand new Prismic project. If you get this initial screen, make sure you go ahead and choose English United States. There's a little bit of a bug that we're working through, but just go ahead and click English United States. If you have to search for it in the search or scroll to it, that's fine. But for the starter to get you going quicker, the starter is in English US. So go ahead and choose that as the main language. You might not get this window at all. If you don't, that's great too, because that means we will have automatically set it to US. Anyway, clicking that, you can close this by just clicking off of it, and we should have this window right here saying, welcome to your page builder, get started with Slice Machine. Go ahead and click Get Started. So just before we launch into this, I do want to mention, if you do need to change your locale, because you might be sitting here going, wait a minute, why do I don't speak English US? I put right here, I'd like to change to a different locale. So if that is you, you can do this after we've gone through this startup process, all right? So just know that I'm not forcing you into US just for the starter. We're going to stick with it, and then you can follow these directions once we are up and running with our first documents. So I'm going to click the copy button here because it says we need to run this in our terminal. So click copy. And now I opened up my IDE VSCode, which has a built-in terminal. If you don't know how to open this terminal, you can either go to View, Terminal, or you can use the keyboard shortcut Control and backtick, or Command backtick if you're on a Mac. So go ahead and open up that terminal. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger for y'all. And I'm gonna paste that in, and we are going to run that command. For me, I ran this command in my repos folder. You just wanna make sure that you're running it in a folder that makes sense for you. I have one big folder where I put all my repositories, and that is the repos folder. You can do it wherever you would like. It'll probably ask you if you want to install Slice Machine init. I already have that installed from running this command so much, so that's why it's not asking me anything. But for you, it should have asked you, like, would you like to install this? And you press Y, and it'll continue on. I'm already logged in also, but it'll probably say that it needs to open a new window and log you into Prismic. If so, just follow those directions. And it starts to initialize Slice Machine and handle some of the boilerplate for us. You can see what it is doing here. It is cloning the SvelteKit minimal starter, which is what we put here, SvelteKit starter Prismic minimal, and connecting it to the repeat AI repository. So you can kind of read these flags and see exactly what they're doing. It's not too wizardry, but it is handy. It's handy because it'll take care of some things for us. So initialization is successful. Continue with next steps in Slice Machine. Then it'll ask you, run Slice Machine. I'm going to say no. You could just to have it launch, but I want to get this folder open in my IDE first. So I'm going to say N for now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to CD into repeat AI. And now that I'm in my repeat AI folder, I'm going to type code, period. And if you have the VS Code terminal set up right on your computer, it'll open like that. If you don't, go ahead to, so like in here, I can just go to File, Open Folder, and I can do it that way, all right? So there's nothing special about this. It's just a nice little shortcut if it works for you. If it returns an error or it doesn't work, just open it the old-fashioned way. I just like shortcuts. So now that we are here, let me make the editor a little bit bigger for you. So I just want to touch real quickly on what that initialization script just did for us. If you look at our dev dependencies, not only did it set up a SvelteKit project for us, but it also installs Slice Machine UI and the adapter for SvelteKit for Slice Machine, as well as the Prismic client and the Prismic Svelte package. It also went ahead and synced a bunch of models from the minimal starter with our Prismic repository, and it also created some documents for us. So we already have some documents to go with, but before we run dev, I just want to show you what running npm run dev actually does for us in this starter. We at Prismic have changed the typical dev command to actually run concurrently, which is a library that lets you run multiple things at once. And here you can see we're running npm vite dev, which is how you start the SvelteKit server, as well as npm slice machine, which is the Prismic developer tool, and they both need servers running. So instead of you having to run multiple terminal windows, we have created this little script, and it's just going to run both at once. So if we open up our terminal again and run npm run dev, just like that, this will start both SvelteKit server and Slice Machine. We see the concurrently command right there, and it gives it different prefix colors, although they don't really match up, but at least it's different. For me, vite is orange and Slice Machine is purple. We should see two commands like this. If you don't, if you don't see a success there, go to the troubleshooting part of the course resources doc. So it'll be the last time I remind you of this, but if you ever hit any trouble, go there. I will update this as needed. So I see that SvelteKit is up and running here. I'm going to click here, I'm going to control click there and open up the home page. You should see a welcome to your new website success screen just like this. Very simple, but this means it's up and running. So now this content is actually coming from our Prismic repository. So if we go back to that window, I already clicked refresh or done, and you should see these two documents. Go ahead, open homepage, and you will see the text that we see over in our working site. So welcome to your new website. Go ahead and clear this out. I'm going to select all of it and backspace. And then it says type / for commands. And if we do that, we see just some of these that are available on this rich text. There's more, but they're being limited in the rich text field for right now. But if we choose heading 1, just type hello world, and you can do anything that you want there. I'm going to click publish, And I'm going to go to the homepage, click refresh, and we get our hello world. If we inspect it, we see that yes, it is the H1 that I selected over there. If I change it to an H2, or if you did an H2, you will see that also. So it's working, but we didn't set any of this up. This is kind of done for us automatically. So we want to make sure that you understand how this is working. This is your site. And if you don't understand how the data flows in and flows out, then you're not going to be able to update it and really make it yours. So this is your website. Let's figure out how it works. So let's check out the SvelteKit setup. If we open source, we see that we have this app HTML at the root of source. And that's kind of like the entrance to a SvelteKit project. This is fairly boilerplate HTML, but there is some special stuff in here. It has a link to our favicon right here, and it's using SvelteKit.assets to reference the assets folder in here. It has SvelteKit head, which will get replaced with anything we put in svelte.head. And then the body, which also has SvelteKit.body. This right here, this data SvelteKit preload data hover, this attribute on the body tells SvelteKit to begin fetching data when a visitor hovers on a link so that that next page that they're about to navigate to loads super fast. You can just leave this as default. It is a pretty solid default. So pretty much everything that we create will be put within this part right here. So to find out what that is, let's go a level lower. We're gonna go into routes, and here we have our layout.svelte and our layout.server.js files. The layout server file only has this pre-render auto. We can just leave that as is. And then the layout.svelte file has quite a bit more. Now this file is going to render around every one of our pages. So anything that we want to render on every page, we want to put in here. Here we're using Svelte head, and everything that goes into that spot will get rendered up here in the head for SvelteKit.head. So we have things like the title, we have meta description, meta title, and meta image, and all of that is coming from right here over in our Prismic document. We have this SEO and metadata tab, homepage of your new website, and this random image. Those will all get rendered out right here and get placed in the head of your website. We're gonna add our header and our footer to this layout later when we create them. And we also have the Prismic preview. This will be on every page, and this will just allow your users to use that preview feature that I showed off a little bit ago. And then right here inside of main, here is this slot, and then this is where our pages will get rendered. Before we check out the page, you might be wondering where this data is coming from. This is actually coming from, yes, from the page, from the store of the page. So let's go a layer lower, and we're gonna go inside this preview equals preview. This is kind of weird. This isn't something that you're gonna see normally, but what this does is this allows us to run the Prismic preview feature. So this just checks to see if preview is true, essentially. Every page that we build is going to be inside of this folder. So don't worry about it. This is already configured for you. It's a little bit funky, but as soon as you get over the what, it's not a big deal at all. So SvelteKit has a file system based router, and that means that the routes of our app, like each of the different URLs, are defined by the directories here. So this is essentially going to be the root of our project. So this page right here is going to be like repeatai.com /. Like this is the home page here, right? So we see we have both page.server.js and page.svelte.js. So if we look at page.server.js first, this is where we're going to fetch our data and do anything that needs to be done on the server. As the name implies, this code will only run on the server. Here we see that we are exporting a load function. That's a function that SvelteKit is expecting to see in this file. We're creating a Prismic client and fetching a document from Prismic with the type page and the UID of home. So this get by UID is one of many functions that the client has on it. This will return a typed document. TypeScript is already set up throughout this, and we will just reap the benefits of that throughout this course. Here, from the load function, we are returning page as well as some of these things that we're pulling off of page. And you can see meta description, meta title, and meta image that we are returning, and that is exactly what we are referencing here. Page.data.metatitle. Page is going to have like this object that we are returning becomes the data object. And so that's exactly what our layout is referencing. And it's also what we can reference here inside our page. So we see that we are accepting this prop, and that's how you do it in Svelte. You say export, let data. And so we're saying, hey, we're expecting this as a prop. And then what we are doing from there is pulling these slices off of that page data. And here we see the magic of Prismic, the slice zone component. This is a really handy component that actually does something pretty simple. All the slice zone does is it matches the data coming from Prismic right here with the components that we have in our actual project. So if we go to lib slices, if we open up lib slices, we see our one slice here is the rich text slice. That's all that this minimal starter ships with. So right now from Prismic, we are getting back this one slice. If you go to main, we have just one slice, and we are sending this through to the slice zone and saying, hey, here's all our slices. Please find the matching components and then render those out. So the slice zone matches the data coming in from Prismic and says, oh, it looks like you have a rich text slice. I'm going to go ahead and pass that data to the rich text slice. So it says slice primary content, and it renders out our content for us. So just like I showed you on the final site, each of these slices is just getting passed to a slice zone in an array and getting rendered out with the correct slice matching to it. So that's all we really need to render out pretty much this entire page. It's kind of like a sandwich here. So we have the header at the top, we have the footer at the bottom, and all of the meat and the cheese and the veggies in the middle. Those are slices coming from the slice zone. So I like if the concept isn't clicking yet, it will as we continue to build with it, okay? So that is the data flow that our site currently has. We'll touch on it a lot more as we go, but I wanted you just to get that basic flow of understanding. It comes in from Prismic. We have our app.html that wraps everything, our layout.svelte that kind of wraps inside that, and then each of our pages that we're going to create inside that. And you can see that once we get down there, it can be pretty simple because we've taken care of all of the bigger things above that. The pages aren't going to get much more complex than this because we've put most of our layout and everything in our pages above. Last but not least, this UID allows us to work with any other pages that we create. This is a dynamic route, and that allows us, if you see the home page, oh, I got rid of it, but I think it's, here we go. So if we go, I think it's just like / another or something like that. Let's see. The UID here is another page. So as a default, we get a second document created, and if we go localhost, another page, just like that, you will see another page. And how is that working? Well, in UID, if we look at page.server, we have this entries function here that we're exporting. And that basically has us go and create that Prismic client. And it says, hey, give me all of the pages, right? Get all documents by type page. And then we create an array for SvelteKit of the UIDs from each of the pages. So right now, we really just have those two pages. We have home and we have another page, and each of those has this UID, which is a unique identifier. And this one is another page, so it will create a URL at that location. So that's why we have this. And once it does that, we will then fetch for that data and return that page. So instead of hard coding home like we do here, this is a dynamic route and allows us to essentially build any page. And because of this, we will be able to create pages on the fly and never change our code. So I could create a new page that's just called Alex is Awesome, and I would never need to create any new code to push that page up to our website. That is the way that you can have dynamic pages. So Without further ado, our site is up and running. Let's add Tailwind CSS for our styling. Hey, before we get to the next part, if you're enjoying this course, dropping a like helps us create more great SvelteKit courses like this one. We're going to be making more, so definitely subscribe to the channel so you don't miss them. And if you finish your site and deploy it, I would love to see it. So please drop it in the Prismic community forums, or if you're posting it on social media, tag me. I'm dying to see what you do with it. All right, so to install Tailwind, we're gonna head to the docs. I have it listed right here for you, so you can open the Tailwind docs, as well as the Tailwind Prettier plugin. I'm gonna open both of those. And here it says installing Tailwind CSS with SvelteKit. So we already have a SvelteKit project, that's already done. Now we need to install Tailwind CSS. So go ahead, you can copy these. I'm gonna bring these over to our terminal. I'm gonna open a new terminal and go ahead and paste those in just like that. All right, we're all set there. Now we head back to the installation documentation, and it says in your svelte config.js file, import Vite preprocess to enable processing style tags as post CSS. So we're gonna grab this line, gonna open my svelte config, just there. All right, line 2, I'm gonna paste that there. And it's going to yell at me for not using it yet. I'm going to copy the preprocess line. And so right after kit, I'm going to push comma and save that. Then it says to configure your template paths. And so we're going to copy this line and head to our Tailwind config. That is under the content array. Just going to paste that in and click save. And then add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. So copy here, and we need to create this app CSS. So we have an app.html. I'm going to right click on source, new file, app.css, just like that. Paste those in and hit save. Last but not least, we need to import that CSS file in our layout.svelte file. So go ahead and open routes, and in our layout.svelte, I'm just going to pop this at the top here, just like that. And now, if we head to our page, we should see absolutely no styles. Our hello world should look completely plain, even though it's an H1. That is what Tailwind does. It, with this base import, is going to just wipe out your styles. This is a good sign. We've installed Tailwind. If that's not running, maybe restart your server, try to troubleshoot that. But we are up and running with Tailwind now, so we can begin to style with it. But before we get too deep into it, I want to go ahead and also bring in this automatic class sorting with Prettier. This is a really, really handy plugin to have. So go ahead, open it right here, Prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS. And basically what it does is it arranges the classes in a predetermined way so that as you add them, not only will you have the same order that I have, but you will also be able to catch bugs much more easily. So if you mistype something, it will jump to the front and it'll kind of like give you a hint that you screwed something up. And it's very, very helpful for debugging and figuring out why isn't this thing working. So go ahead and copy this, and we're going to paste it into our terminal in this same second terminal window. I'm going to hit enter. So now it's going to install Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. And then in our Prettier config.js, we're going to add this Prettier plugin Tailwind CSS. But we have a Prettier RC file, which is pretty much the same. But just go ahead and copy that string. And in our Prettier RC, we already have Prettier plugin svelte. Just put a comma and add that. It should auto format, and we are set. All right, just to check and make sure that indeed our Tailwind setup is working, go ahead and go to lib slices rich text, head to index.svelte, and we can just, on this section, it says class container, we're just going to say, inside the class here, we're going to put text red 500, just like that. And now we should immediately see this text turn red. It's obviously not what we're going for, but I just want to show you that Tailwind is set up and working. Even this container class here is giving us some Tailwind styles that we are working with. We can get rid of this entire thing because we will be using Tailwind. But you can see once you hover over something, it will give you a bit of a hint. And if I were to move this in front here and then save, you see how it shifts container back over there? So that is the prettier plugin saying this is the order for things. And as we add lots and lots of classes, it's going to continue to come in and help us out. So it's very handy. So I'm going to remove this text red 500, keep the, or I'll get rid of container also because we will not be using that. We're going to use this rich text slice for our case studies, but other than that, we're not going to be using it too much. But next, I want to install our font. So if we go over to course resources, we see font source. So this is my favorite way to add fonts to SvelteKit projects by installing them locally. Adding them with Google Fonts, like yes, we are using a Google font for this project, and you can go ahead and add the script tag in, but I think serving it locally is a lot better, especially because you get around GDPR issues where your users don't have to interact with Google in any way. They're getting this font directly from the same place that they're getting all of the rest of the files for the website. So you are going to either type in DM Sans or just click the link where I link to DM Sans on font source. But this has pretty much every Google font, every like open source font. Font source is a really awesome site. So whenever you're working with fonts in SvelteKit, come on over here and I don't know, enter, right? Like boom, there you go. There's enter and even ender. But for us, we're doing DM Sans. And click into there. And we're going to choose install up here. And so it says in npm install at font source variable DM Sans. Go ahead and copy that. And in our terminal, we're going to paste that in. It's going to install that font, and we are set. Because we want it on every page, we're going to copy this import, and we're going to add that import to our layout.svelte. Come in here. Paste that right in there. We can remove the supports weights 100 to 900. The reason it's saying supports weights 100 to 900 is because we are in the variable version. If you're not familiar with variable fonts, it basically lets us change the weight or maybe even other things depending on the font. Like you could change to italics and many other things if the font allows for it with just one file, where static for each weight you import, you see like all the files I'm adding, that's a pain in the butt. And then there's also an italic for each or whatever. With variable, it's just right there. And we can optimize for different things and everything. But all we're doing for this site is the weight. So just handle that. And then we were going to add it to the body. But instead of grabbing this, let's go ahead to our course resources and grab our first little code snippet from there. So go to components and find app.css. And here you'll see we have a few different properties in here, a few different classes, and body DM Sans variable is one of those. We will be adding a few things as we go along, but I'm going to go ahead and save my layout file, and in our app.css, I'm going to overwrite this because what we just pasted in does have that Tailwind stuff already. We don't have our noise texture yet, and these other things we will be adding as we go, but you will see that these will come in handy. And I can talk through them, but it's just not going to be fun to just type them out for the sake of typing. I don't want you to get typing practice. I want you to get coding practice and understand how to build websites. So font family, DM Sans variable. Let's check it out. We have hello world. Let's inspect it because it looks kind of similar to what it was. I want to make sure that we're actually getting DM Sans variable. I thought it would show at the end, at the bottom there. Okay, so if you go into computed, let me make this bigger for you, and scroll all the way to the bottom. There it is. Family name, DM Sans, and that's what we're looking for. Font. It's a network resource, so that means it's not coming from my local machine. So if you're ever curious if like, did my font setup work? Am I seeing enter because it's installed on my computer, or enter because everyone else is going to see it because I successfully set it up? This is a good way to determine what font you're seeing and where it came from. So Just a little tip there for you. So that means that we set it up correctly. Well done. And one last thing, just because we pasted in the code, let's go ahead and get this background image working. So it says assets, noise texture.svg. So what I'm going to do is in static folder, I'm going to create a new folder called assets, just like that. And we're going to head to our course resources doc. By the way, the website's going to have this purple icon. Course resources will have this orange one. And we are going to grab the noise texture.svg. So it is an SVG that I will explain. But if you want to go make your own, because you're customizing this site in any kind of way, this is the noise texture generator, can't talk, from our friends over at Fuel. And you can't really see much there, but as you mess with the settings, it'll become a lot more like vibrant or whatever. So I've created one with this generator. It's an awesome little generator. So make sure you go ahead and copy this noise texture.svg, copy that, and we're going to create a file named, guess it's noise texture.svg. If you guessed that, well done. All right, go ahead, paste that in and hit save. And the cool thing about this is that it is just using SVG filters. Like it's a very, very small file, only 53 lines of code. And it's going to create a cool little, a very subtle, let's see if it worked. Yeah, so you might not be able to see it on my screen. Let me see if I can make it big enough. Yeah, not sure if the video is going to pick that up, but it's a very subtle little texture in the background. You can tweak it in the generator as much as you want and make it fit the style that you're going for. But for us, I just want a little bit of noise in the background that, like, as people scroll, you might be able to see it back there. So that is our noise. It's subtle, it's great, and we are set. So now that we're set up with this, we're going to get into building out the header and the footer in the next section. All right, so now we're going to create the header and the footer for our site. So we're going to create this up here as well as, yes, the footer at the bottom. So we are going to need to open Slice Machine. And to do that, we're going to head back to our terminal, and you can scroll all the way up, or you can just go to localhost 9999. Up to you how you want to do it, but I'm scrolling back and opening it like that. It's going to be big if you've zoomed in like me. Hopefully you don't have to, but to show you the hello world, I'm zooming in a lot. So here we have Slice Machine. You can see we have page types, custom types, and slices. This minimal starter started with one page type, and we just call it page. And that has a UID and the title, and we see that over here when we look at our page. It is our UID and our title, and then it has available slices. And the only slices that are available on this type is the rich text field. This doesn't have any custom types yet. Hint, hint, we're going to do that right now. And the difference between a custom type and a page type is essentially, is the content that you are creating, is this data type going to map directly to a website, or is it just some content that you need to reference in other ways? So for instance, when we go to page type and click create, it's going to give us ideas for things like a product page, a landing page, a blog post, that sort of thing. But if you go to custom types and click create, it's like side menu, testimonial, author, right? So these are things that we are going to be using with custom types. Global nav, settings footer, this, so these are the different things that we can create with either of these. It's not the end of the world if you choose the wrong one. You can always convert a custom type to a page type or back, and it's not going to really change the way that your data is fetched or anything else. But there are some nice things with page types that if you are creating a page for it, it's going to really help, and it'll make sense for us then. And here's our slices folder. So we have our rich text slice, and when we need to create more, we will go there and create them. But for now, let's head to our custom types and create our first one. So this will give you a bit of like some help. So if you want to create like side menus, testimonials, authors, choose reusable. But for us, we want a global nav slash setting slash footer. We're kind of combining all of this into one type that we're going to call settings. So go ahead and name it that, choose single type and click create. So the custom type comes in and we are able to add whatever fields we need to. I'm going to go ahead and click add a new field. And this first one, we just want the text that says what the name of our site is. So I'm going to come down here to key text and click that. And you see it says a simple text string field. Different from rich text, which is here, which is rich text field with formatting options. So that's for bold, italic, images, heading 1, heading 2, etc. Lists, right? All that stuff is rich text. It can get really complex, many paragraphs. All I want is a string. I just want a string that says repeat AI. So for the field name, I'm going to call this site title, just like that. And it'll give it an ID for me. And I click add. That's it. For a meta description, I'm going to add another key text. So meta description. It's going to be a fallback meta description for the whole site. We'll be able to set page specific descriptions, but if we forget to set one on a page, I don't want our site to get hit and penalized for SEO. So for this next one, we're going to create a fallback OG image. I'm going to go here, click image, and I'm going to call it OG image, just like that. All right, next we want to model the data for our menu. We want our content team to be able to create as many menu items as they would like, as well as say if it is a CTA button or not. So for that, we want to create a group field. So go ahead and click group, and anything we put inside this will have a repetition for each of the fields, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second. So go ahead and call this navigation. Hit enter, and now we're going to add fields inside of this navigation. First, I'm going to create a link, and I'm just going to call this link, and then I need a label for that link. So go ahead to key text and say label. And last but not least, I want a Boolean field that lets them decide if it becomes a CTA button. So I'm going to say CTA button. Just like that. So if that's true, we want the cool button. If it's false, which will be the default, we want just a regular link. And so each time they add a navigation item, each item will have a link, a label, and a CTA button created for it. So we don't need to save anything in Slice Machine. It's all automatically saved for us. The only thing we have to do is decide when we are ready to review our changes. And we see that we have a new type. It's a settings type. And we push that change up to Prismic. And as soon as we do, we can head back to our repeat AI repository in Prismic, and I can click create new, and it'll give me the option for page or settings. So I'm going to go ahead and create this settings type. And I'm going to name the site title repeat.ai. Meta description, I'm going to come with something quickly of like repeat AI or .ai allows you to create videos that people will want to see again and again. Cool. And then for our OG image, what we're going to do, if you haven't yet, go ahead and download this assets zip, or if you would like, download each of these, because we're going to use this OG image, but also you're going to want some of these other images just in your repository. So go ahead and download all of them, or just, the zip is there, it's convenient. And what it unzips to is something like this. And you should see all of these images, and we're going to drag those into our Prismic repository. So here, go ahead and click select image for OG image. All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all of these items and I'm just going to drag them in to our Prismic repository. The thumbnails, we're going to use that for a different thing, so you don't need to drag those in. But in here, go ahead and find OG image, and I'm just going to say add to page. The way we're using it, we don't need any alt text for it. But if this was an image that's getting displayed on the page itself and not just as some metadata, we would want to put some alt text so that gets rendered there. For our repeatable zone, the navigation, we have two pages here, and I'm going to link to a Prismic page, and we should see homepage or another page. I'm just gonna link to another page. We're gonna rename this so it's called like features or something. But for now, we'll just link to that and say features. And CTA button, it is not going to be a CTA button, but I would like for us to also have like a sign up button. We're just going to link to, to the same exact page. It doesn't really matter. I'll say sign up. And that is going to be true for our CTA button. Now, if I save this, I want to give it a name up at the top. I'm going to hit save and I'm going to click publish. Now we will be able to query this in our SvelteKit project. And this is going to have some of the information that we want for both our header and our footer, namely, or most notably, the link items here, okay? So that's why we're creating the settings file that we will query and use the data for both our header and our footer down here. So let's head to our project and take a look at how we are fetching data in our actual page, because that is how we want to do it in our layout as well. So in our page.server.js, I'm going to hide our terminal. We have our client that we are creating. We're passing it the fetch and the cookies that come in from our load functions arguments. And we are then fetching that page. We're getting by UID. And then we're returning that data. So we can see that page is typed as a page document. We can dig into that. But basically, go ahead into page server.js, and we're going to copy the create client from lib prismic.io, and we're going to paste that in our layout server. I'm going to put that right there. And then going back to the page, we want to also grab a load function just like this. So export async function load. We're just gonna copy this whole thing just like that, and we will edit it inside the layout server.js file. So we can also export a load function from a layout file. So this is all correct. That'll stay the same. We're creating our client, and we are going to change this line because we don't want a page, we want our settings file, and we can do this one from scratch. So I'll say const settings equals await, because it's going to return a promise. We'll say client dot get single, and that is because when we created this custom type, let me go back here real quick. When we created that custom type, we chose that it was a single type, and that's the big difference between querying for this, where page is a reusable type, so we needed to specify which page, but because this is a single, we just need to say what the type is, and check this out. We have a lot of help coming from the types that are generated by Slice Machine, where it's really tough to make an error or like get lost or confused when you are querying from Prismic, because we only have two options, and those are the options that we've created. So I'm going to go ahead and choose settings, and then the only thing it's complaining about now is the fact that, hey, you're not doing anything with settings, and this is like, page doesn't exist. So we're just going to return settings inside of this object, which is the same as doing settings, but this is a nice little shorthand, and it'll have the same result. So now that we're getting our data back, we actually need to do something with it, right? So I am going to come in here and show you that we want to put it above and below our main element here. So essentially I want a header like that, and I want a footer like that, but we don't have either of those components created. So let's create those. I'm gonna go ahead and scroll up, and up in lib, I'm going to create a new folder right next to slices called components, just like that. And I'm going to create a new file called header.svelte. And to start here, all I want to do is just return a header component and just say repeat.ai in there. And I'm going to create a component that's a footer.svelte. And for that, I want a footer and goodbye, or whatever you want to put in there, right? Just to kind of show, all right, that's our footer. Now we should be able to come here, and if you hit Command or Control period, we should be able to import this automatically. It doesn't seem to be coming in, so it might not have picked up on it yet. But if yours doesn't work like mine isn't, That's fine. We're going to go ahead and import it ourselves manually, the old-fashioned way. So I'm going to say import header from, and I've got my Copilot on. I'll turn that off in a second, but you can see it is helping me out. $lib/components/header dot svelte. If I hit save there, I'll get an error for the footer. But let me also do that, and we are set there. All right, I've turned Copilot off. Let's go check our website and see. We have repeat AI, we have hello world, and we have goodbye. Perfect. So we are rendering out just basic header and footer. Now we want to actually get that data into the header and the footer. So in order to do that, luckily we're already importing page from app stores. And so we can pass some of that data into our header and our footer. To both of these, we're going to pass a settings object. So we're going to say settings equals $, because we're pulling from the store, page.data.settings. Just like that. Oh, make sure you don't typo. And it's going to say, hey, it's not expecting a settings prop. What's going on? We are going to fix that in just a second. First, let's start with our footer, since that is the simpler of the two. We can go ahead into our footer. And above the footer element, we're going to create a script tag. If you're not familiar with Svelte, all of our JavaScript will happen inside the script tag, and we can use anything that we pull in through here in our HTML markup. So we need to say, hey, we're expecting a settings prop. So we're going to say export let settings, just like that. So now inside this footer, we need to do a couple things. We need to both show the logo over here, as well as render out the links that the settings custom type has in it. So first, let's start by creating a nav in here. And then inside that nav, we're going to just do a regular link. So href equals / just to take us home. And inside this a tag, we're going to add that SVG, right? We want that word mark here. And we actually have a word mark component waiting for us. So wordmark.svelte. So come on in here, and you can see I put a little comment here saying where this goes. So copy this, and in components/wordmark.svelte, we're going to add that. So new file, wordmark.svelte, and we're going to paste that in. And you shouldn't need to touch anything in here. This is just an SVG. There's nothing fancy about this, but just saves us a little time. And now we can say word mark, just like that. And we need to import word mark from /wordmark.svelte. And that should work just fine. Let's just check our home page. We see, yes, we get repeat AI. Looking good. Oh, we got to remove that comment, right? Because that comment's happening in JavaScript. So a little mistake on my part, no big deal. So from there, because wordmark doesn't have any text to go with it, it's not screen reader friendly. So in here, we want to have a span, and I'm going to say .sr only, just like that. And if I hit tab, that'll create a span with a class of sr only. And in here, what we can do is we can render out the site title that we're getting from settings. But right now, unfortunately, if I start going settings, it helps me out there. But beyond that, it doesn't know what this is supposed to be. It has no idea the types on this settings object. So we're kind of flying alone, and we have to go back to Slice Machine, go into our settings file, and like check these different attributes. So I kind of go settings.data.site-title, and that should work, but see, it's still not happy because like it implicitly has an any type. So let's go ahead and type our settings prop that we're getting in. So it's a little bit verbose, but once we get one of these done, the others won't be a problem. So we're going to go /* or asterisk, you know, whatever you want to call it. Say at type, then curly brackets, import, parentheses, quotes, at Prismic io/client. So it should help you there a little bit, hopefully. And then after the parentheses, we'll do period, content, and that should help you, hopefully. Settings, document, just like that. So once you get this part out of the way, the rest should be helped along. And now settings gets typed. And now if we get rid of this stuff, let's see, if I hit control space, we see that, yes, it is typed. So that data is back. If I hit period and then control space again, we see our different attributes here. So typing really helps us out. And yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too tricky. So site title, we'll put that there. And now if we inspect our homepage, if we inspect here, we are gonna get outside of this SVG, but just under the SVG, we see that there is a span that we can't see, but screen readers will pick up on, that will tell those users what this says. So if you have a link going home, you're definitely going to want to have some text there. We can even add, or I would like to add homepage. All right, so under that A tag, we're going to create a UL for unordered list. And inside that, we are going to do curly brackets and then hashtag each settings.data.navigation, and then as item, and say parentheses item.label, just like that. And then inside there, I'm going to go ahead and close the each. And here I'm going to, so this is going to loop over our navigation. And just a heads up, this is the unique key for each item. So the item label is going to be used as unique key. So li, oh, not la, li, just like that. And inside that, we're going to use Prismic link to render out each of the links. So I'm going to start typing Prismic link, and I'm going to hit enter to automatically import it from Prismic Svelte. And I'm going to say field is equal to item.link class. We'll get into styling soon. I'll hold off on that for now. And then item.label is going to be the text that's rendered inside. So if we go ahead and save that and head back to our homepage, we see features and we see sign up, and they should both take us to another page. Welcome to your other page. Go back to the homepage, and we have our hello world there. Features, yep. Sign up keeps us there. Perfect. All right, so while we're here, let's go ahead and style this footer to style our first component of the course. I've put them side by side so you can see the effect as we go. So we're going to open up this nav and give it a class equals, and I am going to explain the Tailwind for the first couple components as we go, but eventually I'm not going to break down each and every class. But let's go ahead and add flex call, and I'll explain at the end of this list. Items -center, justify -between, gap 6, border T, say border gray, that's 600, and px -8, py -7, and md : flex row. So let's take a look at each of these classes. Like I said, I'll explain these now, but as we go, we'll continue to use some of the same classes over and over again. So flex, this is just adding display flex. We have our flex direction. So on small devices, it's flex column, so it's going to go up and down. And then on larger devices, 768 pixels or larger, the direction will be row. And if I save this footer, we might see some of the effects. Yeah, so that's on a smaller device, but if I zoom out, you'll see that it goes to row. So that's flex column, and that's flex row. Where were we? Here we go. Item center, that is what is aligning this in the center there. And justify between is what's spacing these out. So it's creating this gap. And then in addition to that, gap 6, so when we go to that, like when these items need to be right next to each other, that is what is creating that little gap in there. If we inspect it, we'll see, let me inspect here. We'll see that between the UL and that, I'm trying to get past the SVG, there we go. Between there, we see that little gap in there, that is the gap 6. And if you hover this, it will tell you exactly what the pixel value is. Border top is what's giving us that little line there, and then we set the color border border I don't know why there's an X there. Border gray 600. There we go. And then PX is giving us padding on the left and the right, and PY gives us padding on the top and the bottom. So that is the style just for the nav. Now we also need to add a little bit of styling to the list. So on this UL, open that up, say class, and we're going to give that a flex and a gap 6. And there we go. That's looking a lot better. Let me zoom out here, and that's looking really nice. Now on Prismic link, we can add a class right to this, and we're going to say inline flex min h11. I'll explain that. And items center. So inline flex is a different display property. It gives us the benefits of flex while not turning it into a block element. For min height 11, the reason we're doing this is because on mobile devices, it is a standard where in order to allow people to tap it successfully, to tap any link or anything that they would need to tap, you want to have a minimum height of about 42 pixels. And this just makes sure that that's always going to happen so that this link never gets too small. So you see, like, even as I get close to it, I'm able to tap it. So just a little accessibility standard there for you. And then item center is just going to align any item, or it's going to align the text within that or anything we put in there. So that like it also has the link so that the spacing's even, right? So I think if we get rid of that, that would, yeah, that puts it at the top, and it just looks a little, it's not what you would expect, right? If I'm tapping features, I want to tap it from the top as much as from the bottom. So that's why we have those styles. And last but not least here, I didn't explain this, but this is a style that Tailwind ships with, and it's really handy because it has a whole bunch of properties on it. But this is like a kind of a standard that developers have come up with in order to make something screen reader only, so that it doesn't show up visibly, but it shows up for screen readers. So you don't have to remember any of this, but just the SR only classes are really, really handy for instances like that. And just speaking of accessibility, before we wrap up this footer, go ahead on the nav, go ahead and say aria label. We're going to just say footer. And this is because we're going to have a couple of navs on our site. We're going to have a nav in the header and in the footer. And this announces to screen readers which navigation that is. And just real quick, if you are not seeing the same like hover effects for Tailwind as I am, it's probably because you don't have the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense plugin added to your VS Code. So go here to the Extensions tab and type Tailwind, and it's this one, the Tailwind Labs one. It is really, really great. It helps you with a whole lot of stuff. Autocomplete, linting, lots. Yeah, the hover preview is what I've been using to show you the value for each of these classes. So definitely get this installed. It will be a huge time saver for you. All right, now if we take a look at our header, and especially if we do it on mobile, we see that it actually is a little bit more complex than our footer. One, it has this menu that kind of slides in, and it has essentially like two different modes, where this is like the desktop where you see links up here, and then mobile where it gets tucked away. We are going to, for now, just kind of copy over the footer code in order to kind of keep moving and get into what I think is the more fun stuff. We will come back and fix our header navbar, but I want to get you into the slice production and not spend the first hour of this course just making headers and footers. So we are going to copy over some code from our footer. Go ahead and let's grab Prismic link and word mark and setting. Yeah, basically grab this whole script. I'm going to grab the script tag too. That makes sense, right? Don't need to type that again. I'm going to paste that in there, and then I'm just going to grab the inside of, well, you know what? I'm going to grab all of it. I could have copied the whole thing. Maybe you are smarter than I. And I'm going to change footer to header, just like that. Make sure it copied down there. Cool. And then I'm going to change this aria label to main. And let's actually just save this and see how that looks. So far, so good. It's kind of what we want. The only change we want to make is let's actually use that neat little button link. I want to pull this in now. So I've got this saved for us over here in our course resources. I've got buttonlink.svelte. If you come on in here, you'll see the reason we're copy pasting this isn't because like it's complex in its own nature, right? It's just a link, but the classes. I'll talk about this as soon as we copy it in. So copy that. Let's go ahead and create a new component called buttonlink.svelte. Just like that. Go ahead and paste that in and remove the little comment at the top. And okay. So I almost forgot. We need to install a new library, and I will explain why we need this. So it's called CLSX. So hit Control or Command backtick and open up your terminal. And we're going to create a new terminal. If you don't already have two, I only had one open. I'm going to say npm I CLSX, just like that. Hit enter. And what CLSX does is it allows us to construct class name or just class strings conditionally. So here in the docs, you can see some examples of them using it. So if you just pass it any number of arguments, it will combine them into one single string so that you don't have to handle lots of complicated logic on your own. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. See the kitchen sink with nesting and all that, and it just gives you that one clean string. That's what we're kind of using it for. Anytime that we need any sort of like combination of classes that we do want, that we know we need on this component, as well as anything that we pass in as like, maybe we need some extra margin top on this link. We want to tack that on the end and combine it. That's why we're using CLSX. So I have CLSX installed now. It's still yelling at me, but that's fine. It is installed. So basically this takes in an optional class name. So that's why we have it as string or undefined. So this is completely optional, but what it does is it's going to pull the field or the document off of the prop. So this little $$ rest props is the Svelte way of pulling off all of the props that are passed in. So here we're just saying, hey, all of our props, if there's a field on there, pass that to field, document, set that as document, and whatever else is on there, if there's an ARIA label or anything else, just add that to this element, and that's what that spread there will do. And then if we pass anything inside the button link element, it'll get added here, and that's just going to be our text. I'll show you that in a second. But all of these styles, basically what's going on here is that when you hover over this button, it's changing color, as you can tell, but there's also a subtle little like pulsing glow that's going on that you'll probably be able to tell on your screen better than watching mine. But what we are doing is we have the after pseudo element that we are adding to this button so that glow is kind of coming from behind, and we're changing the opacity on that with this Tailwind class animate pulse. And you can see it has this animation, pulse, 2 seconds, cubic Bezier, etc. And it basically drops the opacity to 0.5. We're playing with some opacity here. This isn't like a thing that we're going to dive really deeply into, but I at least want you to know how it works. So we essentially have the link itself, and then we are adding an element or a pseudo element with this after Tailwind property. And so we're setting it to absolute and just basically making it the same size as the button itself. And then we're blurring it a little bit, I think. Yeah, we have some blur on it, and we're just editing the transition so that it's a little bit smoother, and it kind of gets people excited to click. So that is our button link element. Pretty simple in terms of the markup, but then the CSS gets a little bit funky. So if you save that button link and head to our header, we can go ahead and import that. I'm going to say instead of word mark, button link. So we have both of those imported. And then we want to come down to our each. And just inside that, I want to do an if statement. So if, and I have a svelte, let's see. I'm sure I have some extensions for, yeah. So you might also want to grab this VS Code extension because it helps with things like what I just did with auto creating each and if, all that kind of stuff. So can be very helpful. But we're doing hashtag if item.cta underscore button. So if that is true, remember that's our Boolean. It should show. Yep, that's a Boolean. And so if that is true, then we want to use our button link instead of just the regular Prismic link. So we're going to say button link, and we're going to pass it the field is equal to item.link. And then we're going to close this, and then inside we want to pass item.label, just like that. And then we need to have an else, so colon else, like that. And we're going to move this if underneath the li so that it's inside the each. So it should say each, if, else, if, each. All right, so if you're not too familiar with Svelte, we are still looping over our navigation array. And so that's each item. Let me zoom this out a little bit. That's each item that we have here. So features and sign up. And it's already working, so that's great. But we loop over the navigation. We have our features and sign up items. If that item has on it a property of CTA button as true, then render it as a button link. Otherwise, just render it as a plain old link. Oh, and we should wrap this in our li so that it's consistent. So li, didn't mean to do that. And then close that li. So we're returning list items either way, but what is inside that list item differs. And actually, you know what? I'm going to simplify this code, move the li's out, because we don't need to duplicate or to do that twice, right? So we render an li, what's inside that is what changes. So that's why we now get the button. We're not going to do it in the footer just because footers are typically a little bit more plain, but in our header, we definitely want that CTA button to show up. Great work. We'll come back later to make this mobile friendly and finish it off and make it all stylish and stuff, but for now, that is good enough to move on. All right, now we want to create our very first slice for this project. We're going to be starting off with the hero slice here. We'll go through and create the bento and the showcase and the case studies and the integrations and the call to action, all one after another. But we are starting off with the big, beautiful hero section. So we're going to go into Slice Machine and head to the Slices tab, and we're going to click Create, and we're just going to call this Hero. And hit Create. And that's going to do a couple of things for us. Let's check that out real quick just to see exactly what we're getting when we click that Create button. So in source, in lib, we have this slices folder, and I showed you the rich text before, but we now have a hero folder. And with that hero, we now have a couple things that Slice Machine just auto-generated for us. So we have just a very, very simple placeholder svelte component. So here's our just text. We can see this in a moment, but there's not a whole lot going on here, but it is showing us the slice type. So if we were to render this, it would say placeholder component for hero variation default, because our slice gets created with a default variation. We can create many variations, like if you want to have the hero have, let's say, the image on the right and the text on the left, or some other difference where it's kind of a dramatic change, you can create variations for that. But for this one, we're just going to have the single variation. We also have a model.json. And right now, all it does is really say what the name of the slice is. But as we add fields to it, kind of like how we did with our custom types, as we added settings, you see here in the index.json, it automatically fills out this JSON file for us. And we have our image, our OG image, our navigation, right? Like, so these were the things that we selected in our UI for Slice Machine, and it goes ahead and handles all of that for us. So in our model here, we don't have anything yet, but let's go ahead and add some fields. So to figure out what we need to add, let's look at the actual component itself. So like if your designer hands you this and says, all right, this is the hero, go ahead and make it, you're going to need to kind of pick it apart field by field, right? So right here, we have a heading. Then we have a paragraph or like maybe like a body field. Then we have this button. So we're going to need two fields for this. We're going to need a link field, kind of like we have for this, where there's a link field and then also a text field for what that text is going to say. Because even if if it links to features, you might not want it to say features. You might want it to say something like download now, right? And then we have this image, and that's pretty much all the hero has. It has those fields. So let's go ahead and add those now. So I'm going to start with and we're going to put it in the non-repeatable zone because none of these elements, like you don't want to give your content team the ability to add two headings or two bodies, or I mean, two buttons makes sense, and you can do that. But for this design, we don't want that. And two images could make sense, but for this design, we just want one of each. So it's all going in the non-repeatable zone here. If we wanted to repeat, and we will do this later, we will put things in the repeatable zone. So for now, non-repeatable zone, add a new field, and we're doing that heading first. So click rich text and type heading, just like that. Choose add, and then we want to go ahead in and edit. So click that little pencil button right there. And because this is only going to be an H1, and we're only doing the H1 for the hero because it's like, the main part of the page and the first element pretty much always, we don't want to give the ability to make it an H6 or an H4 or a bulleted list or a regular paragraph or a link. So we're going to unselect everything, and then we're going to choose an H1 right there. We're not going to allow multiple paragraphs for this one, but yeah. So we'll uncheck that. We will allow that sometimes. Like for instance, down here, this is 2 paragraphs because we want to make sure that it stacks like this, right? So your videos, your workflow. But for this one, it's just going to be 1 paragraph. So I'm going to unselect the show multiple or allow multiple paragraphs. So we click done. And there's our first field. It auto-saved. So I just want to show you real quick, and you will never have to worry about this JSON file. I just want you to understand what Slice Machine is doing. It is writing to this file locally. So config, label heading. We don't have a placeholder for it, but we could allow target blank true, and it is just allowing heading 1. So that is what is happening behind the scenes. Don't ever edit this JSON file unless you have a really good reason to. It's not going to break anything, but like I don't want you ever feeling like you have to go in and write this by hand. That's the whole point of Slice Machine. So we're going to close that up and just focus on adding the rest of our fields. So let's add another rich text field. Go ahead and click rich text, and we're going to just call this body. And in here, we want to unselect everything except we want to allow it as a paragraph. And sure, we can maybe toss in some bold and italic. That is fine. But yeah, so it's going to be up to your designer for the most part, or maybe you and some other people to determine what you want to allow. But like, I definitely don't want them to be able to put an image in this spot right here. That would be a mess. So I'm going to click done. Next field, let's go ahead and add a link. So I'm going to click link. I'm going to say button link, just like that. And then another field. Now this one can just be a key text because I only want that string, right? Like I don't want a whole bunch of stuff going on inside that button. So I'm just going to say button text or label. Let's go ahead and say label. Button label, hit enter. And then last but not least, we want that image. I'm just going to call this image because it's the only one. So normally, if you were using a typical CMS, you would have to go over to your CMS. Well, I would have to push the changes first, and then go over to your CMS. And in order to see any kind of changes, we would have to add this slice, add some fake data in our CMS, and then refresh our page and go through it that way. We're like, I need to be able to see this component to build it out, right? So that could be kind of like a time-consuming process where you're like constantly making fake data and adding that in and figuring out how to fetch it from your CMS. It just becomes a really slow and kind of painful process. that is one of the best parts of Slice Machine, where we have the ability to what we call simulate the slice. So if you click the simulate button at the top here next to autosave, click simulate, it's going to open the simulator. And so we call this the slice simulator. Now it looks like there's nothing there, but that's because there's our placeholder component text hidden because it is white on white. But you see it says hero, variation default. And we have some mock content over here that as soon as we start to build out the actual like svelte component, we can use this mock content, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. But first, we need to fix the fact that we are on a white background. So in your VS Code, head to routes, and then you should see Slice Simulator as a folder. This is one of the things that the template starter gave us, and this is how we are simulating that page. This Slice Simulator component is a really clever implementation that allows us to render locally each slice, as well as later get these slices live updating. So when I showed you the live update feature, that is using Slice Simulator deployed to Vercel. So what we need to do is, so it's just passing in our slices and our components. What we need to do here is on Slice Simulator, hit a space and background. We're going to put that equal to, and we'll put quotes, hashtag 030712. That is just the color that our background has. We would normally use the CSS, the Tailwind class that we are using on our body, but this is close enough, and that's just how the Slice Simulator API works. We can't put like a class on it, but we can pass it a background string. So now we should see that if I refresh, there we go. So we now have the white text, and we can now start to build this out in a really nice way. So let's start to get our actual data displaying in our slice. So another really nice kind of shortcut that Slice Machine gives us is show code snippets. And if I hit that little toggle, we see we get Prismic rich text, and it shows you, or it passes the correct data shape into each rich text field, or just because this doesn't need a rich text field, it's just going to be that actual string, the image component, the link component. All of these are really, really handy. So we're going to go ahead and copy these one at a time. I'm going to say copy, and I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to paste this in. It's going to yell at me a little bit because this isn't imported. But if I click on Prismic rich text and hit Control or Command period, it'll give me the option to add import from Prismic Svelte, and that is a VS Code helping. That's a thing from VS Code. That's not a Prismic thing necessarily, so you can always do that. But I'm just going to go ahead and copy each one. If it doesn't have the import, I am going to use that Control period trick and import it from prismic.io/svelte. And for the button label, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put that inside the Prismic link. You see where it says link there? I'm going to just paste that right in there. And last but not least, the image, and I need to import that as well. So if we do all of that, we should have Prismic image, Prismic link, Prismic rich text coming from that package. If we do all of that and come back, just reload this real quick, and we should see our heading, our body paragraph, our link. If we hover over it, once again, because it's Tailwind, it's not going to be styled. But we can see that it is a link going to slicemachine.dev. And then you saw that huge image come in from Unsplash. And that is the mock data coming in the same way that it would if it were coming from Prismic directly. But remember, we didn't add anything to Prismic. This is all just local mock data. And if we go look at our mocks.json, we see that exact content there. So we see our little lorem ipsum. We see the text buried, which is just a random word. This is just lots of random stuff that we can go ahead and change just to make it look kind of fancy. I'm going to copy it right from our final site. So I'm just going to go just to see and make sure that it's going to look the way I want it to. So I'm copying each thing. You could keep that lorem ipsum text. It doesn't really matter, but download now. And the image, let's replace it with a horizontal image. Yeah, something like that. All right, yeah, let's go for that. No, that's the one. That's for sure the one. All the other ones weren't good. I'm glad I held out for that one. But there we go. So click Save Mock Content, and then we'll see that it should, yep, videos will watch again and again. So it will now use this, and we can style it and see how it updates. So I'm going to close the editor by hitting this little toggle there. It goes away. And then I'm going to put these side by side, just like that. And now I'll be able to style it as we need. So we will soon create a component, or I guess we're going to grab it from our course resources doc. But for now, we can just keep this section as is. And inside that, I want to wrap everything else in a div. So I'm just going to say period relative, just like that. And I'm going to hit tab. And that's going to create a div with the class relative. I like to start my divs like that if I know what class is going on there. That way it just saves me some time from typing class equals quote, that kind of thing. So I'm going to move the div all the way down. I'm holding Alt and using the up and down keys if you want to know how I'm moving stuff around like that. Really, really handy tip there. And now I'm going to also add text center to that div. And now this div is going to be the parent element to each of our heading, our body, our button, and our image. So we're going to put everything else inside that. But we want to do, let's see if, no, that doesn't do it. So if, there we go. Just wanted to see how the shortcut worked there. So slice dot primary dot heading. So if there is that heading filled in and it's saying empty block, doesn't like that, we're going to put that inside of it. But instead of Prismic rich text, we're going to use Prismic text, and I'll explain why. Prismic rich text is great for if you want to render out a whole bunch of different content, or if you want to render out paragraphs, and you need to keep that formatting, right? We don't really care about the formatting on this particular H1 because we essentially just need a string back, right? But the reason why we went ahead and made it in H1, see if I can, there we go. The reason why we set this to an H1 is it's going to look a lot better in our CMS once we push that up. So we don't actually need the H1 that they're giving us back. We're going to change this. So go ahead and change this to just Prismic text and import that like we did for Prismic rich text. And what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this in an H1. And I'm going to give that H1, let's see, text balance. So H1 period text balance. If I hit tab, actually I think this abbreviation might show me what it turns out to be. No, it's not going to, but there you go. So however you want to do it, create an H1, put our Prismic text inside of it, and now we're going to have an H1 that has a class of text balance. Let me see if I inspect this. We should see, if I scroll over, H1 class text balance, and there's only a string inside. It's only text inside. If I turn this back to rich text, we're going to get two H1s stacked inside of one another. Let me inspect that. And so that's what we don't want because we don't have a super easy way to style that H1 because Prismic rich text right here doesn't necessarily know what it's going to return. It could return one element. It could return 100 if it's like a full blog post. So we are opting into Prismic text. We just want a string back, and we are going to wrap it in our own H1, and that's how we are going to style this H1. There's lots of ways to do this. In different courses, I've done different things, but for this, I really like the way that we're going to be styling this to just say, hey, this is going to be an H1. I know it's an H1. Just give me back the string, and I'm going to style it right here. All right, from here, we're going to type text 5XL, font medium, and then MD text 7XL. So on medium-sized screens and above, it's going to be 7XL, which is 4.5 rems, and then below that is going to be 3 rem. So that's already looking a lot better, and yeah, that's what we want. Now, the reason we're doing this if statement is that if this is empty, we don't want this H1 rendering, right? Because it's going to look weird if it's just like that. We don't want the H1 showing up at all, right? Even if it's empty. So we're going to do the same thing for each of these other elements. So do an if, and I'm going to say slice.primary dot, what's this one? Body. I'm going to put the body inside of it. And this one you can go ahead and just wrap in a paragraph tag. And we can change this to Prismic text. You could also like wrap it in a div and have these styles. It's not that big of a deal either way. But I'm going to wrap it in a p tag. And I'm going to give this a class. And we're going to say mx auto, mt 6 max w md, text balance, text gray 300. Now, I didn't touch on this text balance thing yet, but this is a really nice progressive enhancement that right now only works in Chrome, but when it's there, it's wonderful. And if the person isn't using Chrome, if your viewers are on Safari or something that doesn't support it, they don't like it's not going to break anything. It's just not going to look as great. Let me see if removing this makes any difference. See, there's the difference. You see that? So bringing that balance in is really, really nice. And in fact, we might want to add like a max width here so that we never have that issue anywhere. So let's see what like max width large does. That's a little bit too small. Let's go where that max width extra large. Let's go 3XL. There we go. That's looking pretty good, and it's about what we want. Yeah, okay, so add a max W 3XL to your H1. That way, if they don't have text balance, it'll still look pretty good. But you see the dramatic change that it can have on something like that. This is looking good. It looks funny with the download now so close, but it'll look better in just a moment. And now on this, we're going to put an MX auto, just like that, to center it again. Great, so we have our heading and our body. Let's move to our link. So hashtag if slice.primary.button link. Then we're going to put the link inside there. And instead of just Prismic link, we actually want button link. We're going to import that from libcomponents buttonlink.svelte. And we can pass a class on this. So I'm going to say class equals mt, mt8, and that's it for now. Yeah, mt8. We will add some animations and things later to all of these, but for right now, we're just going to be doing these static content, and we'll get into animations and GSAP and everything towards the end of the course, just so that we're not confusing or mixing too many concepts at once. I want the GSAP portion to be a very separate concept for you as you're learning all these things. So we have created that, and now, last but not least, we just want to handle our image. So another if statement, if slice.primary.image. So if that exists, we want to move the Prismic image inside that, but we're going to add a little bit more here. We need to add the glow that you see in the background. Right now it's just going to be static, but we still want that glow there. And so we're going to add a wrapper div. So in this div, we're going to say MT16. So to give it a good amount of space from the button, we're going to give it a W or a width of fit. And we are going to give it the glass container class that we actually set up in the body itself. So this, I did add this to a div. Hold on, I'm gonna cut that div. Let's open that up, and we're gonna add it to a class. There we go. Much better. So we have a little glass container. It's going outside the bounds right now, but don't worry, we'll handle that soon. And then inside here, just before the Prismic image, we need to make 2 divs here. We'll create one at a time and then just pretty much copy it over. But I'm going to say period absolute, hit tab, and we can actually make this a self-closing div. So I'm just going to remove that second part and just put a slash at the end. So inside here, I'm going to say absolute, then left, 1/3, just like that. Top is going to be 0, negative z 10, so it's a z index of -10. We're going to make the height 2/3 and the width 2/3. And then we're going to say BG violet, and it's going to be one of the colors that we use throughout this course. Like it's going to be one of the brand colors. We're using violet and orange in this in this brand. BG violet 700, and then divided by 50 means it's going to be 50% opacity. So that's what that little shorthand does. It's a nice way to drop the opacity and kind of set an RGB value right off the fly, or I guess an RGBA value. I'm going to say mix blend screen. That's going to make it kind of interact with the noise in the background in a slightly interesting way. And then here's the kicker is blur hyphen, and then we're inside square brackets, we're going to say 120 pixels because the blur that Tailwind has just wasn't enough. And last but not least, you have to put filter to make sure that it's actually going to do the blur. If you only put blur and no filter, it's not going to get blurry. And just like that, we have a nice little purpley glow coming from behind our element. We're going to add the orange one and it'll go down there, but we won't be able to see it really with the way that our slice is right now. But then right afterwards, we will handle that. So go ahead and copy this div that you just made, that little glow div, paste it in there, and it should like double up in intensity. That's good. We can go ahead and change from BG violet 700 to BG orange 600. And if you save that, you should get like a weird pinkishy color there. And then we just want to change left and top because these are the positioning elements that put that there. We're going to say left 0 to move it all the way over to the left. And then we can say either bottom 0 or top. Let's try 1/3. See that move down there. And then, yeah, so we have that orange glow down there at the bottom. So left 0, top 1/3, and that puts them on opposite ends. All right, and last but not least, we want to add a class to Prismic image. And we're going to go ahead and say rounded LG, just like that. And soon this will have a constraint with our bounded component that we are going to add to it right now. So head to your course resources and grab, I'm going to close up that, grab the bounded.svelte component. We're going to copy this and we're going to create a new component right here in lib components, new file, bounded.svelte. Just like that. Paste this in and we can talk about it. So as you can see, this is a pretty simple element. We're using CLSX once again to combine the styles that we know we want on this element, as well as any styles that we might need for a particular use case. So it's still a flexible component, even though it's setting some defaults there. We also default the actual element, like what kind of an element this is, whether it's an H1 or a section or a paragraph or whatever, right? Or just a div. We default this to section because really each of these slices should probably be a section semantically. So that's why we are defaulting to section, but we can still override this. That's just the default. So by using Svelte element, we give it this flexibility. And when we set this to section or whatever else, that allows us to render whatever DOM element we want. So if you see the styles here, this just gives us some padding, and for the very first one, it gives us a little bit less padding than for others. But yeah, and then it gives an inner div to help center that content. So everything that we put inside bounded is going to be rendered inside this slot. So we're gonna have a section with an inner div and then all of our stuff. So now that we have this bounded component, let's go ahead and use it. So coming back to our hero, we want to go ahead and change section to be bounded, and it'll autocomplete just like that. Just make sure I got added to the bottom. Yep, bounded, got imported from lib components bounded. And let's look at our simulator. And if I hit save, there we go. So it's getting centered and I guess bounded on the sides there. And we have our little purple and orange glow there. We have our button, and this is all looking really good, except we want that grid in the background. It's not going to be animated just yet, but I still want to have that little triangle grid. And if I hang out for one more second, it might animate in. We'll do the ripple like that towards the end, just to give it kind of a nice little like idle animation. But let's go ahead and grab that triangle grid. And here it is right here. It's actually a very small little file. So copy this. And because we're going to be using this in a couple of places, we're going to add this to our components folder as well. There are some of these, like stylized logo mark, that we're going to use in a specific slice folder. We're going to keep it right next to where it's used because it's only used in that one spot. So I just like to do that for convenience sake, or I guess for organization. Let's say both. But in components, we are going to call this triangle grid.svelte. And then I'm going to paste. And let's talk about this component real quick. So here we are setting the rows and the columns for our grid. And then all we do here is within an SVG and within a group, we're doing this for like positioning purposes. We are just looping over each of those numbers. So we're creating arrays for each of these and just looping and creating a little triangle at each of those spots. So that's really all this is. This is the path for the triangle with this as the starting positions of that shape. So we are using the I and the J, which is the row number and the column number, to kind of space them out, adding 10 or 5, whatever we need, and then 32 is just the overall space there. And this is how we are generating that triangle grid. So just want to give you a brief overview, and then we have a couple of Tailwind classes there. Opacity, take off this opacity 0. I'll actually do that in the course thing. So if that's still there, remove that. We'll add that back later when we are animating in. But right now we just want a static grid. So remove opacity 0, or you know what? I'm going to change it to opacity 1 just as a reminder. And then in here, I'm going to come in and import, let's see, where do we want it? We want our triangle grid right inside the div. So I'm going to say triangle grid just like that. And it doesn't take any props or anything. So just go ahead and close it. And we should see over in our simulator a beautiful little dot grid in the background. So that's looking great. We simulated this all locally, and now we can push it up and we can add our content in there if we want, or we can hold off, right? Like that's the beauty of the slice simulator. And we can change our mock content if we'd like, and see how it looks. Like this is a great way to test really long paragraphs or really short ones, and just kind of like build in isolation, not worry about is any other slice kind of like leaking into this one. We can test how does this look on mobile? Looks good to me. How does this look on a tablet? Looks good to me, right? So it's a great way to test your component as you're building it without needing to stop and go enter some dummy data, especially if you don't have dummy data from your designers or whoever else just yet. You just want to be productive. You just want to get moving. And the Slice Simulator in Slice Machine is a great way to do that. So enough about how great that is. Let's go ahead. Let's review our changes. And it says, whoops, no screenshot available. And that's completely fine. We want to update that screenshot. So open up that images zip that I gave you. And here in thumbnails, we're going to pop that open. And you see I've made a thumbnail for each of these components. All I did is take a screenshot of the final project. If you have a Figma file, just take a screenshot of those components. Like that's all you really have to do. And then we're just going to say update screenshot. And I'm going to drag the hero thumbnail right in there, and I'm going to close that. It looks good, and I'll show you in a second why we want that screenshot at all. We're going to click push, and it's going to take a second because it has to upload that screenshot. And then over here, actually, okay, so I was about to skip a step entirely, but I'll show you actually. So if I go to my home page, I want to add that slice, and so I go to add the slice. And we want to use the full. If I go to add that slice, we're going to go, whoa, wait, where's my hero? I just pushed it up. Here's the thing. When you make a slice, you can decide which page types or custom types or whatever it gets added to. So if I come in here to page types, page, you see that the only slice that we say that you can use with a page is rich text. So I need to add slice, and I need to select existing. And so here's our hero. I'm going to click add. And now on the page type, we can use either a hero or a rich text slice. I need to review those changes and push them up so that Prismic knows, oh, okay, you can now use 2 slices. Now, without even reloading, I can go ahead and click plus, and then here it's going to load that thumbnail and show me exactly what I'm looking at. So the reason thumbnails are great is because your content team can now come in and see what kind of slice it is, because names, eventually names can be difficult, especially if your designers are kind of pushing the envelope and they're coming up with new cool slices. You might not have the best name for it, and even if you do, your content team might not know what that name exactly means. So having the thumbnail is key, and we're going to replace this one soon. But we go ahead and choose that hero, and now we can see why it made sense to choose a heading 1. Like it's very, very like it's just different from the body. So I'm going to go ahead, copy this content over. There we go. I'm not always going to do this for the mock content. I just wanted to show you like how that was looking and how true to life the simulator can be, right? So if I go to button link, I'm going to choose link type, link to a Prismic page, and I'm going to choose that another page one. It's going to be pretty much what we link to every time. Button label, I think it's like download now. Yeah. Doesn't really make sense for an AI tool, but whatever. And then image, we can come in here and select image, and we've uploaded a bunch of images from before. We're going to choose this hero image.png. And for alternative text, if I add the alt text here, it's great because this will then proliferate throughout any other spot that I use this image. So I'm going to say the dashboard for repeat AI. I'm going to add to page, and now that shows up there, and we can hit save and publish. And once we do that, we should be able to come to our home page. Super quick, I want to get rid of this hello world rich text thing because it's not really adding anything. So let's delete our rich text, but keep our hero. Save and publish that. And it goes from yellow to green. That means everything's updated. And if I reload, there we go. That is looking pretty great. Like I said, no animations just yet, but this is what we're expecting. This is looking really good. We were going to do one more thing. Yes. So right here, I kind of blew by this before because we were going to come back to it. Live editing configuration needs to be finalized. So see content changes in real time by completing the live editing configuration. Get the live preview. Let's click that. It's going to kind of walk us through this. Right now, we don't have this deployed anywhere, but the cool thing is, as long as we're running our local server and as long as we are working here on our local machine, we can just use our local host 5173, and it's going to automatically add this slice simulator URL when I paste in our local host. So make sure it's HTTP and not S, and then hit save, and that should reload it with our slice. Now, once again, if your local server isn't running, or if you have a friend log in on this, because we're pointing to our local host, this will break. But as soon as we deploy the site live, anyone logging in from anywhere will be able to see a live preview. And once again, just to make sure that you know it's a live preview, you see it updating over there as our excitement grows. So Pretty great little feature that helps us preview our content before we even have the preview feature set up. So that's great. Our hero is done. We've got that set. We'll come back and animate it later, but right now, this is what we set out to do. So let's get to our next slice. All right, so now let's move on to building the bento slice. As we said, it's going to have a heading, a body, and then these are going to be repeatable elements that are going to have a little, a subheading, another body, and then an image each. And let's just get into modeling that out. So come back to Slice Machine. We're going to head to Slices, and we need to create a new slice. We're going to call this bento. B-E-N-T-O, hit create, and it's going to spin up those 3 files for us automatically. You can go ahead and drop the screenshot on this right now. We can go ahead and say update screenshot, just so we know what we are building from the jump. So let's go ahead and add bento thumbnail. You can do it at any time. Dropping that in, and there we go. So now let's go ahead and add the heading and the body fields. So click add a new field, and we're going to choose rich text, and we're going to say heading. Now, I want to point out that this is a little bit different, where like you might be wondering, okay, how are we going to do that? It's not a tricky problem if this is hard-coded, right? Like if this is hard-coded, you know how you would do this. You would wrap this in a specific element, like a span, and you would give that, a certain style. But if the content is all coming in from something like this, how do you actually add that style? So what we're going to do is we're going to allow 2 things to be added to this rich text field. We're going to allow a heading 2, and you can do with whatever you want, but for me, I'm going to use the italics. So if you italicize, that's going to make gold text. I'm going to put that in the placeholder. So italic for gold text, just like that, to remind yourself or any content team that you're working with to of how it works. I'm going to remove allow multiple paragraphs, and then we're going to click done. Now we're going to add another new field, add new field. We're going to choose rich text again, and we're going to say body, and this we're going to limit to just a paragraph. Once again, you can add in bold, italic, whatever, up to you, but we're just going to leave it like that. Now that's the end of what doesn't repeat. From here on out, we want repeatable zone items. So we're going to start off with that like subheading. So I'm just going to call this a title. So I'm going to say title. And so, I hit a weird key. I must have done something. Title. There we go. And in here, I'm going to say H3 because I'm disallowing the multiple paragraphs, but H3 because here's our H1. There can only be one H1 per page. The next one is going to be H2, and that's an H2, and that's an H2. But this is inside, like that's nested inside this H2. So H2, H3, 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 H3. So that is set. We want the body and an image. So go ahead, add new field, say body. And last but not least, we want image. Where is image? There it is. And image. For body, I'm actually going to go in and just I'll only allow paragraph, bold, and italic, and we'll remove allow multiple paragraphs. And we're saved, so that's good. We can go ahead and start to copy our code snippets into our file. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to click copy. For the heading, I'm heading to our slices. We have our new bento. Once again, we have, and it added the screenshot in there for us. We have our model, our mocks, and our index. We want our index right in between the section. We're going to go ahead and paste that Prismic rich text. And that time we are going to use Prismic rich text, and I'll show you what I mean. Prismic rich text there. And then down here, because this is in the repeatable zone, you see how it says slice.items, like for the index as we loop over it, .title. So these code snippets are going to be referencing us looping over that array. So I'm going to copy the first one, but before I paste it in, I need to do an each. So curly brackets, hashtag each, and we're going to say slice.items items as item. And then inside here, I'm going to paste that Prismic rich text with item.title. I'll import Prismic rich text so it stops yelling at us. And that's looking pretty good. And I'm going to copy the rest of these items in. We have the body and the image. Copy that. Item.body and item.image. Import Prismic image. And we are set. By the way, I didn't really talk about these too much, but Prismic image just handles what's coming in from Prismic, because from Prismic we get not only the URL for the image, but some information about like the size of the image. So Prismic image understands the image a bit more deeply than just having the URL, but it also allows us to interface with the image API coming from Prismic. Prismic leverages the Imagix service that's similar to like a Cloudinary in that it is an image CDN. And this allows us to do all kinds of cool things that can make our images more efficient, or you can change the color of the image, you can change the quality on the fly, you can do a lot of different things, including like getting a source set back for free. So we will be working with the Prismic image component in order to make that easier. If you ever need to just get the image off of what's returning, you can reference .url. So that's the straight up like .png or whatever. But this is an object that has a few things on it. If we just hit, alt, copyright, dimensions. Oh, and that's the other thing. This will render out our alt text for us. So that's why we are using Prismic image. It's pretty handy and does a few things for us. So if we save that and then open up our simulator, click simulate there. And there we go. We have our heading, our body, and it gives us one repeatable zone, and we can add our own as we'd like, but we have to fill in the thing. And this is a cool thing that I have. And for image, we can choose one of the, let me find a horizontal one because that's what this calls for. So we have those. I'm going to click Save Mock Content, and we can see that we're now iterating over these items. So needs more keyboard. So that'll be handy as we start to style this out. Now let's get into just that. I'm going to close this editor, and I'm going to split these screens. There we go. First things first, we can change this section into bounded. And I'm importing that from lib components, and we should see an immediate improvement. So already looking a lot better. It's centered. It's looking good. Next, we can go ahead and start to style our Prismic rich text here. Now what we're going to do is use some custom components that allow us to style depending on what we get back from Prismic. So I'm going to pass this a components prop, and we're going to open up double curly brackets there because we're passing it an object. So if you hit Control Space here, you'll see all of the properties that it is expecting. So it's expecting an object here for components, but these are the only properties that we can pass it, and this all ties into those options that we have for rich text. Like if you remember, we turned on or off headings or hyperlinks or images or lists, right? So these are all of those things that we are expecting to get back. Now, EM is going to be for that italic, and I want to pass this a specific component that it will then render that content inside of. So I'm going to say gold text, and we're going to create this component right now. So head over to your folder inside Bento. We're going to create a new component called gold text.svelte, like that. Now this gold text component is going to be very, very simple. I'm just going to create an EM, hit tab, and then inside this, I'm going to say slot, /, so I'm going to close it. And in here, I'm going to say class equals BG gradient to B, and so that's going to set us up to have a background gradient going from the top to the bottom. That's what the 2B stands for. And so I'm going to go from yellow 100 to yellow 500. So it's going to start from a very light yellow up top, go to a darker yellow at the bottom. And then the trick here, so if I save this here, yeah, I'll save this here just to show you how this cool gradient text trick works. And then let's import it over here. So it's saying, I don't know what this gold text thing is. Let's see if it knows now. No, it doesn't. So we're got to import that. Import gold text from dot period, or sorry, dot slash gold text dot svelte. So now it's happy. It says, okay, I know what you want there. And so if we do gold text and we actually go in to the editor and make medicine italic and save that mock content, we see the gold showed up back there. So we have this like, I'll make it bigger in just a second, but we have that gold background to it. And then if we add some more to our gold text here, we can say bg clip text, and that's going to set background clip to text. And so we'll see that now the gradient seems to be gone, but really all it is it's behind the word medicine. And then we want to say not italic because, well, we don't want it to be italic. It's just the element that we're using. And then text transparent, because like I said, the gradient is behind the text, so we just need to fade the text out, and then you can barely see it, but there is our gold text back there. So now the way to get this bigger, because this is always going to be inside the H2 or like part of it, we could add some size styles to this also, but because it's going to be part of the heading 2, it's just going to emphasize parts of the H2, we can go ahead and add another component, kind of like we did for gold text where it just has a slot in the middle. We're going to add a heading 2 component. So instead of right next to bento, this one could be used by any component really, because it's going to have some common styles. So go into your lib components folder, and we're going to call this one heading 2.svelte, like that. Now this one's even simpler. We're going to make an H2, and inside there a slot. Go to self-close, and then here we have class. We're going to say text balance. You know, I like that. Text center. Text 5XL, font medium, and then MD text 7XL. So yeah, that kind of speaks for itself, as it's very similar to the styles that we used in the last component. And then here in bento, we can go ahead and it says M gold text, but if we get a heading 2, we want to pass that heading 2. And so that was auto imported. And there we go. We have that very golden medicine. Now I'm going to wipe this out, and I'm going to say, what a cool effect this is. And I'm just going to highlight cool effect, italicize it, and there we go. I'm going to save that mock content, and that's looking good. All right, let's style our body here. We can do this any number of ways. I'm just going to throw a div around this to kind of just make it easy on us. We could also do like what we did before and drop this down to a Prismic text and throw a paragraph around it. But for this, maybe you want a couple of paragraphs inside. You want to allow them to create multiple paragraphs. That's fine. So let's slap a div on it. I'm just going to say mx-auto. And if I hit tab, that'll automatically default to a div. I'm going to add some more styles here. So mt-6 max wmd text balance, text center, and text gray 300. And there we go. It's way more text than we're kind of expecting, but that's all good. And we will have a space between this because that's the title for the next part. So that's looking good, and that's our Prismic rich text. And then we're getting into our bento grid. So around that, we need to wrap that in a div because we're going to be adding some grid styles to this. So go ahead and put period grid tab, and bring that div all the way down to wrap around your whole each. Inside this same class, we want to add some more styles. So go MT16. Now, if I save this, watch what happens. Boom, MT16 goes to the front because that is our prettier plugin changing the order. So even if I move grid over here, it's going to change it back when I save it. That's prettier kicking in. Now, here's the thing. This is what I love about this plugin, because if I have a typo, say I say grid, right? I do that and I hit save. It's going to move that to the front. And with just two classes, it's not really noticeable. But if I go like, put an F in there and move that all the way to the front, all of a sudden I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. That's not the order that I'm used to. I'm just kind of like trained now to look at the front and see, okay, why is that up there? And it helps you spot errors so that if you're like, this isn't seeming to be like the look I'm going for, what's going on? It can be easy to typo, and by moving it to the front, it becomes a lot more obvious than like it hiding somewhere in the middle, right? Boom, it's right there in the front. So cool. Let's keep going. I just want to point out why we're using this prettier plugin in addition to it just looking nice and tidy. So max W 4XL, grid rows, and we're going to do square brackets here. And we're going to make 3 rows. So auto underscore auto underscore auto. I'll explain this in just a little bit. Gap is going to be 8. MD grid calls 3. MD gap 10. And that's it for that one. So you see, it's not exactly what we're going for, right? Like that's kind of weird, but don't worry, that is expected. We need to now wrap each of these in their own divs, or sorry, not each. We need to wrap the whole thing in a div. So inside of the each, we need to put a div. Let's just say it has class. Let's go grid in here too, and wrap around that. And there we go. That's looking a little bit better at least, right? So let's add some more styles on that div. So we had grid. We're also going to add glass container because we want that little glassy border. We're going to say row span 3, and I'm going to come back to subgrid, but we'll put the style down for now. So grid rows subgrid. I'll explain that. Gap 4, rounded LG, BG gray 950 divided by 60, so /60 P4, and before BG gray 100/10. I'll explain that as well. So that is looking really good. We're not getting our bento effect yet, but what you might be noticing here, I'm going to make this full screen. What you might be noticing here is this gap should have had the image come up, or I should say instead, the fact that this is so short, this should have pushed up right there, but yet it is completely even with this image. Why is that? Well, if we remove grid rows subgrid, you'll see that, okay, that's much less satisfying, right? Like that is just not great. Like it's filling the space as needed because this item is really what's setting the height of this whole row. If I inspect this grid here, we have these rows that are being set, but like the height of the grid is being set by this first one because it has a taller image and more lines of text there. So when that is as big as it is, this can either spread out to fill that space or get all smushed up at the top. Either way, it's not very satisfying. Now, the reason why we set these auto rows, if we look at the styles here, I just want to dig into the CSS for a little bit. Here we go. So we have 3 auto rows that are just being determined there. Now, when we decide to use subgrid, that tells the inner element to tap into its parents' rows or its it parents everything, right? So as we add back in grid rows subgrid, we will see that it actually, where'd that grid go? Where'd that grid go? Let's just inspect. There we go, subgrid. So we see that the subgrid is matching up to the parent grid. You see how that grid and that grid line there match up to the parent? And now we have an aligned title, aligned body, and aligned images right there. So that is the beauty of subgrid, is that without subgrid, it is very difficult and sometimes just impossible to have your items line up the way that you would want them to. You don't want images and everything all over the place. It's much, much, much more satisfying if they have this alignment and we leave this little bit of space. That is so much more satisfying than what we saw just a minute ago when subgrid was off. Turn it off and it's just, oh, it's gross. It's just not good, right? So I spent plenty of time kind of digging into this. If you're interested in subgrid, there's lots of resources out there, but just wanted to kind of show you when we would use subgrid, when we want these inner elements to align, and kind of how it works. So you need grid on a parent. You need to set up the rows for those elements, and then tell your child element that it wants to tap into subgrid. It wants its grid rows to follow subgrid. So enough about that. Let's keep moving, and don't worry, our final product will look better than that. Now let's come down to our item title. Let's go ahead and drop down to a Prismic text and wrap this in an H3. I'm going to import Prismic text from Svelte. H3, not caps, H3 dot text to XL. Hit tab, and that one's already done. There we go, looking a lot better. For this one, for the item body, we're just going to wrap this in a div, and we're going to style that with max WMD, text balance, text gray 300. That's looking a lot better. And now, last but not least, our Prismic image. We can just add the class directly to it because this only ever returns one element, so it's easy to add styles to. Class equals to max height 36 and W auto. And remember, if you're ever curious like what any of these are, hover over it and the VS Code plugin will show you that answer. So that is looking much, much better. Once again, these aren't the images that we will be using, but this is the style we are going for. Now, the only thing that we're missing is the ability to make some wide and others narrow. So if you look here, we want our editors to be able to opt into making this wide and keeping this narrow. That's why we have this style here. So we need to go ahead and make one more property in our repeatable zone. We're going to add another Boolean like we did before, and you're just going to say wide. Or you could say like display wide or anything like that, but I'm just going to put wide. And now we want to refresh our site simulator because our model changed. But what we can do is we can now check in here to see if that is in fact styled, or sorry, if the Boolean is set to wide. So let's set like the second one to wide so that we can check our styling and see if it's working. I'm going to close this and make this half and half. So to do this, we're just going to do one little trick on class. We're going to check for that Boolean on class. I'm going to wrap this in curly brackets, and then we're going to use CLSX. And we're going to wrap, so we're going to call this CLSX function and pass it this string for starters, but then also pass it something else. So we're going to, after the quotes, we're going to put a comma, and we're going to say item.wide. You see wide shows up now because the type's updated. And so item wide question mark, this is us doing a ternary. And so if item is wide, we're going to say md col span 2. Oh, this needs to be a colon. Make sure you fix that and don't follow me. And then if not, we're going to say md col span 1. And so if it's wide, take up 2 columns. If it's not, take up 1 column. And the MD part means, hey, if you're on mobile, just forget it. You're just going to take up the 1 span as a default. And missing CLSX MJ. Let me figure out this bug real quick. For some reason my auto import did that, and we definitely don't want that. So as soon as I remove it and just say CLSX from CLSX, we are back in business, and we get a nice wide one and a narrow one. If we make this one also wide, it'll knock the next one onto the next line because there's only 3 columns and they each take up 2. But we can see it working in real time. So that's looking great. It'll look a lot better with the right content, but we see exactly what we're looking for. The only thing I want to add is just add a max width 3XL to the heading 2 element, because I think that'll be a lot better, because we just don't want it to go on and on and on. So that's going to be a nice little upgrade. So go ahead and slap that on there, and we can now come back here, review our changes. I'll make this big. Review changes. We have our bento with our thumbnail already. We can go ahead and push it. And if you'd like, you can go ahead and add the content into Prismic. I made that same mistake again. So come back to your page types, click page, add slices, select existing, and we want to add the bento. And once again, review changes, push. And now we see that bento pop up. And I'm just going to copy over the content from here. You can go ahead and do that right now. All right, I just added in all of the content. You can see it updated over here. I can hit publish and just double check it at our homepage over here on localhost. I'll refresh this and we should see our brand new bento box slice looking really good. All right, and with that bento box component complete, let's continue on to our showcase component right here. So as we always do when we need a new slice, we go ahead over to Slice Machine, go to Slices, and click Create. We're going to call this one Showcase. Hit Enter, and there we have our showcase. So we need a heading, and we're going to allow for multiple paragraphs here. We also need an image. We need an icon. That's going to be something that we can let them select from. So we don't want to actually let editors have a specific image that they can upload here. We want to say you can choose from the icons that we've selected in our design system. We have a title here, we have body text, we have button link and button text. So quite a few fields here. So let's get to it. And one thing to note, they are all non-repeatable. None of these we want to have multiple times like we did for our bento cards, right? So each of these is just going to be a non-repeatable zone field. So first off, we're going to go rich text, and we're going to call this heading, hit enter, and come in here, unselect all, choose H2, and keep multiple paragraphs just like that. Next field, we're going to do the image field. Just going to call this image. All right, next field, we want to do a select, and this is our first time using a select. It's a drop-down field of options for content creators. So we're going to call this one icon. And this one, we're going to go in and edit this. And you, if you're building the site for, a real content team, would maybe give them, depending on the designer, maybe like 5 options for this little icon. We're just going to do 2, just mainly to teach you how this works. We're going to say gear and cycle are going to be the 2 icon options that we give. This is obviously the gear, and the cycle is going to be like the little spinny arrows, not like that, but similar. And go ahead and click done. Just like that. Next field, we're going to do another rich text, and we're going to call this one subheading. You can also use title, but I would follow along with me just so your code matches and you're not confused later when title is, or when subheading is throwing an error because you chose title. Next one, we want to choose the body. So this body content, another rich text field, we'll say body. And last but not least, we need that button. So go ahead and do a link. So we're going to say button link, and then add new field. We're going to go key text and say button text, just like that. Now, I don't think I added I don't think I changed any of these options inside subheading. So go ahead into subheading. We're going to unselect all, and we're going to just choose heading 3. I don't think we want multiple paragraphs for that one. And for body, we do want multiple paragraphs, but I'm going to unselect all except for paragraph, bold, and italic. Say done, and let's go ahead and upload our screenshot now. Update screenshot. And we have this showcase thumbnail. We also have a showcase thumbnail reverse. Do the showcase thumbnail just by itself for now. We will get to the reverse in just a little bit. That's the kind of the trick for this component, is that we are going to learn how to do variations. So now that that is there, we can go ahead and add a new variation. And the variation name, we're going to call this one reverse. Just say reverse, just like that. Variation ID is basically what we're going to look for in our code. Reverse is great. And we're going to duplicate from default. So if you have a lot of variations for a slice, you can pick and choose from those different slices for how you want to start it. But we only have one other slice, and we want to copy from that. Go ahead into reverse and update that screenshot now, just so we know what we're looking at. And in thumbnails, choose showcase thumbnail reverse. Drop that in, and now we can see clearly the difference between the two. Now, as we toggle back and forth, it doesn't seem like anything is changing, but the cool thing about variations is, say in this variation, we actually wanted 2 buttons, or we wanted another image. I can add a new field. I'm going to add an image. Don't follow me. Just pay attention. So second image. Don't you add that. But so in reverse, I have a second image, but in my default, I don't have that second image. And I can even remove some fields from this. So I can just go down to this variation is only a heading, and this one has like 10 fields, right? So that is the nice thing about a variation, is that the fields can align, but they can be totally different as well. And the reason why you wouldn't just make one slice with 100 variations is because of how it actually shows up when you're back here in Prismic. So as you go to add a slice, it's going to be nice because inside each of these categories, or I guess inside each of these slice types, if there's variations there, it'll get organized alongside the other heroes. So if you have a bunch of bento designs, a bunch of hero designs, they will all get organized together, and you have all those variations. So for us, we just have these 2. I'm going to remove my second image, and that saves, and we can review these changes and push. Now we should see exactly what I was just talking about. Let's see if that maybe closing and opening. Oh, you know what I did? Here it is. I'm going to do it all course, the entire course. I'm just going to keep doing it. We didn't add it to our slice zone. So come on into your page type. I bet you are watching going, is he going to do this again? I did it. So showcase has 2 variations. I need to push that change up. And now back in Prismic, we should see, and don't worry about this error. That's only because we're doing it locally, and it's just kind of like not working great locally, but it's good enough to get us going. But it's really designed to reference a site that is deployed to Vercel or Netlify or something like that. So we now have our showcase, and you see the variations, and your editors will be able to see, oh, okay, I want the one with the image on the left or on the right. But before we get there, our actual slice doesn't look like that yet. It's a nice screenshot and all, but we actually need to code that. So let's go ahead and simulate this. Let's see how it comes out. And yeah, it's a little bit far from what we are selling, right? It's like that frozen food when the box looks great, but then what you open up inside, not as good. So let's make it better. Let's not disappoint our editors. So in our VS Code, we're going to open a source, lib, and slices. We're opening showcase, and here is our index.svelte. And if you look in the model, you'll see that we have our default variation in this variations array, and we also have our reverse. So we have both of those here. So like we've done before, go ahead and show code snippets. We're going to grab each of these and paste it into our Svelte component here. I'm just going to pause, and I'll see on the other side of that. So I've grabbed all the snippets and pasted them in here. The only thing that you're going to want to change from the actual snippets is, instead of using Prismic link, grab our button link and make sure you're putting the button text inside that button link. Yeah, this is pretty much how it should look for you. Go ahead and change your section to our bounded component. Make sure that auto imports, and here's the rest of your imports, basically. Prismic image and Prismic rich text. So if we save that and check out our simulator, we see that we have the effects of bounded. It's now centered and everything. I have a really big image that I'll be getting rid of in a moment, but we have our button text here and everything looks good. Let me just replace this with, once again, a horizontal unsplash image. I guess we just go, let's stick with the oranges dropped into water. It's a classic. We're going to save that mock content. And now let's start building out this component. So we have, in the final one, this purple glow that goes behind. We're not going to do the animation just yet. So we're going to kind of build it in its final state. So we want to add that glow first. So let's go ahead and actually just first close this editor and let's split these. You, of course, don't have to split your windows, but just for the sake of showing you what's happening, I like to do this for you. So let's make that glow. Now we're going to create a div here. It's just going to be a div with some classes on it. That's all the glow is going to be. So I'm going to say class, and that's going to be absolute, -Z10, so put it behind everything. Aspect, I'm going to say video. This just gives it kind of like that rectangular shape. We're going to say width is full. Max width 2XL, rounded full to give it like a circular oval kind of shape. We're going to say BG violet 500 /10, so that's going to put it at 10% opacity. We're going to say mix blend screen blur. We're going to give it a custom value. And in Tailwind, that's how you do it. You put it in brackets like that, and it'll automatically create that class for us. And then last but not least, we're going to say filter. Once again, if you're using blur in Tailwind, you have to put that there. Now, I don't see it, or at least I'm not really picking up on it. And that might be because we don't have a relative class on our bounded component here. So go ahead and put class is equal to relative. And that might give it to us. Or maybe we're just getting too faint of a glow. There we go. So now it's coming in. I think opacity might be where it starts, but not where we want it to finish. And by that, I'm referring to the animation. So let's try like a 40. There we go. We're seeing a little bit of glow there now. Cool. So we've got our glow. I'm going to remove this second part of the div and just have it be self-closing. And I have a typo. See how it's moved to the front? And it kind of points it out, rounded full. It's probably not changing this too much, but I would like to not have a typo. ROUNDED. There we go. Yeah, it didn't really change the shape all that much, but let's try to make it accurate. All right, so next we want to check if this heading exists. So we're going to say if slice.primary.heading. We're going to then render it, put that heading inside there, and around that, we're going to swap this to a regular Prismic text and import that just like that. And we're going to make this an H2. Put that inside and say class is equal to text balance. You know, I love it. It looks so much better. Text center, text 5XL, font medium, and MD text 7XL. Save that, and that's looking much better already. Don't worry about the spacing. We're going to handle that very shortly. Now, if we look at our final component, this heading kind of stands alone, and then the rest is on this glassy div here. We have the image off to the side, and this, or all of these fields, all of this content gets put in its own container over here, and those two swap. So this is all by itself. Now we need to wrap the rest of it in a div. So come here, say period relative, tab, and then move that down just inside, bounded like that. And if we save that, go back to our simulator, we shouldn't see any change just yet, but let's add more to this class. Now you might think we would want to use our glass border class, but that only adds a little rim to the outside, and we kind of just want this to be its own style. So let's go ahead and style this by itself without adding that glass border, and that way you know how it all works. So we're going to say MT16. That's going to add that padding I promised you. Oh, and let's show you the actual simulator as we go. And let's say grid, items, center, gap 8, rounded XL, border violet 50/20, BG gradient to B, from gray 50/15 to gray 50/5. So it gets very, very transparent. PX8, PY8, backdrop, blur, SM, LG grid cols 3, LG gap 0, LG PY12. So larger screens, there's no gap. Yeah, I'm not going to dig into all of this just yet, but we are seeing that we get, I said just yet, but just in general, as I said, I'm going to start to pull back on the Tailwind as we go. You see it's kind of going a bit more opaque to more transparent at the bottom. And obviously the layout isn't what we want just yet, but that's because Prismic image is needs to be by itself. So if we wrap the rest of it in a div and leave Prismic image all to itself, we should see a little bit more of what we're expecting. Right now, we're good with just cycle instead of the icon. We'll bring in icons in just a little bit. But to start with this icon, let's go ahead and just check and see if the icon even exists. We're going to say hashtag if, and I'm going to say slice primary icon, put that inside. But we also want a div that has width, or say period, W fit, tab, put that inside. And we're going to add some more styles, rounded LG, BG violet 800, P4, and text 3XL. Now that only gives us that, and it's not exactly what we want. And I had a typo, so we fixed that. And it's looking a little bit better, but you can't really tell. And clearly cycle is not what we're finishing with, but that's good for now. Let's style our next text field. I'm going to take the rich out of rich text. I'm going to make this an H3, say tab, and let's give this a class of MT6 text 2XL font normal. There we go. We have health looking good. Next, for the rich text, we're going to keep this as a rich text and just wrap it in a div. And we're actually going to use a Tailwind plugin that we haven't installed yet, but we can still add the class. So I'm going to say period prose. And we're going to wrap our Prismic rich text for the body in that prose element. We're also going to say prose invert MT4. This is that class will work. And then max width XL, just like that. Now that prose is the Tailwind typography plugin that we can add in just a second. And it's going to not just make this typography a little bit prettier, but also it's going to really come in clutch when we add our case study page. And it's just going to handle all of the typography for us there. So we will have to do very little, and yet we'll have a very, very attractive page. So we are going to add a class to our button link now, just add a little bit of space above it. So say class equals MT6. And we also want to add some fallback text here. I just want to show you kind of how that might work if you want to do this across your project. So here, we just say learn more. In case your editors don't add some text here, you can always just add that yourself. And you know what? We should probably do if statements for each of our headings here and our content. So let's go ahead and do that. If slice primary sub heading and wrap that H3, and then if slice primary body and wrap that div in that if, and then here I guess we can check for if there's a button link. if slice primary, primary, still don't want that, primary, there we go, button link. And then we will render that button link. And it just makes it so that you get nice spacing if editors don't put certain things in. So that's looking good. Now the only thing we need to handle now, well, no, it's not the only thing, but one thing we need to handle now is this image. We want this image to flip to the other side if we are on the reverse variation. So let's see if it works. Nope, it doesn't work. It just stays the same. The text changed because our mock content changed, but nothing about the layout changed, and that's because we're not set up to handle it yet. We haven't done any logic around that variation changing. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this image underneath this nested, this group of divs. So at the bottom here, we want, from the bottom up, bounded div Prismic image. And we are going to add the logic into the Prismic image primarily. So go ahead in here and say class equals, and then open curly brackets, because we are using our old friend CLSX. Import that by hitting enter. Make sure that it's imported up here from the right place. I don't know why it auto-imported from the MJS part last time, but we want this, and we're going to pass a string to start that just says opacity 90, shadow 2XL, LG col span 2, LG PT 0. And that col span 2 is what's going to make it take up most of this, most of the space. I don't know. And you can see that it's actually shifted over to the right now. That's because we moved the image to the bottom, so it is now second in the DOM order. But now, right after this first string, we want to add a check to see if slice variation equals reverse. So slice.variation triple equals, and then we can have quotes here and say reverse. And if we check here for variation, we can be sure that because it's typed, we can only ever pass it default or reverse. If we try to pass it another word, it's going to throw an error and say, that doesn't match. Like, there's no overlap here. That's not one of the things that variation could ever be. So once again, the typing of Slice Machine and Prismic really coming in handy, preventing us from making mistakes. So we check for that. So if that's true, we want to use this string, these classes. So we're going to say LG order 1. So that's going to move this back over to the left. Oh no, sorry, it's actually going to keep it here. Sorry, I'll explain it in just a second. LG translate X hyphen, and inside square brackets like this, we're going to say 15%. So you should have LG translate X 15%, just like that. And then if that's not the case, so if reverse is false, or if slice variation is set to default, then we're going to say LG negative order 1, which essentially just means the order is -1. That's how you do negatives with Tailwind. And then LG translate X, and then inside the brackets, we're going to say -15%. So when you have these, I forget the name, but basically a specific value that you are defining, and you want to do a negative, you can put it right inside the bracket there. Now, because it's default, we see that it's shifted the order back over. This is now -1, so it swaps order, it goes first, and it's now hanging off the side, which is a little bit of opacity. If we switch to reverse, to the other variation, we see this, not great image, but let's just swap it to the one that we like. Those beautiful oranges, drop it in the water. I'm going to save that content. And now we see that that's off the right-hand side, just like we would expect, and this stuff is over to the left, looking great. And last but not least, on this Prismic image, we want to handle the different sizes that this image could be taking up, depending on the width of your window. So we want to say sizes. We're going to put this in quotes, and we're going to say parentheses, max width 768 pixels, and that is one of the breakpoints of Tailwind. So that is the medium breakpoint, and 100 view width and 50 view width. So I'll explain this. Basically, this says that once we get below this value, that picture is going to take up 100 view width, and I'll show you on mobile. See that it's going to not like exactly, but it's a good reference point for creating a source set that is about that size. Because as we go to like tablet and things like that, well, I guess not tablet, but because this tablet's pretty wide. But as we go to mobile, that takes up more of the screen space. But as we go to bigger sizes, that's what we are calling it. So it's about 50% of the viewport width. So that's why we are using this, and we should get a source set automatically generated for us by Prismic Image. It's a really, really handy component. Now, if we look at our final version for the showcase, we have 3 things left to match with it. We need this grid background, we need icons, and we need our typography plugin for Tailwind, because this type is just a lot prettier than ours right now. So let's start with this grid background. Just inside this relative MT16 grid div, go ahead and create a div here, and we're just going to call this period grid background. And that isn't any kind of Tailwind class or anything like that. We're going to make this one ourselves. So go ahead and save that. This shouldn't do anything, shouldn't even be visible, even if you do have your simulator up. Well, I guess it does that because of the way our grid is set up, but we're about to make it so that it doesn't affect it in that way. So come on down underneath bounded, because this is a svelte component, we can define our styles right in this component here. So go ahead and say style, hit tab, and then I'll open up brackets for you. And we're going to, of course, make grid background. And we're going to write some good old fashioned CSS, folks. So we're going to start off by saying background, image, I'm going to say URL, parentheses, quote, /assets / grid pattern.png. All right, we don't have the image just yet in our project, but we will in a second. Let's continue typing, say position, absolute. We're going to say inset is 0, and that's the same as top, bottom, left, and right being set to 0. Background repeat is repeat. That's the default, but we can specify just to make sure. Z index, we're going to set to -1. Background position is going to be center, and we need opacity of 0.15, so essentially 15%. And mask image, this is the cool part that gives the little bit of a circle. I'm going to say radial gradient, like that. In parentheses, I'm going to say circle at 60%, 50%, black 10%, comma, and then transparent 40%. And let's save that. We're not going to see any change just yet, but in your folder with your images that you downloaded, you should see this grid pattern here. We're going to go ahead and drop that into our project. We should have static assets next to noise texture. Go ahead and drag that grid pattern right in there. And once it's in your assets, then go ahead and close this up. And hopefully if we refresh this, Svelte should see, yeah, I see it there. Svelte picks up on it, or I guess Vite does, not Svelte, but we now get this grid, and you see that it is like fading out from the center of this circle. If you comment out that mask image, you'll get that grid across your whole thing. If that's the look you're going for, awesome, you keep it that way. You can also play with this radial gradient. Maybe you want the circle at 20 and 50%. So that's the X and the Y. And now it's over here on the left, way on the left. You can play with this however you want, but basically it's putting the circle at 60, 50. So like right halfway, but just a little bit more than half on the horizontal axis, and smack in the middle there. and then it's starting at just a faint black 10%, and then out to transparent. So that's how that mask works. The grid pattern is just a grid. Nothing else too fancy here. But yeah, all of this stuff can be tweaked, changed however you would like, but just how I ended up doing it. Next, let's get some icons in our project. So if we go back to the docs here, or I mean, I'm calling this the docs, but these are the course resources. You can go to the documentation part of this, and you'll see unplugin icons. Also the Tailwind typography plugin. I'm going to open that up right now just so that we have it there. But unplugin icons and icons.js. Go ahead and open both of these up. That is how we're going to be getting our icons into our project. So this package unplugin icons is really cool because we get access not just to like material icons or bootstrap icons, but all of the icons basically. If you look at icons, I don't know how you would say that. Let's say icons. You see all the different packages that it contains. And the great part is you get quick access to all the bootstrap icons, all 2,000 and all 5,000, whatever, without actually like shipping those in your project, without loading them into your project. So they're easily accessible without all of the bulk of adding a full icon set to your project. That could really weigh you down. So we're going to come down here to the install. We're going to run npm id plugin icons. Grab that, open up your terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal and run that right alongside what's already running. And that should install pretty quickly. And then to configure it, we want to go ahead and actually pull in this vite config. So inside our viteconfig.js, we'll open this up here. Vite config. I'm closing my terminal. It's getting a little bit crowded over there. We want to go ahead and import icons from unplugin icons vite. I'm getting this from, if you scroll down, you'll see configuration. Go ahead and grab this import icons and paste that right there. And then for plugins, we have SvelteKit, and we want icons right after it. So plugins, SvelteKit, comma, and we want icons passing it this object, and the compiler is going to be svelte. We also want an attribute that's called auto install. So auto install, I'm going to set that to true. And the cool thing about icons is that as we use each icon in our project, we don't have to, with this auto install feature, we don't have to install each big package. So like normally you have to say, all right, I want to use some icons from MDI, which I think is like material design icons. And you have to install first that icon pack. See, so like you can install the full collection, or you can just install MDI. But then you have to like remember to do that each time. So instead, we're just going to auto install and then it'll auto detect. It's pretty cool. Now, the only hang up is that this library uses a really funky syntax here with the tilde icons. I'm genuinely not sure why exactly, but I do know that your IDE will kind of throw that as an error, being like, I don't know what the heck this is, like, or I can't find that icons package unless we do this. So go ahead into your app.d.ts file, which should be right in your source folder here. And this app file is a TypeScript file. It's like for setting up configuration. And we want to say import, quote, unplugin icons /types /svelte. Just like that, hit save. And now we shouldn't run into any problems when we are importing these icons. Now I can tell you which icons to import, but I want to show, I want to teach you how to fish. So I like to use these phosphor icons, or at least I did for this project, right? So we come into phosphor and you can see that they have 7,000 so icons. You can just browse through them, but you see they have a lot of variations for each. So I'm just going to search for gear and hit enter, and there we go. I like that gear icon. I'm going to use that, and it says, how do you use the icon? And they have all these different ways that you can actually use it. You might think we want to click Svelte, but actually because we are using unplugin icons, we want to go right here and grab that. I think this would just be like an actual Svelte component with like the code there, but we want to import it from unplug in icons. So click that, and over in our code, we should be able to just paste it in. So we have import ph gear from icons ph gear. Just like that. You can rename this here to anything you want. So I'm going to rename this to gear or icon gear. I like putting the icon first so I know exactly what it is. And then we also want a cycle kind of icon. So I'm gonna search for arrows clockwise just because I know what I want already. So arrows clockwise. There we go. I'm gonna grab that one and unplug in icons, and I'm going to paste that there. And I'm going to call it icon cycle. All right, so now we have our icons, but how do we get the cycle one to show up if they choose cycle here in the select? And how do we get the gear to show up if they choose gear from the select instead? Well, underneath export let slice, let's go ahead and create an object. So const icons equals object gear. We're going to say icon gear, and cycle, I'm going to say icon cycle, just like that. And make sure this and that both match exactly what we have here. If you do capital C or anything like that, it's not going to work exactly how we're going to be doing it. So now that we have our icons object, let's go down to where our icon is right here. So we have our slice.primary.icon. We can wipe that out, and we are going to use that svelte component thing again. So svelte component, and this allows us to render any kind of component inside by declaring this. And we're going to say icons square brackets slice.primary.icon. And make sure you close this svelte component. And if we save that, we see our gear. I'm going to close the editor, and we see that little gear. Let's see if cycle works. Cycle, and there we go. We see the little arrows. Perfect. So you can, as you wish, go and grab as many icons as you would like from any of these. We can check out Ming Cute. Great. You can grab all of these, a little baby icon, and import it, add it to the list, add it into your data type for this slice, and let your content team choose as many icons as they would like, and just keep adding it in there. And this way, you are controlling what icons they add and how they get rendered. And if you want to do anything else with them, it's not just your content team kind of going wild, finding emojis on the internet and adding whatever they want. It locks it down. It keeps this on brand. And it's just a better way to do it than having an image upload, in my opinion. So we have the grid background, we have the icons. It's time to get Tailwind typography. I'm going to close these two tabs, and we have our Tailwind CSS typography right here. As a reminder, we opened it from this link, or just search Tailwind typography. Like, nothing here is really like super exclusive. This is just an easier way for you to find it. So in Tailwind typography, we can see, well, if you want to check out the live demo to see like, is it really good? This is what we're getting for free, is like just really nice styles that you would expect to find on like a professional blog. So it's very nice. That's what we're getting for free. So go ahead and copy npm install the Tailwind CSS typography, open up that terminal again. You can put it right in this second terminal, and that will install. And while it does, let's go ahead to our plugins, copy this require Tailwind CSS typography line, and let's head to our Tailwind config, closing our terminal, and inside plugins, we're just going to pop that right there. I hit save, and now let's see. I'm going to give my simulator a reload because Vite had to reload. And now our typography is looking just like our typography over here. It is looking so much better. You'll really notice the difference once we get into the full case studies page. But just as a heads up, the reason we're doing prose invert here is because the default colors are, well, dark. So to do invert, that's essentially like preparing for dark mode. So do invert, and then there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we can handle. If you want to check out the full settings for this, You can come over here. You can choose what color we're using. Type scales, you can change the sizes, you can invert, adapting to dark mode, all this kind of stuff. It's super customizable, but we're not getting too deep into it here. We're just using it to get some nice styles up and running real quick. So just like that, we have a matching component, and you know what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna add it to a page type before we push it. Can you believe it? I'm actually like learning. So let's add slices. Let's go ahead, add slice to this type. Wait, did we already do that? Hilarious. We already did it. We already did it. So we just need to actually do nothing. We've already pushed the model changes. We don't need to push any code. So we could go ahead and add it to our page right now. I'm going to go click there. I'm going to say showcase, just do the default. And I'm going to take a second and copy over our content from here. So you do that now too. All right, so I added our heading. I added this image, this code image that should be, if you dropped all our images in, should be right there, the showcase image. I added some alt text to it, chose gear, all the other stuff, and I'm going to hit save and publish. And now if we go back to our home page, we should see bento and then your videos, your workflow. It didn't pick, oh, okay, so here's one error that I made. We output a single string from here. So let's find our heading. Our heading up here, if slice primary heading. So because we're using Prismic text, we output a string and we don't have that line break here. So it just doesn't look as good. So we're actually going to switch back to a Prismic rich text. And instead of an H2 here, we're just going to change this to a div and just wrap this H2, which is what this is going to output, in those styles like that. So now the return that I have here is going to be respected, and it will actually output those two things. So make sure you change this to Prismic rich text. If you ever need something like a line break, you need to return Prismic rich text. So this actually is going to return, wait, actually two H2s? All right, so that's not great, or it's just not good at all for our for some semantic HTML. So let's go ahead and solve this. I'm glad we caught this. We can work through it in real time with you. So we have that H2, and we want to wrap this Prismic rich text. We're going to have to downgrade it to something like a paragraph or something like that. It's not going to look as good in our Prismic editor here, but at least it'll be semantically better. We could really hack around this and kind of go components. Let's actually see heading 2. So if we're expecting a heading 2, we actually want to return just something like a span or something like that, right? So we can just put it alongside showcase here, and let's go ahead and create just like span component or span heading. All right, we'll call it that. We're going to go ahead and create a new Svelte component just called span heading.svelte. And inside here, we'll just say span, and we're going to put slot inside there. We don't need that optional fallback. Save it just like that. And we're going to import span heading from right next door. So say import span heading from .span heading.svelte. And let's see if that solves our problem. Just troubleshooted it live for you this way. See, like I like keeping this because our editors see that, okay, it is an actual heading. It's bigger than the other content around. Now let's see if this worked. I think it did work, but because we're using spans, it is inline. So let's just do one more thing. We're going to say span class equals block. And there we go, just like that. We could use a paragraph. I just don't love using paragraphs inside of an H2. I don't think it's semantically correct. So we are semantically correct and stylistically correct, and all of the ways of correct. Just might have been a little bit hackier than we would have liked, but we got the job done. And it's looking good. And we just have one H2 now there instead of two H2s. So much better, looking great. let's call that slice right there and move on to the next one. And our next slice is going to be this case study slice. Now, this is going to be a little bit different because the slice itself is rather simple in terms of the fields that we're going to create, but we have this entire new page that we're going to add to our website. So this page type is going to be something that we build out, and then we're able to use our rich text slice that we've had this whole time, and it's just going to be a good like blog post style setup here. So let's go ahead into our slice machine. We can close our simulator. We're done with that slice. In slice machine, we are going to want to create that page type first. So go ahead into page types. We're going to add a new page type. It's going to say reusable or single. And because it's kind of like a blog post, this case study, we're going to choose reusable because, you know, also we want multiple like Nike and Prismic and however many people want to make. But we're going to call it case study, just like that. Go ahead and create that. And right away, it's going to request that we add some slices to it. So I'm going to select the existing rich text slice. I'm not going to make the hero or anything else available on this page type, just the rich text. And now we want to add a couple of fields to our static zone so that we can query it here for Nike and for this description, but also so we can show it off here, Nike, description, and this image. So in case study, we're going to create a new rich text field called company. That's where we'll put like Nike. And we're going to change that to an H1, unselect everything, H1, do not allow multiple paragraphs, and choose done. We're going to add another new field, and this one's going to be description. So rich text, and we are going to remove everything except for paragraph on this one. Don't allow multiple paragraphs. And then for the image, we're just going to add an image, as you might expect, naming that image, and that is it for this. Now, when we choose a page type, when we create a page type, we get some SEO and metadata fields for free out of the box. I'm going to move the meta title up to the top. It doesn't really matter, but I like it there instead of the default. And that should be it for this case study. Now, we're going to go ahead and push this so that we can create our first case study that we will then link to with our new case studies slice. So in Prismic, go ahead back to your documents list, and we should have homepage, settings, and another page. We're going to create new, and it gives us the option for a page or case study. Choose case study, and I'm going to call this Nike for the UID. Company is Nike, capital N. Description, I'm going to copy this from our case study over here. And for image, we should have, I believe, yes, here we go, the Nike logo. And alternative text, I'm just going to say the Nike logo. We're going to add that to our page. So I'm going to add a rich text slice just to give us some content underneath. And for this, I am using loripsum.net. So LORIPSUM.net. And I found this. It is cool because it allows you to use a few different things, because like most of these just generate regular text and not like italics and everything. And so I'm just going to tack on a few paragraphs, and I'm going to copy text to clipboard. Great. And I'm going to paste this in here. And yeah, we've got some styles here. Oh, it doesn't have everything that we want. I'm actually going to undo that real quick because the rich text slice that ships with the minimal starter has a limited set of fields for some reason. I'm going to select all. I'm just going to let us go wild on it. So choose done once we've unlocked all of those fields, or I guess all of those, not fields, but like types or something. I don't know. Paste that in, and I guess it didn't change too much. This bork thing, I'm not sure what that's supposed to be over in lorem ipsum. It's just bork. Okay, I'm gonna erase that part. Don't worry about the errors here, but that should be good enough. All right, and I'm gonna click save, and we get this like default untitled document thing. Just say Nike case study, and you see we have a preview there, that's not looking great. That's because our rich text doesn't have any styles, and we can handle that a little bit later. But I'm going to go ahead and publish that because all we really need here is the UID, the company, the description, and the image. The rest is just icing on the cake for now, because I just want to make it so that we have something to fetch and display on our homepage here, for starters. Now in Slice Machine, let's go ahead to our page type. We're going to do it in reverse this time. Let's add a slice to our page type. So in page, we can say add slices, and we can create new from scratch. So this way, it gets created and added to our page type automatically, and you can't forget to add it. So I'm going to say case studies, like that, just to differentiate the plural from the singular. So case studies slice, it'll create that slice, and here it is. Click into it, and let's go ahead and add that screenshot right away. So we have our thumbnails and our case study thumbnail. I'm going to drag it right there. And there we go. Let's start off by adding our heading and our body. So rich text, heading, going to make that in H2 only, and can remove or keep up multiple paragraphs. I'm not too worried either way. Add new field, rich text. We're going to say body, and that's going to be just a paragraph. And then we want repeatable zone for our link to the case study, because we want to be able to choose 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, right? We want it to be multiple, and we don't want to like fix that number. So in the repeatable zone, you might think link, but actually what we want here is a content relationship. So this just allows us to kind of connect to another document within Prismic. It's going to have pretty much the same UI, the same effect overall, but this is the correct field to choose. So we are going to say case study, just like that. Let's say add. And what we can do is in here, we can make sure the type that we select in Prismic is a case study. We don't want our editors to be able to choose a setting or a regular page, but we want to always ensure that they are choosing a case study, and that's all they can do. So we're going to review our changes. We're going to push these changes, and in Prismic, we should be able to go to our home page, and down here underneath showcase, we should be able to add case studies. And within case studies, I'm going to paste in the correct heading. Creators like you love repeat. I'm going to paste that there. I'm going to copy this body, and we're going to add an item to the group. This item, all it is a case study. So I'm going to click there, and I only have the one Nike case study, but you see it doesn't allow us to choose any of the pages. So like the editor cannot make a mistake here. They must choose a case study, and that's really handy to lock them into that. So I'm going to hit save and publish, and we shouldn't see anything just yet except for the standard placeholder component for case studies, variation default slices. So let's go ahead and start to build this out now that we have that ability to link to a case study. It's going to get a little bit tricky because we're going to be pulling in something called a slice mapper, but I'm kind of excited to teach this to you because if you need to reference other data within a slice, this is the way to do it with SvelteKit. But first, let's open up our case study slice and let's start doing some of the basics. So bounded, gonna import that just like right there. I'm going to bring in our heading component and our body component from the snippets here. So slices, I want case studies, I want snippets, grab both of those, paste those in. For the first one, I'm going to change it to a Prismic text, import that, and the second one I'll keep as a rich text. And wrapping around this Prismic text, I'll do an H2 with a class. I'll say H2 period max W2XL, and that'll get me started on my CSS. Go ahead and add more classes there. So text balance, text center, text 5XL, font medium, and MD text 7XL, just like that. And for our next one, we want to wrap this in a div. It's going to say period MX auto, so that whatever's in here is going to get these styles, no matter how many paragraphs or whatever get placed inside. So MT6, max WMD, text balance, text center, text gray 300. So we're going to save that. And then underneath, we're going to have our case studies area. So I'm just going to create a div where we have MT20. I mean, we're going to add some more classes because you can just chain them like that. Grid and gap 16. This should make our entire div with those classes. A little bit of a Emmet trickery there for you. So if we simulate this slice, we should see, and if you save it, we should see our text and our heading looking good. Now, let's get into our actual, into each case study item, right? So we are going to need to essentially loop over the array of case studies and render out the name of the company, the body or the description, as well as the image. And we need a link to case study. So how do we get that information? Well, let's actually log this slice. I have a little VSCode plugin. It's like a log. Let's see what it's called. Turbo Console log. And it just allows you with a quick keyboard shortcut to do that. So if you like that, go ahead and grab that. But just explaining how I did that so quickly. Now, if we load this page, we should see, here we go, slice, variation, default, version, items, all that stuff. Now, items, case study is what we're looking at. So let's go ahead and do slice.items. And we're going to just look at the very first one and see what that looks like. I'm going to reload the page again. And let's take a look. We have case study, and it's an object with type case study, and the UID is Nike. But this isn't all of our content, right? Like we don't have our description. I don't see an image object or even image URL. This is pretty sparse, and we can't really do much with just this. This is because this is just a link to that document, and we would need to then fetch that document ourselves to get all of the information associated with that document. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to make another couple requests for as many case studies as we are linking to. So in order to get this related case studies data, we want to make that fetch back here at the actual page because that's going to happen on the server. Now there's a few ways you can handle it. So you could theoretically fetch all of the case studies that you have and then pass them all into this component and then only show the ones that show up in this slice items array. I highly recommend against that because you're going to be sending that bundle of data along with you to the client. So it's just not the most efficient way to do that. It's kind of sloppy. So there's lots of different solutions for this, and Prismic even has a way that we can add to our query to fetch additional data, but not only will that kind of lock us into updating that query whenever we add new slices or add anything else, but it doesn't handle the problem of what if a slice, say, requests something from Supabase, or if a slice needs some extra computing, like you need to run a slice through an expensive function that you want to do on the server side, not on the client side. Well, the solution we have here called slice mapping is the solution for all of those problems. Now we could put the logic for fetching this data here directly in the page .server.js, but then if we need to use this same slice elsewhere, then we need to copy that logic over. And if other slices need to fetch additional data or do additional computing, then we need to have a whole bunch of logic here. And that's really not the way to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in our case studies folder inside our slices folder, we're going to create a new file called mapper mapper.js. So in this mapper.js file, we want to export a function that takes in both the slice and the client and then fetches all of the case studies that are connected. So let's go ahead and say export default async, because it's going to return a promise, function mapper and parentheses, and we're going to destructure off of that slice and context, and we'll pass that in the page.server file in just a minute. All right, so to start, we're going to say const case studies equals, we're going to say parentheses to contain this function. We're going to say await promise with a capital P dot all, and this will resolve once everything inside it has resolved. So it's going to just hold on to all of the promises that we have inside until they're all done. And what we're going to do here is we are going to map over slice.items.map in order to get the items off of that. But we want this to be an async function. So we're going to say async parentheses item and then arrow function and open curly brackets here. And we will say if, and we want to now check to see if this case study is filled in. So we're going to import a helper from Prismic. So to do that, we want to come up to the import and say import asterisk as Prismic from quote at prismic.io/client. Now this just basically imports everything so that we can use it on the Prismic namespace. So now we're going to say Prismic dot is filled, and this is filled helper needs a specified type. So you see all of the fields that you can use with Prismic here, and this will tell you, it'll return a Boolean for whether or not that is filled in within the Prismic editor or not. We're going right here for the content relationship for this one, and we're going to pass it the item dot case underscore study. And we're not getting any type help, but we will set that up in just a little bit. Right now we're getting yelled at for type errors, just for it having any type, but we will set that up in just a little bit. It's just, there's a lot to this and the types are a little bit funky to type. Haha. So we're going to now return parentheses await context.client.get by ID. And I'm going to say item.casestudy.id. So let's talk through this a little bit, and I will explain exactly what's going on here. We need our case studies array, and to do that, we are fetching all of the case studies one at a time, but wrapping them in this promise.all, which will resolve once all of the results are resolved. To get those items, we are mapping over slice.items and pulling the case study from there and using its ID, which is not Nike like we saw, but it is the specific ID that is unique to that document within Prismic. And so now case studies is an array of case studies. Now, last but not least, we want to make sure that we are filtering out any empty items here. So we're going to say filter, parentheses, Boolean, capital B, just like that. And that should make it so that we don't have any just null or undefined things in there. Then we're going to return an object, and we're going to put slice. So we're going to keep that slice because we still need the heading, we still need the body, but we also want to add case studies to this object that is getting returned, and that'll get passed in to our index.svelte. And you see here we're expecting slice, and we want to do the same with case studies. So I'm going to remove my console log, and I'm going to say export let case studies. And I'm actually going to give it a default value of just an empty array to prevent any errors if anything happens. And we can type this one real quick by just copying our type there and changing this from a case study slice to a case study document. And here we go, that should help. And then put an array at the end because that is, well, it's an array of case study documents. Now we should only have one error here, which just says, you're not using this, please use it. So now we've typed that. We will type the rest of mapper in a moment, but I want to get this mapper imported into our page. So you might have noticed that with slices, we are following a certain kind of format where all of your slices, and do not edit this file, all of your slices are getting imported from each of their folders and then exported in a nice tidy little object here. And that is what the page.svelte is importing. Import components from lib/slices, because slices, the slices folder has an index file here that becomes where we're importing this from. So we're importing components, and now we get a nice tidy object of components where bento maps to bento, etc. So we're going to do the same sort of thing. Inside slices, we're going to create a new file and call it mappers.js. And it's going to be a really simple file because we only have the one slice mapper, but we're going to say import case studies mapper from /case studies /mapper. Just like that. And then we need to export this on an object. So export const mappers equals object case _ studies. And then we're going to say case studies mapper. Cool. So same kind of pattern where we're importing everything. If every slice had a mapper to it, like if we needed to fetch some additional data, we would have all of them here, both imported and then exported. So just like we are importing that in our page.svelte, instead we need to import it here in our page.server. Because there are several page.servers, make sure you're in the one that's right inside preview equals preview. So we're going to go ahead and say import mappers from $lib /slices /mappers, just like that. And now we need to use this mappers. Well, it just so happens that Prismic has a function called map slice zone that we can import to slightly change the shape of our slices array. So we're going to say const slices equals await map slice zone, and we're saying await because remember we are doing promises and all kinds of things, basically async functionality within this map slice zone by fetching that additional data. And we're going to pass the map slice zone a couple of things. We first pass it the slices, then the mappers, and then any kind of context that we might need within the map slice zone. So we're going to say page.data.slices. We're going to pass it mappers. And then we're going to pass it an object with client inside. And last but not least, we are going to, instead of passing page, because if you see in our page.svelte, we don't actually use page for anything but its slices. So it's not really a big deal if we don't have the rest of the page here. All we really need is these slices, this slice array. So we're instead going to pass slices there. And here we're going to say data.slices instead. So save both of those files. All right, so the data should be flowing, but to avoid having to console log and try to figure out like what the shape of things are, because right now case studies doesn't, oh wait, no, actually it does have a type here, but we would like to also have it typed inside mapper.js. So let's do that real quick. We're going to real quick say /**, and it should open that up for us. Oh, it helped me out a little bit. That was cool. Let's go ***. I lost it, but that's fine because I don't want to cheat and have you left behind. So we're going to go param. So you see I have /**, param. And I'm going to first say that the main thing that we are expecting here is an object. So capital O, BJECT, and then args. And inside, oh, it's trying to automatically complete for me. And I just don't want it to. Param, and we're going to open this up to specify one of those args, and this is going to be slice. So we're going to say prismic.content.case studies slice. IES slice, just like that. And afterwards, we're going to say args.slice. And one more param, almost there. Going to do double curly brackets, say client, because this is the client that's getting passed on context. Remember, we passed that inside the object. I'm going to say client :prismic dot client, and then angle brackets like that. I'm going to say prismic dot content dot all document types. And that basically means that the client can return all of that type of thing. And at the end, we're going to say args dot context. So that's us just typing the context object that's going to get passed in on that object. And now you see everything is happy in here. Last thing we want to do, we have return await. I put this in parentheses before. We want to put this in parentheses again, just inside that semicolon. Oh, I did the wrong one. There we go. Parentheses around await, because between return and await, we want to have a type. So we're going to say / ***, and we're going to say at type, curly brackets, prismic.content.case study document. The autocomplete can be funny sometimes. All right, so we are set there, and I want to bring that parenthesis up onto the first line so that it is associated with the return. So yours should look like this, and this just basically types our return so it's clear what we're getting back. And then we should see here that it is clear that we are getting case study documents out of this mapper. So we have typed it successfully. I'm going to minimize my terminal. And now let's head over to our case studies component. Let's do what we mapped out here before. Let's loop over that array of case studies. Let's list out the company, description, image, and the link. So I'm going to wipe this out, and I'm going to say hashtag each case studies as case study singular, and I'm going to say comma index. So we're going to be using that index here. We're going to start with a div, and it's going to have a class of relative to start. Tab and open up that div. And inside here, we are just going to start to map out our fields before we really get into styling, just to show you that the data has actually come through. So create another div inside there. And here we're going to say h3 with class text for XL. And inside there, we're going to do a prismic text with field case study.data.company. And close that. And after the h3, we want to create another div with class max WMD, just like that. And inside here, we're going to put our prismic rich text. And field is going to be case study.data.description. Have that close. And we're going to put one more thing inside this div that starts at line 22 for me. And that's going to be a link. So prismic link. I thought that would auto create. And we're going to say document is equal to case study. And class, we'll just style this quickly. So Z10 after absolute, after inset 0, and hover underline. And this is a nice little trick to make the entire card clickable without screwing up our accessibility. I'll show it to you in just a minute. And make sure you're importing your Prismic link, your Prismic rich text, and your Prismic text. Now, after this div, I'll actually give it a class so we know what to refer to it as. I'll just say class equals flex, and we'll come back and style it fully in a minute. And down here, let's go ahead and create, let's say, just a div, and I'll give it a class in a little bit, but this is a little bit more complex because it needs to use CLSX. And we're going to add our little image glows that we see on the final version. So if we come to our case study slice, we want to add that glow and that glow. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to call it period image glow, and then add a BG orange 500, as well as a negative bottom 8 and a negative left 4, like that. I can save that and then copy it because we want BG violet 500 as well. Keep that image glow, change bottom. Well, we'll just delete both bottom and left, and we'll say negative right 4 and negative top 8. So each of these positions aligns it to the side of the image, which is what's going to be taking up the most space in here in just a second, and shifts it over. But right now, we don't have image glow really doing anything. We also need to create this image glow class. So go ahead down here and say style. And we're doing this because image glow, both of these have some repeated styles. So rather than having them both there, let's just put it down here. So we're going to use the @apply Tailwind directive to kind of refactor out these image glows without too much hassle. So we're going to say absolute h 1/2 width 1/2 rounded full opacity. Let's go for about 40 for now. We'll come back and change it for the animation, but mix, blend, screen, blur 3XL, transition, opacity, and duration 500, and group hover opacity 30. So actually change this opacity 40 here to 0. I was conflating this with some of our GSAP styles for later. So should have opacity 0 here, and then group hover opacity 30. Now, last but not least, let's go ahead and say Prismic image field is case study.data.logo image, inside curly brackets. We're going to use that sizes property again. So sizes equals quotes, parentheses, max width, colon 768 pixels, 100 view width, 50 view width. And let's go ahead and style this. So class is equal to Z20 scale. And we're going to use a custom property for that. So go ahead and put it in square brackets, 0.98, rounded XL, transition, transform, duration 300, and group hover scale 100. Make sure you spell everything correctly, and then we can close our Prismic image and import it. And logo image isn't what I called that, is it? It's just image. Cool. See, that's how typing helps us out. So we have that now, and up here on this div that wraps around our Prismic image and our glows, go ahead and say class, and we're going to put curly brackets because we need CLSX. Hit enter and import that. Make sure that's imported. Yep, that worked well. And now we're going to call that and pass it first a string with relative and LG call span 2. And then after that quote, we're going to say index modulo 2 and MD negative order 1. So if index modulo 2 is odd, so if it's an odd number, it will go to the left, I believe. No, yeah. Okay, so this is the 0 index, right? So that's why it's on the right. But at the 1 or the 3 or the 5, the image will go to the left because it's negative order 1. But it's not going to change on small screens. That's what the MD comes in to do. But of course, this is the final version. Let's look at how our own version is actually looking here. Not bad. Do we have the glow yet? We don't, and you know why? Because we don't have the group style. So let's finish our styling. But the important takeaway here is that we have Nike, we have content teams, and we have all our content here. I think we are just missing the Prismic link. I did this wrong. I self-closed it when in reality, Prismic link, I need to put inside here some text because that's how links work. So I'm going to say read, let's say Prismic text field case study dot data dot company, and then close that and say case study. So read Nike case study essentially, and there's that link. And now we can come to the top and start styling our relative, our flex, and these other divs that we kind of skipped over. So on this first one, on the one right inside the each, go to relative, let's say group, grid, gap 4, opacity 85, transition, opacity, duration 300, hover, cursor, pointer, hover, opacity 100, MD, colon, grid, cols 2. Oops, I didn't space between those. There we go. MD, gap 8, LG, grid, cols 3. And that's all for that div, but that should have now triggered our group styles to work. There we go. So now that we have group on this parent div that wraps everything, if this div is hovered over, then group hover is true, and we get scale 100 here. We get, let's see, where's group hover? Opacity 30 up from opacity 0. So that's why we're using group hover, and that's why we're putting group here, because it's basically saying if this parent div gets hovered, then do something to everything else. So we can see that that is now working. We have our glow working, but clearly this is not working for anyone. So let's fix our flex. So for flex, we want to go ahead and say col span 1, flex col justify center, and gap 4. Looking a lot better. And now we are fully styled. And I want to touch really quickly on the link thing that we did just to highlight that once again. So now I can click anywhere here and be taken to the case study, which actually won't work just yet because we haven't wired up our router or anything. But we are not creating an inaccessible link with the way that we are doing this. So if we look at the actual link, read Nike case study is what will be read by that screen reader. And yet we still get the functionality of clicking anywhere to go there. If you wrap the entire thing in a link, you would get Nike content teams at the legendary sports brand, when really all we want to say is read Nike case study. That's what we want the screen reader to announce. And that's why this trick works, because the after element is overtop the entire thing. If you see relative is put here, so that's where this after absolute stops. It wraps around all of that. So we have our case studies being fetched in our slice mapper and getting fed in here. Now we are almost done with this slice, but right now, let's see what happens if we click it. Nothing at all happens. And why is that? Well, we do have that anchor, that A tag, but there's no href on it, and that kind of defeats the entire purpose of having that element. That's because we are not telling Prismic's link or Prismic link what to do if it finds a case study type. So let's go to libprismicio.js. Open up this file. We haven't touched this yet, but this is kind of the heart of how Prismic is both fetching and routing us around our app. So we only have a couple of things here. We have the create client, which is what we've been using this whole time, which gets past our API endpoint, which comes from this smconfig.json. You see repeat AI is my repository name, and so that is the API endpoint that it is requesting all my data from. Yours is going to be different. And Yeah, or the repository name. And then we pass it this routes array, and any kind of config and cookies and things are here for enabling the preview functionality. So this is what makes our requests back to Prismic for us, and it's set up automatically for us. You don't really need to touch any of this. But here, this was set up for us to handle both like that second page and our home page, so that if we get a type page with the UID of home, the path should be /. If we get a type page that isn't this, right? That's why this is second. We're going to follow the /UID, and because we put the colon here, that tells Prismic that, okay, this isn't the word UID, this is a variable. So I'm going to pull UID off of that document. But we don't say what to do if you have a type case study. So we're going to go ahead and handle that right now by creating just a new object in this array. So we're going to say type is quote case underscore study. And the path is going to be a path that we create in SvelteKit inside our structure in just a second. But it's going to be /case study /:UID. So we're copying that same formatting, but we want to have it be case study /Nike instead of just /Nike. So we're going to save that. And now when we click, we should get a better result, except it's going to break. It's going to say 404 not found. That's because we haven't set this page up yet. But the best part about Slice Machine, or at least one of the best parts, I don't know if I can say which part I like most, but if we come into our case study, so page types, case study, up here, we have our page snippet. Now we've been using lots of snippets throughout our time with Slice Machine, but this might be the biggest time saver you have. So create your case studies page data fetcher. So it tells us to create a page.server.js, pretty much wherever we want it. And then also a page.svelte. So we're going to go ahead and do that, but we are going to create it inside a case studies folder. So back in our code, inside the preview equals preview folder, create a new folder here. It should be next to the bracket UID one. And we're going to say case study, just like that, to match the pattern that we would like. Hit enter. And then inside that, we want to follow this UID in brackets for a folder pageserver.js. So inside case study, new folder, bracket UID, close bracket. And now once again, right click on it and choose new file. I'm going to say plus page.server.js and come back to your page snippet here. And we're going to copy that and paste that in like that. And we're going to do the same thing in that same folder, in that UID folder, with our plus page.svelte. So go ahead, UID, new file, plus page.svelte. Paste that, save it. And if we go back to our page, we see that we get all of that data in. The rich text that we had pasted into our Nike case study. Let me just double check to make sure that is exactly what we're expecting. Let me come down here and say, I'm going to change NAM to Nike. Save, publish, and Nike. There we go. So not the most incredible thing yet, but that's because our rich text component isn't great, as well as the fact that we haven't added any of this stuff to it yet, but we will. First, let's go ahead and fix up the rich text slice so that it looks a little bit better. And that one's going to be really easy. So close routes, open slices, open rich text, and we can delete this label.svelte. Go ahead and do that. And in index.svelte, just remove the import for label like that, and remove that from components as well. We want to change this to a bounded so that it goes with the rest of our styles. We can remove this class. We're not going to style bounded in any kind of way, but we are going to drop a div inside here with pros on it. And that is going to be the cheat code that we use. I'm going to continue styling it with pros or -LG, pros -slate, pros invert, and width is full on this inner div. And so now, oh, that is so much nicer, right? So that was a really big change. And you can, check for yourself. If you just remove the single pros class, you'll see, well, actually I wonder why that's looking decent. Anyway, you see that without any kind of styles there, it's just not great. But I wonder if pros LG or one of these was kicking in to give it some styles, but this is what we're looking for. Much better. But now we need to finish styling this case study page. And in my opinion, this shouldn't be a slice. This is going to be consistent across all of my case studies. So I just want this built into the page and not something that my editors have to add, especially because I wanted to query this data on my other page. So I don't want to have to like add it as a slice and also have it as data in some other place. So we're going to use this same information, these three fields, and build out this little header before our content here. So let's go style the case study page.svelte. In routes, preview, case study, page.svelte. We're going to give this some nice styles. Going to give it a little makeover. So to start, we want to wrap this whole thing in a bounded element. So I'm going to say bounded. And by whole thing, I mean this slice zone. Usually the slice zone just kind of stands alone when it comes to a page, but here we need to add some stuff above it. So we're going to import bounded. It's not auto importing for me. I'm just going to import bounded from $lib/components/bounded. You can, yeah, that looks good. We want the slice zone to be kind of its own thing down here. So we're going to wrap it in just a div of MX auto to make sure it stays centered. And then up here, we want a div that's relative because we want to put that triangle grid inside it, among other things. And we also want to style it a little more. So say grid with full, place items center, text center, and that's it for that style. Let's call in our triangle grid. See if that can auto import. I don't know why auto imports broke on me, but I'm going to go ahead and copy that over. Triangle grid like that. And let's see how this is looking already. Are we getting our triangle? There we go. We got our triangle grid in the background already succeeding. Now, right after triangle grid, let's create an H1. And on that H1, I'm going to say class equals text 7XL, font medium. Let's actually make this MD 7XL and then text 5XL like that. And then inside, we're going to use Prismic. Text field is going to be data.page.data.company. And that's because we are getting the field off of that data attribute. Prismic text doesn't exist, but yeah, I got to keep on. I might restart my VS Code in a second if that keeps happening because it is not playing nice. Say Prismic text right there off of the Svelte package. And now the thing is, semantically, we don't want the H1 to just be the word Nike. We want it to be Nike case study, but stylistically, it's a very different style, right? Nike case study. So we want to, inside the H1, add a P tag. And I know I said earlier, you don't typically want to do this. Maybe, yeah, let's just do a span. And we will add to that block and text LG and text yellow 500. And hit tab, it should create, and we'll say case study. Just like that. Now underneath there, let's create a P tag with class equals MB4 MT8 max with XL text LG and text slate 300. Inside that paragraph, we want our Prismic text. And we want the field that is similar to data.page.data.company, but instead here we want description. I just copied that over in case you're wondering how I type so fast. And then we want our Prismic image. Let's import that before it yells at us. I'm going to close it and pass it a field. I'm going to paste again. Oh, that didn't work. Prismic or data.page.data.image. And we want a class on here is logo image rounded LG and opacity 0. And the logo image thing we will use for animation in a little bit. This won't do anything right now, but we will use it to query for our animation later. Let's check it out now. Let's see, Nike case study. That went a little bit wrong. Something's not right there, but we can figure out why. Well, for starters, I'm also using opacity 0 that we will be using later for animation. So remove that. Let's just bring this image down to rounded large. All right, so image just rounded large. There we go. That's working now. Case study. Let's take a look at this little span. There we go. That's much better. And there we go. That is looking a whole heck of a lot better. And besides the zoom in, zoom out aspect, it is identical to what we need. Just as a style thing though, I don't like how close this image is to our content. So I'm going to say MT, let's see, on medium screens, MT is going to be like 12. And then MT8, that might not be enough. Yeah, that's okay. Just feels like, let's go even more. Let's go 16. I don't think that's a value. No, it is, okay. And then let's go 12 here. Sometimes you just can't do with enough spacing. All right, that's looking great. So let's review what we did and make sure we're not missing anything. We have our case studies, we have our heading and our body that are coming both directly from our homepage here in Prismic. And then we have the Nike case study that's getting referenced or being like linked to, right? We're selecting that link and we are then fetching that data separately, but within the but still on the server and pulling it in. We did a nice little animation back in this slice here, has that cool little hover effect. And we have all of our content displaying with that nice Tailwind typography plugin. And soon we'll add those nice little animations that make this a real satisfying load. And that's about it. We do need to make sure that we are adding SEO and metadata to our Nike case study. And we can also go ahead and make a Prismic case study while we're at it. We're going to say Nike case study here in the SEO and metadata tab. I'm going to copy just the description from here. There we go, content teams. And the meta image can just be the Nike icon like that. Save and publish. And we should go from undefined to not undefined, but we are not. So let's see what the issue is. Because here on the server, we are just returning the page. So we want to go to page.server.js and grab all, or not all of this stuff. Well, yeah, go ahead and grab return, just grab title to meta image, grab all that, and go to your case study and say page, comma, and paste that in there. Now, we don't have a title, but we do have a company. So we can say company, and we need to import the as text from Prismic client like that. Now we don't just want the title to be Nike. So we want to maybe say plus space case study like that. And now, hopefully, there we go. We get Nike case study. Let's even add a repeat.ai. And we could like query the website name from our settings file and all that stuff. But just for now, I think that's a much easier way to go about it. So that's looking a lot better. And now our SEO is going to be happier for it as well. Now let's make our Prismic one real quick. And we're going to, within the Nike case study, go ahead and click duplicate document. And we have a copy Nike case study. Let's say Prismic case study. We're pretending that Prismic also uses repeat AI. UID, put Prismic, and company is Prismic. And we have a description, I think, in the final version here. So the headless page builder used, I need to change that. That will be changed before you get this because we're going to change it right now. Repeat AI, amazing. To change the way videos are made. There we go. That's better. And instead of this image, we are going to change it to the Prismic logo. And let's change this to just say Prismic. Perfect. SEO and metadata, change this to Prismic. And I'm going to paste that in. Repeat. And last but not least, one more change. And now we have 2 case studies. And we just need to link to this second one from our homepage. So homepage, scroll to the very bottom, and we're going to add item in group. Item is going to be Prismic case study, save and publish. And we should see our alternating image, and we do, because this is 1, so it gets negative order, or order -1, right? And we should see a Prismic page. There we go, Prismic case study, image loads in, and there's our content. Fantastic. Now we've built out that slice. We've learned about content relationships, and now you know how to set up a site with like a blog on it or anything like that. And next we're going to get into, not this, but this component, the integrations component, with this cool animation that we'll touch on at the end when we do all of our GSAP. But we're going to set this up with the background and these elements and everything like that. So that's next. So let's take a look at which fields we need to create when we make this slice. We have a heading to start, we have a body, and then we have a repeatable field that's going to be just a select that they'll be able to choose NPM or Cloudflare, GitHub, etc. So these are just going to be a repeated field of selects. So overall, just 3 fields. So let's go ahead and create this in Slice Machine. We can start from our page type, add a slice, create new, and we're going to call this one integrations. Hit create, and we see integrations right here. Let's go ahead and add that screenshot real quick. So I'm going to paste this in or drop this in. It is the integration thumbnail right there. Cool. And now that's set. Add a new field. We're going to add a rich text, call it heading. Set it to H2 only, and add a body. Set that to paragraph, and let's go bold and italic as well. And then down here in the repeatable zone, we want that select field, and we're going to call that icon. And now we want our options, kind of like we did for gear and for cycle. We want these to be the different icons that they can choose from. So I'm going to just add a few of the logos that I found on icons, that site. So Cloudflare and NPM, and add a few more options here. GitHub, all lowercase, Figma, DigitalOcean, all one word is how I'm doing it, and Fly for fly.io. And we're clicking done there. And there we go, auto-saved, all set. So review changes, we've both added it to our page type and we've created a brand new slice. Let's go ahead and just push that for the heck of it. But let's actually build it out in the slice simulator. So go back to slices, integrations, and we can click simulate to go ahead and load it up. We see our placeholder, and if we open that in our code, we can get to work on it. So lib slices integrations index.svelte. Now for this slice, we have a couple of components that we're going to be pulling in from our course resources. This logo in the back, I'm not going to have you hard code that, or sorry, I'm not going to have you code that from scratch, as well as this cool stylized logo with the little gradients and everything happening on it. We're going to pull that in. We're also going to use an image for the background that you downloaded in the images zip that you have. So this integration background. Let's go ahead and drag that in first, actually. So inside integrations, just go ahead and pull that in right there, drop it in the folder. I'm going to rename it just to background. So I'm going to delete the word integration because it's a little redundant once it's in the integrations folder. And at the top of our script, we can go ahead and import that. So I'm going to say import background from /background.jpg. And then inside our section, we'll turn it to a bounded in just a moment, but we can say image and then src equals curly brackets background. And then alt, because it's a decorative image, we're just going to put quotes like that. Class is equal to absolute, inset 0, height full, width full, and object cover. And we're going to close that image. And our image is set. I want to go ahead and change this section to bounded now. And we've imported it from lib components bounded. Moving the background there. And let's go ahead and just save that and see how that's looking inside our slice simulator. There we go. So the slice is taking up the full height there. And it seems like it might be pushing the text off. I'm curious where that text went. Maybe it's behind it. I'm not sure. Not too worried about it either way, though. Yeah, it's probably behind it because of the inset absolute positioning, and we're not like changing the Z index on that or anything like that. So now let's grab our logo background. Course resources. Let's scroll down to components. Oh, there it is right there. Logo background.svelte. And once again, if you're ever confused about like, is this the right one? I've put the path that you should put it at right there in the comment. So integrations, new file. We're going to call this logo background.svelte. And really all this is, if you look at it, is just an SVG. And you can delete the comment if you'd like, but it's an SVG that I just pulled from Figma. And I've added a couple of classes to it. So absolute, and then some positioning there, scale to make it bigger, and opacity to make it not as visible. So if we save that, we're going to want to import this here. So I'm going to say logo background, and luckily my auto imports are working right now. And I save that, should import it just from the local. And once again, I said it before, but the reason why we're putting logo background here and not in components like we did for the word mark or the triangle grid is because we're only using this in this one component. If you're using this logo background in several places, then by all means put it in the components directory. For me, just if it's only used in one spot, I like to localize it. So now we see that's looking great. And once again, it's not much magic to it. If you want to play with any of these classes, like remove that opacity and see how it looks, that's how it looks. So feel free to tweak this as you like it. Next, let's grab the stylized logo mark because we're going to be using this as well. So grab that component, create another file in here. So stylized, stylized logo mark.svelte. Paste this in, and you can look at it and see that it is just another SVG with some classes. And this pulsing logo class is one that we've defined in app.css, and we will talk about it, or at least I believe that's one that we've defined there. Pulsing logo. No, it's actually just one that we're going to be targeting with our GSAP in a little bit. So that's why that's there. And yeah, the rest of this is just to style it as kind of a default, and then the brightness at 100, that's what's going to be tweaked here, like when it gets really vibrant and bright. There you go, on that little pulse. We're playing with both the opacity and the brightness on this. So that's why we're just setting it to a default of 100, which is, yeah, the default. So removing that comment just because. And we can go ahead and pull that in, even though we're not using it just yet, but stylized, stylized, stylized logo mark. This one didn't want to import, but that's fine. Going to just import it from the same spot. So that's stylized logo mark.svelte, and we should see it in our simulator. There it is. Not exactly where we're going to be using it, but it's fine for now. Let's go ahead and grab our code snippets. We are going to use Prismic text for this first one and wrap it in an H2, but we can still save a little bit of time by copy pasting this. So I'm going to go Prismic text, and oh, never mind. That's see, my auto imports stopped working suddenly. I'm not sure why that happens, but hopefully yours are working better than mine. So I'm going to go ahead and import Prismic rich text and Prismic text from Prismic.io/svelte at the top there. Like I said, I'm going to wrap this in an H2, and we're going to style this H2. Let's give it MX auto, max width 2XL, text balance, BG gradient to B from violet 50 and to violet 300, BG clip text PY2 text center, text 5XL font medium, text transparent, and MD text 7XL. Make sure you use the space key. There we go. So you might recognize the BG gradient and the BG clip text, all that good stuff. Text transparent, that's what's going to give us that nice little gradient effect. Let's see if that worked. That should have worked, right? Text. Just going to refresh. It might still be, I know why. Yep, you saw it for a second, right? We need to wrap this H2 in a div with the class relative. So create a relative div and wrap everything inside, and we can delete this placeholder component bit. Obviously, that is not going to be part of our final component. So inside, so this is the order you should have it: image, logo background, and then div with class relative, wrapping everything else inside of bounded. And now we are seeing that, and you should be able to see that subtle little gradient that we're throwing on our text there. Now let's grab our next field underneath the H2. I'm going to create a div here, just to say MX auto, open that div, paste our Prismic rich text inside, and continue to style. We'll say MT for margin top 6, max width medium MD, text balance, text center, text gray 300. Save that. See how that's looking. Looking great. Let's create another div underneath that. I'm going to give this flex and flex call. Open that up. And inside here, we want to loop over the items as item, right? So I'm going to start in each and say slice.items as item, comma index. And let's close that each, backslash each. And then inside here, we want to do a couple of things. First, we can just print out our icon name, okay? We can start there. So we can just say item, and that should give us just that icon, or we go item.icon. There we go. Because item is basically every instance of an item as you add this. So like we could have more fields here and that would still be on the item. So that's why it's .icon. But if we go ahead and do that, we should see in our simulator Figma. If we add another item, GitHub and DigitalOcean. So it's working. Is it what we want? Not yet, but it'll get there. So let's go ahead and wrap this icon in the little circle that we see, the little like glassy circle there. So let's create a div and wrap the icon in it and say class is pulsing icon. That's going to be a class that we target. Flex aspect square. That way it stays a circle and doesn't get stretched out. Shrink 0. That is a flex property. Items center. Justify center. Rounded. Full. Border violet 50 slash 30, so it's down to 30% opacity. BG violet 50 / 25 P3 text 3XL text violet 100 opacity 40 MD text 3XL LG text 5XL. All right, so you got all that wrapping around our icons, and now you see that I clearly made, rounded full. So mine's clearly not rounded. RUN rounded full, and our padding looks pretty big. What happened there? Or maybe it's just because the text is so large and that's what's throwing it off. But we're seeing that we're getting a similar effect. Just looks like there's something else off about it, but we're getting close. We will get to this point. I am sure of it. Now up here for flex call, we actually don't want flex call unless it is on a smaller device. So we need to add a couple more classes here. So let's say MT20 margin top, items center, and MD flex row. So on larger screens, it'll be side by side like that. And yeah, that's looking good. The circles are gonna be different sizes because of what's inside, but we will soon not have the words, but icons themselves. But we want this logo actually in the middle. So if we add 4, we want to have it so that that logo would be right between GitHub and DigitalOcean. How do we do that? Well, we can check inside this each. We can say if index is equal to math.floor slice.items.length divided by 2. So if the index is, FLOOR, there you go. If the index is equal to basically the halfway point, then we want to show the stylized logo mark. And we want to close that if like that. There we go. So now it puts it right in the middle. So as this loop goes through, at first the index is 0 and that's not equal to halfway through. But as we travel through, as long as these are even, this is going to work out. And it's just one of those things where like you should tell your content team, yeah, this is designed to not have an odd number of things because, it's not the worst, but we're trying to have something dead center. So make sure you're adding an even number of items. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Cool. So that works well. But also after every one of these items, we want to have this line in between them. And we want to make sure that we don't have one at the very end on either side. So we want to go ahead and right before the end of the each, let's create a div and we're going to call it signal line like that. And if we save that, we get a line in between each one. That's because in our app.css, I've created a signal line. It has a few styles here that you can check out. It is responsive so that on smaller devices, let's see if this works. Yeah, on smaller devices, it goes vertically and it looks kind of decent there. And if it's not perfect, we will fix it up in the coming minutes. But you can see that it has some other things like a background image, and that is how we're going to be getting that cool little gradient that shoots out and seems to travel along the line. We'll be getting that soon. That's all coming from just a little gradient that we've placed on it. So for now, we have that signal line, but you might have noticed, oh, you can't really see it. Let's try to get rid of DigitalOcean. You're too big. There we go. We have a line at the end. We don't have one there. That's good. But because it always ends with a line, let's go ahead and check to make sure that it's basically not the last item. So we're going to say, if this isn't the last item, make this line. Otherwise, don't. Hashtag if index is not equal to, so exclamation mark equal slice.items.length -1 length -1, and then we're going to close our each. Close our if. I was looking there. So if the index is not equal to the last item in the array, so if there are 6 items, we want to make sure we don't add one at the 5th spot. And there we go, just like that. There's no more line there, but there's lines everywhere else except for right after our icon or our logo. So we need to place one inside here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say div, I'm going to say class is equal to signal line. But we want to handle that gradient and the direction that it's going. So we can add some more classes. So we're going to say rotate 180 and BG gradient to T. And I'm not remembering why we're doing this. So we might revisit that part and see if that's still necessary, because we might just have that. Yeah, okay, that's already here. You can get rid of that. Much better. There we go. So rotate 180, signal line. And here we actually want to do a little bit more logic. So go ahead and select the quote signal line, and we're going to wrap it in curly braces. I'm going to use CLSX. Let's go ahead and import that. It's not importing for me. I don't know why. I'll figure this out before the next video I make. But right now, it's just not liking it. So import CLSX from CLSX. Cool. And we have signal line, but we also want to check index is greater than or equal to math.floor, parentheses, slice.items. Well, you can just really just copy it from up here if you want. Let's go ahead and grab that, divide it by 2. Like so, and then we're checking. So the ternary there says if that is the case, we want to rotate it 180. So basically flip that little line around. Otherwise, rotate 0. And I think I need another parenthesis there. Cool. So yours should look like this: class CLSX signal line, and then checking the index to see the rotation, just like that. Now, we're not going to see this code take effect right now because, once again, we're not animating yet. But if we look here, we have a line, and we'll just have to assume for now that these are correctly positioned as far as the gradients go. Now, this is cool and all, but not great, right? Let's get some icons in here. So if we head back to icons, icones.js.org, and you search for brands, you will find Font Awesome Brands right here. You can use any of these brands if you like the SVG logos one and want to add some color. Like, really, I want you to make these sites your own, so go for it. This is just the one that we're using. Just a heads up, if you are using these, the size of them might be a little bit different. And so you might need to adjust a little. All you would have to do, because most of these just reference the current font size, all you'd have to do is just change this part where like it's the text size. And I'll show you that when we pull in these icons. But we have icons that we want to pull in for these brands. So we can go ahead and search npm, and I'm going to grab this, choose unplugin icons, and I'm going to paste this at the top. So I'm going to paste it above all of my custom components because we're importing this from a different package. So I'm going to say, I don't like these names. I like changing it to icon, npm, like that. Just a little bit easier than that wild name. We're going to get a few more, and we can just go ahead and copy, paste, 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 rather than searching through. You can, but I've already kind of done the legwork, so we don't need to go through and do that. Just change npm to GitHub, and Figma, Fly, Cloudflare, and DigitalOcean. And then we want to change these to GitHub, Figma, icon, Fly, Cloudflare, and these don't matter so much. You can name it icon do if you want. Just make sure that when we create our icons object underneath the imports, that you do the right thing there. So const icons equals object DigitalOcean icon DigitalOcean Cloudflare icon Cloudflare npm icon and npm. There we go. GitHub icon GitHub. Two more, Figma icon Figma, and last but not least, Fly icon Fly. All right, we've got our icon set up, and we've done a similar thing for our showcase. We have to swap out item icon for svelte in angle brackets component, and then this equals curly brackets icons, that object we just created, item.icon, and then close that. It's yelling at me. Type null. So here it is correct that right now, yes, icon could be null, and that's not great. So let's do a check just above the div. Let's say if item.icon, and then wrap that div in there, and that should get rid of our complaint, because now it has to be something that is truthy, because we're doing that check for item icon. So no longer is null a potential value. So if we head to our simulator, we are looking much better, except for the end there. I'm going to refresh and just see if something, no, actually that's exactly what and I didn't save the mock content, so that's on me. But if we go Figma, and you see how as we add items, we're just getting more lines. It's because we are checking for, we're checking here if there's an icon, but if not, we are still rendering this line. So maybe we pull this if all the way down so that it's not rendering anything. Let's pull it all the way up too, just because we don't want it to count towards the halfway point. So change it to each, and then if item icon, and then that if should end at the each as well. So save that, and now no matter how many empty items we add, it's not going to matter. There we go. And that only renders in once we get to like a good halfway point. So that's fine. There we go. Looking good, but now we're getting that at the end again. Why is that? Oh, because we have a null item. Is that why? Interesting. Why would that be rendering in? Huh. All right, if you can figure that one out before I do. Extra points. Why are we getting that last item if we're doing the check here? Because the slice item's length is no longer, so the length is increasing with each null value. Okay, well, for now, this is as good as we're going to get it. At least we're not adding like 5 lines, right? So that works for maybe. You can see that the length is having an effect as as it moves along. Anyway, that's looking good, and I think can call this component right there. I don't think there's anything more to do besides, of course, animating. But we can now. I'm going to delete this mock content. I'm not going to save this because but now you see the value of the editor here, right? Like we are stress testing this component in a really easy, like non-destructive way, where I didn't have to push this up and screw with the document and everything. I can really check and make sure that this thing works. So that's looking great. Let's add some content to it. I'm going to go in and add the slice. What is it? Not hero, not bento, showcase, integrations. It was the first one. And yeah, I'm going to add that and copy from here. So go ahead and do that, and I'll see you in a sec. All right, I just added the text and the icons. You can see in my little preview over here that it's working nicely. And if you want to shift any of these icons around, you can click the little arrow buttons and those shift right there. I'm going to hit save, and I'm going to publish. Back at the home page, let's give a nice little refresh. And we have our integrations component, but it's not loading the background. And that's because I forgot a CSS property. Watch this. We scroll all the way to the top. Whoops, there's our image and our background and everything. You know why it's doing that? Because we didn't put relative on this bounded component. So let's go ahead on bounded. I'm gonna go to the end and say class equals relative. And I'm gonna say overflow hidden on this as well, because we want it to crop that top and that bottom. And there we go. That's looking great. Nicely done. Let's get into building our last slice for this project. This is our call to action. And just like with all the slices we've made before, we are going to start by creating a new slice. Let's do it in the page type so that I don't forget to add it to this page section later. I'm going to say create new, and we're going to say slice name is call to action, all one word, because Pascal cases what these have to be. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So call to action, and we have our new slice, call to action. Let's go ahead and update the screenshot. Go into our thumbnails, and where is it? Call to action, CTA thumbnail. Drop that there. AI-powered insights for videographers. Cool. Now, this is our last slice, and it's also a pretty simple slice, so I'm going to move at record speed on this one. We have 3 fields here. We have a heading, we have button text, and a button link that we need to add. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to just kind of walk through. You know what to do by now. We do an H2, done, and we want to add a button link and a button label with key text, because we just want that string. And we'll click simulate to go ahead and open that up. And while that opens up, let's grab each of these. For this, we're going to be using the Prismic text component, but let's go to call to action index. Gonna wipe this out, paste this in, and I guess downgrade it to Prismic text. Let's import bounded, Prismic text. Let's grab our button link and put that there. And then our button label as well. Import Prismic link. And that is set. Let's see how that looks over in our simulator. We have our content looking good. Now let's wrap this Prismic text in an H2. And we're going to give that a class, mt8 max width of XL, text balance, text 5XL. And then for the button link, let's give that a class. Oh, sorry, yeah, we want to actually import button link here. So not just any Prismic link, we can get rid of Prismic link in our imports. We want button link, and we can give this an additional class to handle the spacing above of mt6. And then here we can also add a little fallback in case you don't add any, in case there's no text there, we can say learn more. And we can check to make sure if slice.primary.button link, and we can end that if. Move that underneath button link, and that looks good. Let's see how our call to action's looking. There we go. Copper and hour. Let's see. Download now. That looks good. And what's this? AI powered insights. I'm just going to grab this for the mock and save mock content. All right, we're seeing an issue there. That's because we need to add some styles to our bounded component up here. So say class equals relative py32 text center font medium md py40. And there we go. We have the, really the text center did a lot of the heavy lifting there. And now that looks pretty good, except we need our icon here and the glow in the background. So let's start with the glow. For the glow, just inside bounded, let's go ahead and create a div that just is class of glow, just so we know what it is. Because it can be a little confusing if you just kind of see a bunch of classes and there's nothing in there. We're going to have it self-close, and we're going to say absolute -z10 aspect square width full max width small rounded full bg violet 500 and divide that by, or divide that by 50, but just /50 for 50% opacity. Blur is going to be braces like that, 160 pixels, really blurred out, and filter. And let's see how that's looking in our slice here. It didn't seem to be showing up. I'm trying to think of why. I might have a typo in my, yep, I sure do. -z10. Also Q full should be width full. It's a miracle I spell anything right. All right, that's looking a lot better. That's what we want. And next we want to import this plain logo here. So I'm going to go to course resources and we're going to grab what's called plain logo.svelte. And it's, what I advertised it as. There's not much going on there. So inside your call to action folder, just call it plain logo.svelte. Paste that in. I'm going to remove the comment. It wouldn't hurt if you kept it, but I'm just going to do that. And then underneath our glow, we can say plain logo. And let's import that from plain logo.svelte in the same folder. Save that. And we should see in our simulator the logo. Now we want to wrap that in a div. So I'm going to say .glass container and put plain logo inside. Now we should see one of those nice little glass containers. Let's add a couple more styles to give it a background. We're going to say rounded LG BG gradient to B from gray 800 to gray 900. So just a really subtle gradient. It's not changing too much. Padding is 4, and on medium screens, rounded XL. And there we go. We've got, I think it's matching pretty much spot on. Awesome. That wasn't too tough for us to get done. And even in the final version, this component doesn't have any animation, so this one is truly done. All right, last thing we need to do here is just review our changes, make sure it's added to the page, call to action slice, push that up to Prismic, and then head into our repeat AI Prismic repository. We have our call to action right here, and we want to just bring in our content. Let's do that, and I'll see you in a sec. So I've added our content, I've saved and published. Let's go to our homepage and refresh. And we get our nice little CTA at the bottom. Awesome. We've created 6 slices. Now we need to go back and we need to fix up this nav bar at the top and make it mobile friendly and add a little animation and add some icons for like the hamburger. And then we're going to get into some GSAP. So let's go ahead and head back to components and header.svelte. We can close everything else for now. And I'm just going to put our code side by side with the website so you can see as we make our changes what happens. So first thing we're going to do is create two different menus. So with the UL that we currently have, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to hit Control/ and I'm going to give a little comment and say desktop nav. And this will be, as you might guess, the navigation for our desktop. But we want to change this style so that it's only flex on medium devices and above, and on anything smaller, we want hidden. That shouldn't change here, but it should disappear once we go a little bit smaller. So you should see something along those lines. As we open up our DevTools, these should disappear because now those are hidden on smaller devices. And so just above it, let's create some space and let's add a comment that says mobile nav. Now, mobile and desktop, a little bit outdated terms, right? Like screen sizes change, but you understand what that is. So I just copied the UL. I'm going to copy that and paste a version of it here as well, but we want to wrap that in a div. So I'm going to go ahead and say period fixed. Open that div and wrap our mobile nav UL in that div. Let's go ahead and give this a few more classes. We're going to add inset 0, which is like bottom, top, left, and right 0. Z is 40 to put it above everything else. We're going to say flex call, items end, BG gray 950, PR, padding right is 4, padding top, PT is 14, transition, transform, that one's important because we're going to animate it in, duration 300, ease, in, out, and MD hidden. So on medium devices and above, this whole mobile nav area is going to hide. Now if we do this, yes, we should see, I'm going to zoom out to trigger, there you go. So once we get down to, I think it's 768, yep, and below, that covers our screen now. So we have this div that covers our screen, but our UL here has the opposite of what we want. We want it to have flex row, or sorry, flex col, and then on MD and above we do hidden, and those should switch. So now we see our little features and our little sign up right there. Cool. So change the mobile nav UL, and if we zoom out, that should stay the same. Great. Actually, I think let's refactor this UL here because we actually don't need the MD hidden. It's redundant because we have it there. Let's go ahead and erase that. Let's say grid, and that'll automatically do essentially the same thing as flex column. Justify items end, and we'll do gap 8. Save that. And then here at Prismic link, this is inline flex, min height 11, item center. Let's go ahead and we can keep the min height 11. Let's remove inline flex and item center. And let's do block, px3, text 3xl, first mt 8. So the first item will have a margin top of 8, but the rest shouldn't need that because of the gap. And we're just putting the margin top because we're going to put a little button up there. And that button's going to need to open and close this menu because we don't want our mobile site to be this, right? So in Svelte, the way that we are going to handle that state is by saying let is open equal to false. And then we want to have some functionality to toggle and to open and close this menu. So we're going to say const toggle open is equal to, we're going to say just an arrow function, and say is open equal to the opposite of is open. So if is open is true, it'll set it to false, and vice versa. Then we're going to say const close equal to, because we just want to have a function that just closes, not toggles. And I'll show you why in a second. We'll say is open equal to false. And so now with this bit of state, we want to dynamically change whether or not this is visible. So I want it to slide in from the right-hand side when we open it. So let's head down to our mobile nav. And to handle this with CLSX, we are going to wrap it in brackets like that, put a comma after our quotes and say is open, question mark. If so, we want to say translate X 0 so that it is in the position it's in right now. Otherwise, translate X, and then we're going to put in brackets 100%. Like that. And it's saying, it's yelling at me because guess what? I didn't bring in CLSX. So make sure you do that, import it, and then wrap everything we just typed in a CLSX call. And so now it's going to check if it's open. If open is true, then translate X will be 0. Right now it's set to false, and so it's off on the side. So let's set this to true. And we get our thing back. Great. Now we just need to set up a button right there that opens our menu. So right here we have our little link to take us home. Let's wrap this in a div. I'm going to say this is a flex, and I'm going to put this at the bottom of the A tag. And inside this, we're going to add some more classes, items, center, and justify between. And after the A tag, let's put a button because we are adding some functionality here. So we want to have a button for that functionality. It's going to be a type of button, be class equals block, P2 text 3XL, text white, and MD is hidden. And inside, let's just put toggle because we want to add a function here. We're going to say on click equals toggle open. I'm going to save that, and we have this toggle button now, and that toggles in our menu. Unfortunately, we don't have a close button yet, so let's go ahead and do that. And really, because it gets covered up once we click it, let's just change this to open. But same basic concept here. We can go ahead and copy this button, and we'll put it above our unordered list. We really could have this same button just staying visible, but I think it's easier just to align it in our unordered list. And we'll say close. Don't worry, we'll bring in an icon very shortly. So open and close. Open, close. Perfect. Just a little bit of state. And the thing that's really doing the heavy lifting here with that animation is the transition transform. If you want it to go a little bit faster, you can I think drop this down to 100 and it'll go zoom. It's a little too fast. It's like barely even animated. You want to go slower, right? You get it. I think 300 is a nice little in between, and you can change the ease. You can do it whatever you want here. You can have it come in from a different direction. If you do -100, it'll come in from the left, right? So that's what is doing the magic here, just so you can go in and make this site your own. Now this looks pretty good, but the only thing I don't like is that the button should be over on the right and the logo should be on the left. So let's do a width full on our div here, and now it spreads it to either side. All right, and we want to change some of the styles both on header and nav here, because if you see, this isn't looking so great. So let's go ahead and on header, let's give it a little bit of padding like we would for our bounded element, but we don't want to use that bounded element on our nav bar here. So let's go ahead and say class equals px4, py4, md, px. Actually, we can simplify this by just going P6 and then P4. Just realizing that we have duplicated styles. So that already will give us a little bit of space. And then we see that we have, because we copied this from the footer, we still have our border top. Let's go ahead and wipe this whole thing out for our nav. Let's go ahead and say MX auto, flex, max, W6XL. Not flex max, there we go. Flex call, justify between, py2, font medium, text white, MD flex row, MD item center, and that should be it for that. So let's see how that looks on both. We still need to fix that sign up button. All right, I think I found the issue on this div where we have flex item center, justify between, and we added a width full. That would cause this and the, let me show you real quick what we were facing. That would cause that div to stretch all the way over and smush and make this break line. But if we remove the full width there you go, just flex item center, that now works just fine. And because we fixed up our mobile styles, that should stay pinned on the right, and this should work just fine. If yours is a little out of sorts, I'll keep this on screen for a second. You have our header, and our mobile nav shouldn't matter here, so I'll close that. And this shouldn't matter too much, but just make sure that yours matches this. But yeah, just removing that width, or the width full should fix you. So to get our menu icons, I'm heading back to icons.js.org, heading into Phosphor just to keep it consistent with the other icons that we've used. And I'm going to say X. That's going to give us a nice little close in here somewhere. I'm going to go with this X bold. I'll copy it and paste it into our project so you can see what we're calling it, or rather what they call it. I didn't get to name it. But it's this icons PH X bold. So I'll say icon X, and then I'm going to do the same thing, and this one is going to be list bold. And for that one, I just searched. When you call searching, Googling everywhere, you have a problem. But search list and grab this one, list bold. So I'm going to say icon menu. Actually, I'll change this icon X to icon close, because that's really what I want it to be for. So I'm going to grab icon close, and where I have open, I'm instead going to say icon menu, just like that. And where I have, I closed that. Where I have close, I'm going to say icon close. And save that. Let's check our homepage. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see it now. And we have our hamburger. Open it up. I don't love that that's off. Like I want it to be in the same spot. See how I have to move my, yeah, let's see if we can fix that style. All right, so all I did was change the padding top here on the mobile nav div to 6. I think it was like 12 or 14. So PT of 6 makes that line up pretty nicely. Cool. And we have features and sign up. Now the only thing here is that I think when we click that, it just stays. Yeah, so we've been navigated to another page, and we can see that if we close this. But because Svelte is essentially giving us a progressive web app, when we navigate, it like nothing changes, or rather it does change, but behind the scenes. So we need to close this whenever a link is clicked. So that is specifically why we created this close function here. So we can start here with the logo. We'll say on:click, and we will say close, just like that. And so, although this one isn't visible yet, when we toggle, it disappears. So let's actually change the Z index on this. So class equals Z50. And now, there we go. We should see repeat doesn't go away. It stays like all the rest. Perfect. So we should see that when we click on this, it takes us to home and closes our little modal, and there we go. For some reason, it needed it the second time. There we go. Works perfect. Let's add this on-click close to every other link that we have. Let's see. The button doesn't need it. This button link does, though, and so does Prismic link. So I'm going to add it there, especially on the mobile nav. It shouldn't really matter on the desktop nav, but at the same time, it will not hurt to add it. So on-click close and on-click close, just to be thorough. So now if we navigate to features, there we go. And it seems like a really zippy kind of app because it animates away. So that looks great. One thing we want to do for these buttons though is add a little bit of accessibility. So let's see, button link, not that, the actual button. So for button, we want to use the aria expanded property and say whether or not this is expanded, whether or not the menu is open. So we're just going to say is open, and that adds a little bit of accessibility. We're also going to pop that above here where we have the open one, the icon menu. We're going to say tap, put the aria expanded is open property there. You won't notice any change, but it just adds a little bit of accessibility to make our site easier to use for people using assistive technologies. And now the last thing we want to do here is tell the browser if one of these links is actually the current active page. So to do that, we're going to come up here and we're going to create a new function. I'm going to say const is active equal to, and it's going to be a function. We're going to say link is going to be what's passed in, and we are going to check to see if this link is the active link. So we're going to say const path equals as link, and we're going to import that from Prismic IO client. So if your auto import didn't work, there it is right there. As link, that is a function. We're going to pass it the link, and we're going to return path. And so if path is true, if there's an actual path that we got back from the asLink function, which uses our router and checks that, we're going to pass back. Now we're referencing Svelte's page store, page.url.pathname.includes path. It's going to pass back a Boolean, basically checking to see, hey, does the current path name, so for instance, if we go here, another page, does that include what we're getting back from Prismic from this as link? So this is our function to see, is the current URL that the visitor is at right now a match for the link that we are rendering? Now, this is saying, hey, this could be anything. So let's type this real quick. We're going to do / like that. We're going to say @param, curly brackets, import, parentheses, quotes, @Prismic IO client. And then outside of that, outside of the parenthesis, we're going to say .link field. And then outside of the curly brackets, we're going to say link to specify this property specific, or sorry, that parameter specifically. So now it knows exactly what it is. It is it could be an empty link field, a filled link to web field, etc. So nice little way to type this and make our code a lot safer. So now let's go add that code to our links. And the nice thing is we only need to type this once, and then we can copy it everywhere we use it. So right here on the first button link you find, go ahead and type aria current equals curly braces is active, or it's a function, and it's going to take item.link. And if that's the case, we're going to pass page, and if not, we're going to pass undefined, or we're going to return undefined. So aria current, if it is if we're currently on that page, we're going to say page. Otherwise undefined, and that is the web standard. So add this, I just copied that code, add this to this Prismic link, add this to this, this button link, and this Prismic link. And what you could do is you could also style off of this. So if you wanted to show, for instance, that if we're on the features page and you wanted to kind of like make it orange to show that this is the current page, you could add that logic in with like some CLSX and just change that to orange on the fly if you would like. But as an accessibility feature, it is something really good to put in there. All right, so now that our site is completely built out minus our animations, let's go ahead and deploy it first, and then we will get to our animations in GSAP. So first we are going to initialize a Git repository. So we are going to open up our VS Code for this, and I'm just going to open up terminal, and I'm going to kill our dev server for now. With just a little Control C or Command C, and I'm going to go ahead and type git init, and that will initialize a Git repository. All of our files are saying, whoa, these are new updated files. So we're going to go ahead, and I like to use the source control built into VS Code. I'm just going to add all of these changes to our staging, and I'm going to say initial commit like that, and I'm going to click the commit button. And then I have this publish branch option, and if you have your whole GitHub set up, you can use this, and it should give me the option to either publish to private or public. I'm not going to do either of those because you might not have that set up, and we're not going to walk through that. But go ahead, and if you don't have a GitHub account, create one. If you're not logged into GitHub, you'll see a window kind of like this. Go ahead up and click sign up, otherwise sign in. Once you're logged into your free account, you can go ahead and click the new button, and it says to create a new repository. That's exactly what we want. I'm going to call my repository repeat AI. You can call yours that as well because it just needs to be unique for your personal account. I'm not going to do a description. I'm going to make mine public, and the rest I can just leave as is because we already have a git ignore and a readme and whatnot in our repository. So I'm going to create the repository, and then it will show me some code that we can push an existing repository from the command line. This is if you don't have any code yet, but we have a repo. So we're going to copy this and come back, and I'm going to paste that in right there, and it will push all of my code up to GitHub. If you're not logged in your terminal or anything like that, there should be directions here to walk you through that, but it's not going to be within the bounds of this course. But yeah, there's plenty out there that can help you through that. Once you've pushed that code and it succeeds, refresh the page, and we see repeat AI, no description or anything yet, and then you should see like the Prismic SvelteKit minimal starter. I will change this later before it goes live, but you can check out my live code over at atroast repeat AI. Now that we have this up on GitHub, we can go to Vercel, another resource or another service with a free account. So if you don't have an account, go ahead and sign up. Otherwise, just log in. And once you log in, you should have some kind of dashboard like this. And I'm going to click Add New Project. And you will not have this import Git repository if you haven't connected your account to GitHub. It'll say like connect to GitHub, Gitbucket, etc. Choose GitHub, connect it to your account, go through that process. This is obviously me after connecting it, and you see I have repeat AI right here from a minute ago. I'm going to click import on that. It will ask me a couple questions like, hey, what's your framework? But it automatically detected that. It's asking for the root directory. That should be all set. We don't need to change any of these other settings. We're just going to click deploy. And I'm keeping my project name. You might need to change it if it's already taken by me, but it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It'll let you know. It shouldn't error out or anything. All right, so this is going to install. This should take about a minute or so, and I'll check back in a sec. All right, my site was just launched, and you see this little image that they create for us, so we can tell, yeah, actually, this site looks great. It launched successfully. We can check it out. Maybe if we click through here. Yep, there it is. So here is our site. Mine's at repeat-ai.vercel.app. You can check it out. By the time you see it, it'll have full animations and everything. But yeah, everything is here and looking great. So we successfully deployed. Now here's the thing we need to kind of go in and update. One, in our Prismic editor here in the page builder, we are still referencing our our local previews. So I'm going to go here, click these three dots next to unpublish, and I'm going to choose live preview settings. And you see mine still has the local host. I'm going to grab this new URL and I'm going to paste that in here. So mine's repeat-ai-vercel.app. Yours won't be the same. Grab your new Vercel URL And Slice Simulator is deployed for us already when we push this code. If you look in here, well, I think we already walked through that. So Slice Simulator, this page gets deployed, and that is how we do the preview. So now, even though my local host isn't running, this works well. Now, we also have to set this up so that Vercel knows to rebuild whenever we update some data in Prismic. So like right now, if I change title to repeat.ai and save and publish, if we go to our live site, I'll refresh and it should change this from homepage to repeat, but it's not going to. It never will, because Prismic isn't telling it to rebuild. We need to wire that up. So we're going to get a webhook from Vercel that we will hit in Prismic. So go to settings at the dashboard for your Repeat AI project, and we are going to go to Git, and then down here to deploy hooks. So create hook, we're just going to call this Prismic, because that's where we are. That's the service that's using it, just so I know which hook this is. And we're going to say main, because that is the branch that we have for GitHub, I believe. Yeah, so the main branch. It's asking, we're going to trigger a deployment on which branch? Main. I'm going to create that hook. I have this whole hook here. I'm going to say copy, and I'm going to bring this over to Prismic, and we're going to go back, and we're going to go to settings, and right here, webhooks. So it doesn't say what webhooks are here, but this is essentially a URL that we can visit programmatically, or not visit, but just hit programmatically, that will rebuild our site and fetch all of our new Prismic data. So name of webhook, I'm just going to paste in here. I'll just call it Vercel deploy. I sometimes like to paste the URL, but we'll just do it that way. Put the URL here for sure, and you do not need a secret token. If you need to like really protect it, you can go ahead and try to make a secret. I'm not even sure if they allow for that. That might not be the case. So yeah, just ignore that. But come down to here, releases. We're going to uncheck this and uncheck tags. These are other features in Prismic. We just want to rebuild if a document's published or unpublished, right? Like if you delete a blog post, you want it to rebuild. So add this webhook. And now, because it hasn't been visited, or it hasn't been triggered before, that's why it says pending, we can go ahead and trigger it once. And we should see over here, under deployments, we should see building. There we go, 5, 6. And now it is going to go ahead and fetch all of our data from Prismic and deploy that. And you can see right here, it took 55 seconds for that first build. So just under a minute. And we should see that in about like 30 seconds. Until then, let's go ahead and set up our previews, because another great feature of Prismic is that you can have those live previews that I showed you at the very beginning of this course. So I'm going to put production, because this is going to be our production build. Domain of our application, I'm going to go ahead and grab repeatai.vercel.app and put this in here without that / at the end. It's important. Otherwise, this will not work. And our preview route, I actually want to show you this in our code. We have routes, we have API, and we have preview. So that's the route that we're going to want to hit. And here we have this server file. So this becomes an API route where if we hit repeatai.vercel.app/API/preview like that, this code runs, and this is just all set up for us already by the Prismic kits. So this will create our preview and essentially set preview to true, and then our queries will be a little bit different. And instead of fetching our content from the master ref, it will become like a progressive web app. It will request from the preview ref and get all of that data instead, so that our content team can preview their content. So here we have site name, production, and if we head back into our homepage, we'll be able to preview the page, and I'm just going to make a change here. Get really excited about it, put some exclamation marks at the end, and I'm going to click preview production, and you'll see this should open and preview, and there we go. Right, that is only in this preview, because I can kind of prove it by starting an incognito window and showing you that this is not our, like this is what the general public sees, right, without the excitement. But in our preview, we get to see just this change. And then when we exit the preview and basically delete that cookie, there we go. I just had to refresh. And it's gone. So let's get rid of our excitement. Let's calm down a little bit. I'm not going to publish because I do not want to trigger another build right now. I want to follow back and see how this build went. It looks like some of the initial work was cached, so it took about 10 or 13 seconds less. But if we go here to homepage, we now see repeat AI. Remember, that was the change I made earlier, and then we triggered our webhook, which rebuilt our content. So now it has repeat AI up here. We now have a good setup so that if I continue, I'm going to replace this OG image with our nice OG image. Get rid of those cars. I'm going to save and publish. Let's just double check and make sure that by clicking publish, it triggers a new deploy. I might have to reload this page. And there we go, building 6-7 seconds. So we have it set up so that not only can we preview, but any change that we make here within a minute, it'll be live on our site. So and we have a live version of our site. So we pushed to GitHub, we deployed to Vercel, and we wired up updates and previews all in just a couple minutes. Awesome. Let's see, is there anything else that we need to hit before we move on? I don't think there's anything else here. We touched on translations and locales a little bit earlier, but yeah, everything else is kind of set. So now let us move on to GSAP. I'm really excited about this. All right, GSAP is one of my absolute favorite things to work with on the web. It can just be used for, yes, anything. And if you look at the gsap.com website, as we scroll through, there's just so much delight and really beautiful little animations and perfect touches that they added here. And here's like a scrolly telling presentation. And it's such a great library, and the new design that they have for this is a delight. So we're going to be using this to animate in our SvelteKit app. And in order to teach you GSAP, I put together a really simple demo just so we could get up and running quickly. So we have here in this little code pen, and you can click the simple demo to check this out for yourself. You just have a square and a circle, added some styles to it, not important. But just know that the class on each is there, and that's how we're going to be specifying each element as we're animating it in our app. So here I have GSAP2, and this is a function that basically says animate to this state. So to GSAP2, we pass it first an identifier as a string. So this can be a class denoted with the period. If we're using an ID, we're going to use a hashtag. There's a few other ways that you can specify things. You could just do like all divs. So I'm pretty sure you just do div, but using classes is a pretty good way. So SQUARE. So GSAP2 square, and that is what we're animating. This is the state we want to animate to. So X100 means increase its position on the X-axis by 100. So if we run this code, wait for it. There we go. Incredible. The square moved over 100 pixels or units or whatever. So it's very simple example. Let's kind of keep going. We can make them more complex. We can pass a ton of different properties to this object, and you see that it both moved and it rotated at the same time, and it took 2 seconds. So here we have animating the square still, and we're going to move, rotate it, but we're also adding this ease. We can change the way that the actual animation runs, and you'll see this difference. See how it bounced back? It had that elastic kind of ease to it. The run, I really wish it ran faster, but there you go. That's not a GSAP thing, that's just a CodePen thing. But that ease makes a big difference over that first one. So we'll be playing with eases a little bit in this course. Here's one animating just the circle, and you see it's going to, I'll wait till it plays. So here we go. We're actually using a different function here. We're going from to, so we're passing it 2 objects now, because this is where we want to animate from. So it's going to start here with 0 opacity and Y, so the up and down axis. Y is 50, so it's going to be lower at the start. And we want to animate to opacity 1, so full opacity, and Y0, essentially the place that it is right now. Want that to take place over 2 seconds, and we can have a delay so that it doesn't animate right away. So if we run this again, you'll see that for a half second, it is just not there, and then it starts to animate in. So a little bit more complexity as we add this like starting position and this ending position. And lastly, if you comment that out, I wanted to show you the concept of timelines real quick and show you that we can create timelines that allow us to kind of chain actions or animations so that they happen one after another, after another, after another. Otherwise, it can be really tricky to say like if I wanted this to run after this, I could try to get that delay so that it happens, at 2 seconds. But then if I change this, then I need to change this. And imagine if you have, 5 more things after that. So like if the duration becomes 3 seconds or 4 seconds, then this delay has to be 4 seconds. And then that delay has to be like 10 seconds. And right, like it becomes a real pain in the butt real quick. I'm going to change those numbers back so that this example still works. But this timeline feature allows you to add animations to one single timeline, and they will happen sequentially. You can also pass properties or some properties to the timeline as defaults. Repeat -1 means that it will repeat forever. Repeat delay is exactly what it sounds like at the end of the animation. It'll wait 3 seconds to repeat. And let's see it kind of go through these steps. I'm going to run it. We should see square animate a few times. Okay. So turning on the function, actually, or calling the function is important here. There we go. It changes color, it moves, it spins, the ball shrinks, and then it drops. So exactly what we would expect here, right? Change the color. There's a slight delay on that one. And this isn't the greatest animation in the world, and we have our repeat delay, but you see that there's quite a few things. In fact, there's so much power to GSAP that you can really animate pretty much anything by using it, because it's just animating values. And we can chain these things together to get really powerful animation. So once again, very simple example, nothing too wild here, but these are the building blocks that we can now use in our SvelteKit app to create some of these animations. So I'm going to comment this out, save this file, and you can check it out for yourself and tweak it. And the fork button down here allows you to make your own. So go for it. So to use GSAP in our project, let's go npm I GSAP like that. And it will install the package for us along with things like Scroll Trigger, which is a plugin that we're going to be using to do some very fun scroll animations. But it's all included in that bundle, and we can now get started. Let's start off with our hero. The hero animation is not like the most complicated one, but it has quite a few things to it. So once again, just so you remember, everything here animates in. There's some delays, there's some opacity stuff, the grid in the back ripples in. So let's get started on this by opening up our slice. So go into slices, go into hero. I'm going to close other files and hero index.svelte. I'm going to run my server again, npm run dev like that. And I'm going to close everything on the side and split my screen so we can see both. Now, we want GSAP to only run on the server. No, sorry, the opposite. To never run on the server, only run on the client. And we also want to run the code only when the component has mounted to the DOM so that we know the things that we are targeting, like the circle and the square in the example, are going to be there and can be animated. So if you don't have your server running, make sure it is. So refresh the page, make sure we're good there. All right, so we want to first import GSAP. I'm going to do it. I'm going to just organize my imports a little bit so that import GSAP from quote GSAP like that. And we also want to import, and put it above, import brackets on mount from svelte itself. So this on mount function is going to be how we, by using svelte, call functions when the component has mounted to the DOM. So let's go ahead and call on mount. And we pass it a callback. So we're going to pass it an arrow function. And to start with, I'm going to go ahead and create a timeline. So const TL equals gsap.timeline. I'm going to call that function. I'm going to pass it a default, or I'm going to pass it an object. And on that object, there's a property called defaults. And in that is going to be ease power2.in out. Now, the reason why we're passing this defaults object is because this now becomes the default for all animations that we add to this timeline, where there are also properties that we could pass directly to the timeline, like the repeat and the repeat delay. But ease isn't like a native property of a timeline, because timelines themselves don't animate. They just hold animations, or what GSAP calls tweens. So now on this timeline, this TL for timeline, nope. VS Code's always trying to like save me time by doing things like, nope, I don't want a touch list. No, thank you. So TL, we're going to say from to, like that. And we're going to go ahead and just say H1 for now. I think that should target our H1. We're going to add classes specifically to each item that we're animating. But right now, it's going to get us a quick win. Wait, why is it complaining? Cannot find name TL. Const TL should be right there. That shouldn't be a problem. Oh, because I'm doing this outside of the function. Make sure you're doing it inside the on mount. So from to, and now we are going to pass it two objects. We want it to start with a scale of 0.5, and we'll add the opacity directly to the element in just a second. That's why we're not adding it here. And we will have, so it's going to go from scale of 0.5 to scale of 1, opacity of 1, and duration of 1.4. So if we save this, there we go. It's exactly what we should be expecting, right? How it starts small and it grows in. Now on this H1, go ahead and put an opacity of 0. We'll be doing this quite a bit to anything that we want to animate in. But for now, that is like we'll do it one at a time. But here, let's also add a unique class, because I don't want to like targeting elements like H1 and div and H2 is a really bad idea, because there's going to be multiple H2s on the page. So let's go ahead and give this a class of hero underscore heading. I'm just going to call it that, and that's like the naming convention I'm going to follow in this component as we animate it. So hero heading, I'm going to save it, and it should still work just great. So that looks really good, and we are kind of done for the heading already. So once again, just want to kind of make sure you're following here. We first pass what we want to animate, and if it's from to, we pass where we're going from and what state we want to go to, and it is taking this default ease of power to in out. Because it's part of that timeline. We can override that locally, but we're going to use that ease for most of the animations on here. So now that we have that initial timeline there, let's go ahead and make another one, or rather add an animation to this timeline, because we want these items to animate in like one after another after another. So we're going to go TL, another from to, and we're going to go, let's say dot hero, I can't type, underscore body, hero underscore body, and we want to go from Y20 to Y0, opacity of 1, duration 1.2. And that should be it for that, but we need to add hero.body to that actual body. So come down to here, let's say hero underscore body. And let's go ahead and add classes to, oh, you might have caught it if you were paying attention. I was not. See how it kind of slides up? We also need to add opacity 0 to our hero.body. So go ahead and do that while you're here. And that's looking a lot better. Now head to, let's see, where is our button link? We have this class MT8. Go ahead and add hero underscore button and opacity 0 to that as well. It won't appear, but let's just go ahead and add opacity 0 and hero button to the rest of our items while we're here. So this div wrapping around our glow, we don't want to touch that, I don't think. Although, no. So we do want to add hero image to this. So it should say hero image, class container, MT16, and then width fit. And on that whole thing, we want to say opacity 0. So yes, we do want to add styles there. All right, and that is to be expected. We're hiding everything there. And then we have a couple styles to add to each of these glows. So I'm just gonna tack on at the end. I'm gonna say opacity 0. I'm gonna say hero underscore glow and hero underscore glow 1, because we want to animate these differently. And I copied and pasted it, and I'm just saying glow TWO like that. So you should say opacity 0, hero glow, and hero glow 2. The Prismic image can stay exactly how it is because we are handling the opacity up here, and there is our selector there for hero image. So go ahead and save that, and I'm going to go ahead and I think copy this function call in order to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to slide this over too, so that we have a little more space. That's not as important. So I'm going to copy paste this a couple times, or just once, and then let's clear this out so we can have something to work with, right? So I'm going to copy that a couple times. So hero body, we want hero button, hero image, and hero glow. Copied it one too many times. So that looks good there. Now for hero button, we want to animate from scale of 1.5, so it's bigger. We want to animate down to scale of 1, opacity 1, and duration is going to be 1.3 for the button. For hero image, we want to start at Y100, so it's going to be down off the page a little bit, and we're going to animate to Y0, opacity 1, duration will also be 1.3. And for hero glow, you want to start with these shrunk down a little bit. So scale is 0.5. Scale in the 2 will be 1. And the duration is going to be 0.8. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So let's save this all and see if we got it. There we go. We have these animations. They're all animating in. And yeah, that's kind of what we expect, except that took a while, right? Like that feels like it takes a long time. And here's why. Because this animation has to finish before this animation even begins. And then when this one finishes, then this one goes. So we're kind of stuck with this thing where like, I want this animation to at least start before this one is completely done. And same with the button and so on. So if I refresh our good version, you can see that the body and the button are animating at the same time. The button's not completely waiting for it to end. The image comes in a lot later, but like it all still feels like it's kind of happening one after another after another. Ours does not feel like that. That happens, and then that happens, and then that happens, right? Like it's a lot slower. But luckily, GSAP has a way of handling that. And it is an extra argument that we can tack on the end. It's called the position parameter. And basically what it does is right now, this hero body tween is going to play at like 1.4 seconds into this timeline, right? So after this goes, then this one will start. And if we want it to start either before or after its normal position, we can pass a string here and say that we want it to start maybe negative equal 0.9. So this will make it start 0.9 seconds faster than it is supposed to based on the previous elements in the timeline. So see how it came in a lot quicker? Let's make it even like 1.2. So it's pretty much starting almost at the same time as the first one. See how they come in at the same time now? If I put this to a plus, that will add to its position. And it's going to happen way later than when it should have. It should have, come in right as that was ending. So this position parameter is how we're going to fine tune that speed for when each element comes in. So we're going to do negative equals 0.6. And let's see how that looks. That looks a lot better. All right, so we're going to copy this and from the comma on, and we're going to put this at the end of each of our other tweens, and we're going to change the value though. So for hero button, we want that to be negative equals 0.8. For hero image, we actually want this to happen a little bit later. Like I mentioned, there's a delay. So we're going to change that negative to a plus, and we're going to change that to a 0.3. And then for the hero glow, that's just going to be 1 second even. So let's see this again. There we go. That is, now you can change the timing how you like. This was the timing that I came up with. This is what I wanted to go for. Feel free to tweak this if you don't feel like that timing is really, working for you. Now, we're missing one thing here where this one has the glows go around and then kind of finish, and it's a little more obvious on a big screen. Maybe we need to adjust the blur sizes on smaller screens. Not a bad idea. But you see how it has that like cycle kind of animation. Let's bring that in, but we don't want it on our timeline because it's not really related to our timeline. So that's one kind of way to think about it, is that all these elements on this timeline are related to one another, where the cycling of these glow objects, it's not connected to the timeline at all. In fact, they can be animating the whole time even before they're visible, that's completely fine. So let's go ahead and create a GSAP 2. So when we just say GSAP 2, that is not going to be on the timeline. It's just going to animate as soon as this code is run. So we're going to put in quotes .hero _ glow --1 like that, and then we're going to pass it an object. We want this ease because we don't have the default object helping us out. We want this ease to be power to and out. You can copy it from right there, or you can type it out. Your call. I want the repeat to be -1. Once again, that's how you do infinity. That's how. That's why it's looping forever. Repeat delay is 0. And now we're going to use a kind of rarely used feature of GSAP, and I'm kind of excited. Cassie Evans at GSAP showed me this, and yeah, it's not something that everyone uses, but it can be really powerful. So we're using something called keyframes, and this is kind of allowing us to do a timeline within this animation here. So because we just want to animate this one element, kind of like one step at a time, we can use this keyframes array. So inside this keyframes array, it's going to take an object, kind of like how this was taking an object for where we want to go to. We're doing a similar object or an array of objects like that. So for this keyframes, it's going to be a series of declaring the top and the left position as well as the duration for this animation, because we're really just moving this around absolutely within this rectangle. So we're going to start with top, and then quotes 0%, comma, left, quotes 33%, duration is 0 for that first one. It's just a kind of the way that this animation works well and doesn't jump around is when the duration for this first one is 0, and I'll explain that in a little bit. We kind of have to do some trickery there. Go ahead and copy paste that, and this second one is going to be top 33%, left 33%, and I believe that our glows, yes, our glows are also using thirds. So remember, the height and the width are 66%. That's why we're doing 33% on the positioning here as well. Go ahead and copy off a couple. Actually, change the duration first to 2. And then for the third one, it's 3. For the next one, it is 2. And for the last one, it is 3. The reason for that is that as they go around the short side, that's going to take 2 seconds. As they go around the long side, it takes 3 seconds. 2 seconds, right? Like that makes sense to change the time. Otherwise, it's going to feel slow here, or no, sorry, it's going to feel fast here and slow here. So we want to change the duration on those other sides. For the third item, we want top to be 33 and left to be 0. Then we want top and left to be 0 because it is at I think at the top left there then. And then for the last one, we want it to match where we end up here. So it should be 0 and 33, just like that. And for this, actually, let's go ahead. I'm going to comment out this. Oh, wait, I can't because that contains the others. Let me just comment out or yeah. Let's make opacity 0 for this image, just so we can see. Did that work? I just want to see the glows. Why didn't that work? Opacity 0. Interesting. Maybe there's some kind of because I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure it out, but I don't think I know. Oh, I know why. Because we're looking at the final version here. That's my fault. Let's go back here. All right. Undo that and set opacity to 0. There we go. I kind of want to see. I'm gonna remove the blur. I'm gonna knock the blur down to like let's go 12 pixels. That should be just a slightly blurry rectangle. And do we not see our animation? Why aren't we seeing any keyframes moving around? Hero glow hyphen 1. Is that what we named this? Ah, okay. Make sure you do double hyphens there, or at least just be consistent. So our purple one's moving around, and you see it kind of comes to a pause here. And I did that so that it's not just like constantly moving, because people don't want, you know, like it stresses people out when there's a lot of animations and they're just like, I need to leave this page. But now it's just kind of this subtle rotating animation. And let's get the orange one doing the same thing. We are going to go ahead and copy this because it's practically the same thing. We just have to shift some of the numbers around. Hero glow 2. And for this one, we are instead going to remove this top because we want all of the, these are all unique. The top one was a duplicate of the bottom. And then we're going to shift these two underneath those. And these just align with different corners. So you can play with this how you want, but it just basically, we want it to go from the top left to the top right, to the bottom right, to the bottom left. And we're going to copy this last one, 33 and 0, and also put this at top so that it loops back around. Change the duration there to 0. And so your glow 2 should read 33, 0, 0, 0, 0, 33, 33, 33, 33, 0. The durations are 0, 2, 3, 2, 3. It feels like a lot, but once you save that, let's see if it's working. You see them kind of sliding by each other. The overlap in the middle is totally fine because you don't actually see that. We have that image there, and that's looking real slick. So let's go back to our blurs. I'm going to set that to 120 and 120 again. You can go ahead and set like an MD. Let's actually try that. MD blur 120. And then blur, so on smaller screens, it'll be like, let's see, how big are these? Yeah, let's try blur 3XL on smaller screens. Let's see how that looks. Is that enough blur? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. And then here, I'm taking off the opacity 0, so we get our image back. And is it how we want? Yeah, that's pretty slick. I'm feeling it. All right, so that is the hero minus the triangle grid animation. We will get to that in just a sec, but that is that whole hero entrance animation. Really not that wild once you pick up a couple of the GSAP fundamentals. And so we use a timeline and just a regular GSAP 2 for the glow. All right, we're gonna handle accessibility where we handle prefers reduced motion when a user opts out essentially of animations in just a little bit. I just want to make sure we're not jumping back and forth between a lot of different concepts. So we're going to continue animating and then we will handle that afterwards. So let's hit that triangle grid. Come on over to trianglegrid.svelte. And right now it is a very, very simple little file. We have to import both onMount and GSAP. You can just copy them from our index.svelte or our hero slice, paste them up here. I'm gonna get rid of this comment. I know where it is. And then underneath grid, I'm gonna call onMount and pass that an arrow function. And inside that arrow function, we want to do a couple things that might seem a little silly, but right now I just want to run a gsap.set, which essentially just does a one-time setting of state. So it doesn't animate this property. It's just going to immediately change this property. It doesn't like slowly ease into it. So we're going to set .triangle grid item, and we're going to pass it an object. And on this object, we're going to say opacity 0, transform origin, camel case like that. So the O is capital. And we're going to say quote center. And we're going to say color, hashtag FFF in quotes, just like that. And we're also going to come down here. Remember, we changed opacity to 1 on this triangle grid just to see it. Let's drop it back down to 0. And that's just to kind of like make sure that it has a good starting place. This isn't totally necessary, but when we do this repetition of our animation, I really want to make sure that across every browser, no matter what, it's starting from a nice clean spot. I was just getting some issues with it when building it originally. So we then want to set, so GSAP.set, and we're going to select the ID, so hashtag triangle grid, and that's going to reference the entire SVG, where what we just did was set the triangle grid items to opacity 0, even though they have that starting opacity of 0.2. We want to begin by setting each item to 0 opacity, and then for our triangle grid, we want to set that opacity to 1. Because right now, at the beginning, that's what's hiding everything, but we want to hide its contents and bring it back in. So that's why we're doing this. Now that those are set, we can create our timeline. Const TL equals GSAP timeline. Call that as a function. We don't need to pass it anything in there, but we really need to break this up into two different, not two different timelines, but essentially two different phases of this animation. So there's the first phase where we animate from 0 opacity triangles to, visible triangles. And then there's the second part of the animation where we just kind of seemingly repeat the animation, but this is actually a different animation with a lot of similarities. So this is going to be kind of a 2-part timeline. So first we're going to say just a comment entrance animation, just so that we know what we're doing. So TL for timeline dot 2 parentheses dot triangle grid item. So that's each little triangle in this grid. Now we are going to pass it an object, and we're going to use that keyframes property. So keyframes, pass that an array, and on that first object, we're going to say opacity 0, duration 0. On the second object, we want to say opacity 0.4, rotate, and we'll put that in quotes, plus equals 180. So that is going to take whatever the value of the rotation right now and add 180 degrees to it. So that's why we're doing the plus equals, and that's something cool about GSAP is that it understands that and it'll handle it for us. It like sees its current state and just goes from there. Say color, because the color of these is current color. So if we set like the text color of this item, then we will set essentially the fill. So color is going to be as a string hashtag A78BFA. That's gonna, I believe that it's that purple. We're going to say scale is 3, so I think it nice and big. Duration is 0.6. And now we're going to do a stagger. Actually, you know what? I'm going to hold off on the stagger. I'll say stagger here, and we'll come back to that. And I'll explain the stagger for you. Don't worry about it. Next object we're going to create. This is the last one. Don't worry, at least for this part of the animation. We're going to go back down to opacity 0.2. And you know what? Let's go ahead and copy these properties because they pretty much repeat. So instead of 0.4, it's 0.2. We're going to again add 180 degrees. The color now is white, so just FFF works. Scale is going to be 1. They get nice and small again. Duration stays the same. And then let's go ahead and also say stagger. And we're going to explain that soon. But right now, let's just see if we can get this to animate in. I'm going to make our screen a little bit bigger on that side. Let's save this. There we go. Let's do that again. All right, so it's animating in, and it's animating every single triangle, kind of the way that we said to, right? We said, hey, scale up, take about half a second, and change your color to purple, and then change it back. We didn't say to repeat. We didn't say to ripple out from the center or anything. We just said, hey, do this to every item. Thanks. And it worked. Now, the cool thing about GSAP, or sorry, not the cool thing, but stagger. One of the cool things about GSAP is, let me see if I can find an example. That's not what I wanted. Stagger, let's see, staggers from to, here we go. Maybe they've got a cool page. I'll find it, one sec. All right, found the cool page. And if this looks familiar to you, it's because this is what we're using essentially. This is the stagger property that allows us to tell GSAP, hey, we want to animate one item after another. I've got a whole array of items because this triangle grid item, when we query by this, we essentially get back an array of all of these paths because they all return when you search for something with a class of triangle grid item. So GSAP can go through that array and we can do all kinds of things to it. And feel free to change yours, once again, to do any of these things. If you want to do edges or random, you could do that. Have fun with it, right? So this is the stagger property. The docs are resources / getting started / staggers. I Google searched it to get here. And it's really a great little feature. So we're going to get into some staggers now. I just want to show you without the stagger so you see why we are reaching for it, because it is very nice little detail. So let's go ahead and on this first object add stagger, and we can pass that that is going to be an object. I'm going to say amount 2, and if we hover that, it shows, oh, it doesn't give us that type. But here in the docs, we can see that amount is the total amount of time that gets split among all the staggers. So if you want to say, I want this whole animation to take 2 seconds, that's the property you want. If you want to say that you want each item to animate for 2 seconds, then you instead want to use the each property. We're going for amount. We want the whole thing to animate in 2 seconds. All right, let's keep going. So amount is 2. We have grid, and the reason why I defined this up here is because we want to pass this grid to the stagger property, or to the stagger feature, I guess. I'm going to put a comma there. So we're going to say grid is grid, and that's going to pass it the array of, was it 14 by 30? Yeah. So now it knows the shape of our grid, so it knows how to animate it. And we're going to say animate from center, just like that. And we can go ahead and copy that stagger down here. And we're going to say, instead of amount 2, we're going to say amount is 3. Make sure you have your commas. And now if we save this, it goes in from the center. Nice. And then it goes out again, just like that. But for me, that happened a little too slow, right? Like it waited for the entire first animation to finish. And really, I wanted to feel like that ripple effect that we have on the final version. So on this second one, I'm going to go ahead and say delay -2, so that it kind of jumps ahead in the line. There you go. See how it says, okay, I'm going to go 2 seconds sooner than I should. And there we go. That is our entrance animation. Now we just need to loop this animation. Now this isn't going to be very dry or anything, but we're going to pretty much copy paste the animation and use it almost as the same animation. So we're going to say loop animation, so that we know why we have this second version. Go ahead and copy this whole entrance animation bit and paste it underneath loop animation. But come up here, and before keyframes, we have to add a couple of properties. I'm going to say delay is going to be 12 seconds. Repeat is going to be -1. That way we kind of get stuck in this animation, and this specific animation loops forever. And we're going to say repeat delay is going to be 12 as well. So that's going to be the initial delay from the previous animation in the timeline. And then every time this repeats, it's going to wait 12 seconds before it starts animating again. We're going to get rid of this first opacity duration 0. At the top, we should only have the 2 objects. And the rest can stay exactly how it is because we just want it to repeat over and over again between the big purple and the little white triangles. So if we save this, we get that animation rippling in. And I guess we have to wait 12 seconds, but hey, that's showbiz, right? I can tell you a story, or maybe I can just tell you a joke, or maybe we can just wait because the animation is coming right now. There it is. Oh, I thought I nailed it, but I didn't. But that looks pretty good still. So that is working well. I hope every property here, every little thing we did makes sense. Just to be clear, we are not going back to this part. The whole timeline isn't looping. This never plays again. That's why this is the loop animation. This is the property here that makes this loop forever. You can tweak your repeat delays and everything to your heart's content, but we're going to cap the triangle grid there. The cool thing is, now that we have that up and running here, if we go to Nike, that is also animating there because we're pulling this in a couple places. Next up, let's go ahead and animate this with scroll trigger so that it animates on scroll. We have the example right there. This is actually going to be a little bit simpler than you might expect. To get started animating this component, go ahead to your showcase slice, and we are going to dig in here and start by adding classes both to the glow. So I'm going to say scroll glow, or yeah, let's keep the naming convention the same. So showcase __ glow, like that, like we did for the last one. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to say showcase __ heading. We will do that. And now up here, we can go ahead, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. Go ahead and import GSAP from GSAP, as well as import on mount from svelte. All right, down here underneath icons, or I guess let's put it above icons. That's a little bit tidier. We're going to say on mount. See if there was a shortcut for that. On mount, doesn't seem to be. Cool, let's just pass it an arrow function. No need for a shortcut, that was easy enough. In here, we're gonna go ahead and say gsap.register plugin. And what we need to pull in here is the scroll trigger plugin. So up here, along with import GSAP from GSAP, we wanna say import brackets scroll trigger, like that, from gsap/dist/scroll trigger. So this is a specific distribution of scroll trigger that works well with Svelte, and I think like server rendered or MJ components. I'm not sure exactly the details of why this one works over just regular, but make sure you have that dist there because that is what is going to make this not fail on build when you deploy it. So scroll trigger is a plugin that I'm going to get into just a second. Let's go ahead and just drop that inside the register plugin function. And now any instance of GSAP running in this on mount is going to know that we have a scroll trigger enabled. But real quick, let's take a look at the scroll trigger plugin from GSAP. And as we scroll on this page, you will probably see, yeah, so as I scroll down, all these scroll animations are happening. And this is kind of showing the markers that GSAP has that allows us to debug our animation. And you see that the scroll animation happens within that space, but not before or after. And it's a really, really fantastic plugin. And the docs are right over here at Docs v3 plugins scroll trigger if you want to reference these and add to what we are building. But scroll trigger is just basically a part of GSAP that allows us to say what we want to animate on, and then it kind of takes care of the rest and has a lot of little nitty-gritty features that we can tap into, and we will tap into just a couple today. But I just want to get your beak wet with some nice scroll trigger animations. So in our on mount, after we have registered that plugin, go ahead and do a gsap.from2, and we're going to say period showcase underscore glow. So we are referencing that. And why is it not happy? But because we haven't passed the two objects yet. So we don't want to do the glow first, do the heading. My mistake there. And we're going to say Y100 because we want to push it down underneath this glass here. That's just for the first object. And now for the second one, open this up a little, and we will say Y0. We want it to return to where it was. And we're going to say ease is going to be our power to dot in out. And I'll take a look with you. I'll take a look at the eases with you in just a minute, so you can kind of understand what we're looking at, and like how you can choose your own. But let's do duration is 1, and scroll trigger, kind of like how we had the stagger object before. Scroll trigger is going to be an object, so I'm going to say trigger, which is the item that is going to actually trigger this animation. So I'm going to say period showcase underscore heading, like that. So we want it to kind of trigger its own animation. And now we're going to say start top bottom minus equals 40%. No, it's a little confusing right now. I will explain it in just a minute. And then for toggle actions, there we go. We're going to say play, space, pause, space, resume, space, reverse, all in one string. Now, I know this looks like a lot of what in the world even is this, and that's fair. So the start is going to tell GSAP when we want this to kick in. In order to see that, let's actually add another property where we're going to say markers, and we're going to make that true. And once we do that, we should see these markers over here on the side, and you'll see that once we get there, we trigger the animation, and it doesn't really matter the end part. It's more about the start, but we could make it so that it animates through. I think if we had scrub, I think that would. So if we add scrub 1, that might, no, that just breaks it. All right, don't do that. But we could make it so that it actually like animates through. Maybe if we remove duration, but don't worry about it. This is the animation we want. But we can see scroller start and scroller end is based off of this value here. So the start is top and bottom minus 40%. So this is starting at the bottom. So, but we don't want it to trigger as soon as we get into the viewport, because if we remove this, watch how like just not great this is. Where as soon as we hit there, it's already animating. We never get to see it behind the glass. That's why we want it to be at about -40. I'm going to reload the page. And now we get to see that cool little glassy effect. And then it slides in. So that's what that's doing. That is what the -40 or negative equals 40 is. And then the toggle actions is basically when it comes into the viewport, it's going to play. Once it goes past, it's just going to pause. When we go back, it resumes the animation and it reverses it. This toggle actions you can search for on the scroll trigger docs and get a more thorough explanation of it. So you can check this out right here. I'm not going to get too deep into this. but that is basically a shorthand for the on enter, on leave, on enter back, and on leave back properties for scroll trigger. So we already have a cool little scroll triggered animation. It's really just that easy with GSAP. I'm going to remove the markers so that we don't ship with that. And now I'm going to go ahead and actually copy this same animation here. And I'm going to handle the glow in the same way. So instead of heading, I'm going to select glow for the first one, but not the second one, glow, because I want them both to trigger at the same time. And if I change this to glow, that might trigger at a slightly different time because they're just in different positions. So for the glow, instead of Y, I'm going to change this to scale 0.7 and opacity is 0.1. And for the after, or I guess the to object, I want this to be scale 1 and opacity is 0.35. You can change yours to make it a little bit more dramatic if you would like, but that's the opacity I think I'm going for. Let me just double check my styles. Come down to the glow and remove this /40, and that should look a lot better. Yeah, that's a lot more intense, but not overkill, but it's just a lot more visible. So that's really all there is for this component. That animation really is just what we added there. It's a bunch of lines, but there's not a lot of code on each line. It's pretty simple overall. So well done. Next component, and that's going to be our integrations slice. So we can go ahead, close this, and open up the integration slice. We have quite a lot here, but open just the index for now. And like I said before, it's going to be one of our more complicated components. Didn't need to refresh it. But let's come down here and actually watch this animation go. So the center increases in opacity and has a brightness filter applied to it. Then the lines start to animate out. And really that's just moving the background as, we're going to shift the background position. And then we affect the opacity, and we're going to use a stagger on each of these because it's really the same effect as before, but just a bit slower, where we go out from the center and stagger our animation of making those glow. So with our integrations, let's actually just copy over some of our imports from, let's say, the hero. I like copy pasting whenever we can. So copy, and we're going to paste the on mount and GSAP imports like that. This animation is just running all the time, so we're not going to use scroll trigger for this. So come on down here and let's call on mount. Pass that a arrow function. And inside on mount, we're going to create a timeline. So const TL equals GSAP timeline. And inside there, let's pass timeline an object because we want to say repeat. It's -1. We want this to repeat forever. And we also want to add a default ease. So defaults, and I'm going to say ease is power 2. Oh, and by the way, these are all here, these eases, power 2 in out. I think it's a good time to show you the ease tool that GSAP has. So this is the ease visualizer from GSAP, and I love this little tool. I think I need to make it a little bit bigger, perhaps. There we go. So if you ever want to just customize the way that your app feels, that's pretty boring because there's literally no ease on it. It's just a linear ease. But there's a lot of effects that you can add to any of your animations. And this is really just one of my favorite parts. I love the bounce. I love elastic. It just gives your app such a fun, springy kind of feel. There's a lot here that you can play with. So ease visualizer, and then just know that all of these are customizable. So you can come in here and play with all of what the API has to offer. So we are doing a power 2. Let's go power 2 in out. And so that kind of starts slow, goes fast, and then ends slow. It's just an easy, like decent default for pretty much anything. And it also seemed to be the style that all of the sites that we are kind of getting inspiration from was using for their eases. So that's also why I adopted it for this. So earlier we added pulsing logo and signal line to our items, or sorry, pulsing icon and signal line, but we also have this stylized logo mark, and here you should see that it says pulsing logo. So that class is there, that has the pulsing logo class, those should have pulsing icons, and we are going to be targeting those classes with our animation. So with our timeline, TL.to, let's create a new tween. We're going to do quotes dot pulsing logo, and we're going to pass that an object, and we're going to use keyframes. Pass that in an array, and in here we're going to create an object and open that up and say filter. We're going to just say in quotes brightness, parentheses 2. That's going to make it really bright like you see as it happens over there on this. Or it's not going to animate right now because this is our version. Opacity is 1. You can't make opacity any higher than 1. It's 100%. Duration is going to be 0.4 seconds, and ease is power 2 in. That's the power of typing right there. So appreciate GSAP for being typed. Now we see it's working. If the flashing's bothering you, let's just turn off the repeat for now. There we go. Looks pretty good. I actually like that like intense brightness. So timeline to pulsing logo, that first timeline is, or I guess that first animation on the timeline is working great. So TL.to, let's do one right after. This one's going to be for signal line, signal line. And we're going to pass that an object. Oh, sorry, here. Let's hold off on signal line, folks. Go back to keyframes. I forgot the next object. I liked that result so much. I just said, all right, we're done here. We're not. We have another thing to do. Filter, brightness, 1. You can copy from up here. Opacity and duration also. Let's copy that. And so opacity is going to go back down to 0.7, and the duration is going to go to 0.9. There we go. So we saw it kind of like come in and fade out. All right, now I give you permission to copy, or sorry, to create a new timeline. So TL.to, let's say signal line like that. And don't create a new timeline. I rather meant to create a new animation in this timeline. So we're going to open up this object that we were passing to timeline.to, and we're going to use keyframes and pass that an array. And we just want to animate the background position. I'll show you why in just a second. So background, first create an object, background position, and we're going to say, we're going to start at 0%, 0%. And then in a new object, we're going to say background position is going to be 100%, 100%. And stagger, pass out an object from center. And each, remember I said before it's either amount or each. Well, we want each of these line animations to take 0.3 seconds. So if there's 100 of them, I don't know, it's going to take 30 seconds. Is my math right? Who knows? Duration is going to be 1. So that is for I believe the whole animation. Not sure how duration fits in here, but let's not tweak it right now because it is very specifically timed out, just so that like this happens, then that happens, then that happens, and so on. You get it. And then right after, we want to pass, or rather, let me just make sure. Okay, so there's our object. Right after the object that we've passed, we want to use the position parameter. Because like I said, this has been kind of just like fine-tuned so that all of these animations fire exactly when they need to. So negative equals 1.4 seconds should make it so that there we go. You see that? It's working. And we'll turn the repeat back on. Pulse, line shoots out. At ends, pulse, line shoots out. Awesome. All right. So now you're seeing the power there. Okay. That's looking really good. I'm excited. All right, nice. Now let's get these icons pulsing. And the same way we're going to use stagger, the same way that that line staggering, that line staggering, because these are different lines, right? Like we're trying to make it look like it's one line, but really it's a stagger. That one, then that one, then that one. So TL.to, I'm going to say dot pulsing icon. And in here, we're going to pass another object. And yes, we're using keyframes again. Like I said, this isn't often used by people, or like it's not used enough. And it's a really powerful little technique that you can have in your back pocket. So opacity is going to be 1. Stagger is going to be an object, and I'm just going to say from center. And actually, we can grab the from center and each 3. So go ahead and grab that, paste that in. And then after stagger, we'll say duration is 1. That is the first object here. For the second object, you can go ahead and copy it, actually. So copy that object, and this opacity is going to go to 0.4. And the stagger is going to be from center with each 0.3 and the duration of 1. I'm just going to move the duration up. It doesn't matter at all, but I think the stagger object looks better just all by itself down there. So let's see if this is working. I'm just going to reload the page. Pulse line. That didn't hit because we need to add the position parameter here. So let's make sure it's after this object. So that object ends here, passing it at the end. So I'm going to say negative equals 2 to move it up 2 seconds. Pulse. Awesome. All right. So some of this is just fine tuning that I had to kind of tweak. Like there's not really a secret to how did I calculate 2. It was a lot of trial and error, just getting like, 1.4 seems to be the position parameter that works best here. So yeah, and this should also work on mobile, or I guess just on, there we go. And the lines are going in the right direction. Awesome. Let's take a look at those lines real quick while we're here. Let's go app, because I think I kind of promised you that we would take a look at that. So it's not just like, it's just the thing I did. Don't worry about it. We want to see, so on large screens, I'm trying to find the 1.5x. Here we go. So height 1.5x. Let's change this. I like that it's line breaking there. Let's change this to like 12. And maybe go for, yeah. So you see when I make the line really big, you can see that it is a gradient that we are moving across and making the background size quite big. And this background image just gets pushed from like the left, or sorry, the right to the left. And if we were to, position the background right in the middle, it would just be a gradient right there. So all we're doing is making a gradient, pushing it off the object, and then sliding it across with the background position. And that's why we have, where was it? Pulsing icons, signal line. We're going from 0, 0 to 100%, 100%. We're just iterating that, or sliding that across. And we're flipping 180 degrees to make it go the other way. And that is our integrations animation. All right, as promised, we are going to take care of accessibility when it comes to these animations, because we don't want to give anyone who might have a vestibular disorder or anything like that any kind of trouble. So these animations are, designed to add to our site, but not make it unusable for certain people. So inside of this on mount at the very, very, very top of it, we want to check to see if the media property or the media attribute for prefers reduced motion is set to reduce. And if that matches, we want to do something very different with our hero. So we're going to say const prefers reduced motion equals window.match media. And in there, we're going to have a string. I'm just going, we're going to say parentheses prefers reduced motion with hyphens, colon reduce. Just like that. And then dot matches, which returns a Boolean. So prefers reduced motion is going to be a Boolean. Now we're going to create an if statement. If prefers reduced motion, we're going to do some animation, sorry, not animation. We're going to do some GSAP in here, but just with GSAP set, because that sets properties but doesn't animate them. And then we're going to return so that these things never trigger and that these animations don't happen. So we're going to go GSAP.set, and we're going to basically go through each of these. I'm going to grab hero heading, hero body, .hero, what's the other one? Button, .hero _ image, .hero _ glow, and that's all of them. And then we're going to pass it the opacity 1 in that object. So what we can do in our browser, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but if you open your DevTools and you type, I believe it's Control-Shift-P, you can bring up this little command palette. So once again, that's Command or Control-Shift-P to bring up the command palette. And we can say prefers reduced motion. So emulate CSS prefers reduced motion reduce. So we're going to click that. And if we reload our page, that didn't work. Oh, I think we might have to keep the DevTools open. Let's try that again. Reduce. Let's try to reload the page. Okay, so the triangle grid isn't in this component, so it makes sense that it would be the thing to still animate in, but you see that everything else is just kind of coming in, right? Like it's just rendering in as normal. It doesn't look incredible, but that's still better than what, like if someone opts out of this, we want to respect that. So do not emulate CSS prefers reduced motion. We can just turn that back off and make sure that our animations still work and they're still gorgeous. There we go. So it's really that simple. It's just you checking to see, does this exist? If it does, let's just set everything so that they can see it normally. And then we return and never run our animations below. So that is a nice little bit of accessibility. We can take this, I'm going to copy this code, and we can go grab that triangle grid while we're thinking about it. And inside the on mount, I'm going to go and paste that right there. And instead of this GSAP set hero heading, we can get rid of that and instead copy up our triangle grid opacity 1 and also our triangle grid item. We can pull this all up, but change it so that it's not opacity 0, but it's opacity 0.2. We don't need to worry about the transform, origin, center. We can just set and make sure that the scale is set to 1. And this return should avoid any of those animations there. So let's actually just double check to make sure that this still shows up. So I'm going to open the DevTools, prefer reduced motion right there, and I'm going to reload this page. There we go. We have basically back to what we had before we added GSAP to it. So that's all we want, but because we are dropping the opacity on these items to start with, so we get a smoother animation in, we want to make sure that that's still visible. So not animated, but still pretty good looking. All right, closing my DevTools, and let's make sure that that scroll trigger animation on the showcase does not trigger. So showcase, we're going to go there. And on mount, instead of that, do I still have it? No, I need to grab it. So go back to your hero, grab that code and paste that in. This is going to be the same across pretty much anything. But instead here, we're going to really just return, because we don't need, I think we just say return like that. We don't need to do much because we are doing all of the movement with GSAP. So this should just be right where it is. The glow is fine. We just need to kind of quit out of these animations if that's the case. And last but not least, let's handle the integrations component. For that, we can do the same kind of thing where if it's a little bit transparent, like that right there, I am personally okay with that. You can go in and make it so that it's a lot more visible or whatever. But for me, I'm totally fine with us just keeping it the way that it's initially styled. So once again, coming in here, wiping out all of the stuff inside and just saying return. So if prefers reduce motion, return. And now we have some nice accessible animations on our site. Ooh, there's actually one animation I forgot for us to create, and that is this little image slide up animation. It's not, so honestly, this is one I think right now, try pausing the video. I'll first give you a hint for where it is. Hopefully you haven't paused the video already. Hope you're not that quick. But it's going to be in the case study page. So it's going to be page.svelte. And we want to animate the Prismic image so that it on load animates in like this. All right. So give that a shot on your own. As a hint, you're going to need on mount and GSAP in this file, and then, create your own animation. We'll see how you do. All right. Hopefully you gave that a shot just to make sure that you are kind of getting the hang of things. I'm going to go ahead and copy over some of the text from my hero slice, because that's going to be pretty similar. We've done similar like animation slide ups like that. And we need on mount and GSAP. And then I'm going to grab the first part of this on mount, and I'm not going to make a timeline because there's just one item. And I'm going to pretty much stop right after that and just make sure that I close it manually. So pulling in this on mount, and then I'm going to need curly brackets and parentheses to close it. And we should go in and set our Prismic image to opacity 0. And I'm going to call it logo, or let's call it, sorry, I'm trying to see what's the name of this? Oh, this is a page, right? So we could call it case study __ image. And I'll copy that class. And so in here, so if prefers reduce motion, we're going to set gsap.set, parentheses, period, case study image, and I'm going to set opacity to 1. And otherwise, we're going to say gsap.to, or rather, let's go from 2, because I'm going to move it down. So I'll say period, case study image, and then we're going to open 2 objects. First object is going to be opacity 0, y 100. Second object, we have opacity 1, and y is going to be 0. Duration is going to be 1. Delay is going to be 0.5, and ease, power 2 in out. Now, if you didn't have like the delay or anything like that, don't worry, right? It's just I don't want it to happen too quickly. I also don't want to take it. I don't want it to take forever. So I kind of like that like little pause and then slide in like we have there. So let's just check that again. That's looking really nice. So hopefully you were able to create some version of that animation for yourself. It doesn't have to be exactly what I have here, but as long as you were able to get it up and running, pat yourself on the back for sure. That's really great. So let's go ahead. Let's first stage those for pushing to Git. I'm going to say add GSAP library. And then for these, I'm going to say add animations. I'm going to sync those two changes up. And in case you don't know, when you sync code changes, Vercel will also trigger a rebuild. So now, anytime we push code to the main branch, or anytime Prismic has a change and we publish that change, our site will rebuild, and in about like 50 or 40 seconds, we will see that live site. All right, there is one little thing that I want to make sure that we do hit before we wrap this up, because we're pretty much done, but I'm a big believer in finishing touches, and right now this icon is not doing it for me. So in your static folder, you'll see this favicon.png. Go ahead and delete that, and in that same static folder, we are going to drop our favicon right there. Should be favicon.png. If you refresh your page, hopefully it's picked up, and I have it here. You should have it if you put it in static favicon.png, and it's that nice little repeat logo with a gradient. I'm going to say add favicon, and going to commit and push that change. And that, I mean, it's a small thing, but I just find the default svelte, I find any default icon for a framework just to not look good. I would always take the extra time and add that logo, even for a project like this. If you got here, that probably means that you completed the course. Congratulations, well done. Thank you so much for building it with me. If you haven't already, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be putting out more SvelteKit tutorials like this. And please leave a comment down below. Let me know how you liked the course, how you liked the site. What could I change for next time, right? Like, what can I help you build next time? Once again, congratulations. You should be really proud. This is a big course and you did it. Great job.